assist the next generation of cyber warriors. Lastly, I would like to thank the volunteers across each of the summit committees. The number of hours is incalculable, and being able to have such a dedicated group of individuals who really want to accomplish highlighting what we're doing across the Tennessee Valley in cybersecurity is very important. At this time, I would like to have Mr. Ben McGee come up to the stage. What's up, brother? Welcome. For those of you that may or may not know, Mr. McGee was the president of the North Alabama chapter of the ISSA for the past 5 years. During that time, we've seen significant growth in terms of the membership, as well as the objectives of what we're trying to accomplish within the ISSA. During that time, we developed a number of programs, training to assist our membership to increase their skill sets, to also have the capability to be able to be more efficient within their jobs. In addition, the number of people that Ben has touched in terms of being able to help along their career path has been significant, and personally, I've found it to be encouraging because a lot of the classes and things I've learned over the years have been through my friendship and professional to have somebody in the organization that long, but we are incredibly thankful that you've been part of the organization, Ben, and I'm going to go ahead and read your award this time. Ben McGee, thank you for your dedication to the North Alabama ISSA. Without your efforts, we would not have had the great success we have seen over the last 5 years. Please join me in a round of applause for Mr. Ben McGee. At this time, I would like to invite Mayor Troy Trulock from the City of Madison to the stage.
Thank you, Jason. I just want to say welcome to everyone here to another outstanding Cyber Summit. I know from what I've been told, quite a few folks have traveled here from out of town. And I know Mayor Tommy Battle, Mayor Huntsville was here yesterday morning to welcome everybody. And I'm sure at that point he said, for all those who have traveled from out of town, we hope you shop local. We hope you spend a lot of your sales money here, because when you have sales dollars spent here, that gives money to our cities. And when we have money for our cities, we fix our roads. And when we fix our roads, our citizens are happy. And when our citizens are happy, mayors get reelected. So for those out of town, we hope you shop local. But what I'd like to say is thank you for coming to another outstanding event. This is our 8th Cyber Summit that we've had. We started out locally, then we went regionally, now it's nationally. First national event. For all of you, you're attending the first National Cyber Summit, which is amazing. I've also heard we had record attendance here, so that's critical for us as well. I just want to say, you all get it. This community gets it. Not all cities, towns, or communities throughout our country get it. You understand the impact of cyber today? Many of you have been in this business for a long time. There's organizations or cities that still don't get it. They don't understand the impact of cyber on our communities today, and more importantly, our communities in the future. As you've seen, probably here locally, we're doing a lot in our school system. Matter of fact, Mr. Ben McGee, the 5th year award recipient there, Mr. McGee started cybersecurity in our school system in the city of Madison, and it's been in Huntsville for about 5 years as well. And as you probably heard, Huntsville's had a national cyber championship. So again, we realize the importance of what you do in your jobs. We realize it's important to educate the next generation, because those in elementary, middle, and high school will be the folks who are protecting all of our communities, all of our businesses, and our country for the future. So thank you to Dr. Rodney Robertson for an outstanding event, for putting this together, for an outstanding first time ever national event, and we're proud to have all of you here, so thank you for being here.
Mr. Dr. Rodney Robertson to please come to the stage. So from a personal perspective, I've been working with Dr. Robertson for a number of years in terms of getting the summit ready and working between both the ISSA and Cyber Huntsville. And I can say it's been a great privilege and an honor in order to be able to be part of this organization because ultimately what it comes down to is we're trying to provide great capability across the Tennessee Valley. Without your efforts, Rodney, it would be impossible for us to have accomplished what we've accomplished in such a short amount of time. In recognition of your tireless dedication to the 2016 National Cyber Summit, we would like to present you with a token of our appreciation for your planning committee as well as strong leadership necessary to plan and execute the Cybersecurity Summit. Thank you so much for everything that you've done, and we look forward to years coming up.
Okay, my name is Shane Hammond. I'm with the Cyber Foundation that helped with the conference home. I also work for Dynetics. Come visit us in the booth out front. But it's my honor to introduce our first speaker today as we continue this distinguished line of speakers that we've had throughout yesterday and will continue on today. And so I have the honor of introducing an individual who is part of our partner for the conference. Member of DHS who has a very daunting task of protecting our critical infrastructure. Deputy Assistant Secretary
national level. So part of a cyber strategy is, do you know what you're going to do when you have something happen to your systems past a certain threshold? So are you defining what could happen to your system like any good strategy? What are the things that could happen, and what's your plan of attack? So who do you report if certain things happen? Where do you get information? How do you integrate to get help with things like response planning and forensics and things like that? So I think connecting to the larger response framework is an important element of the strategy. I think clearly things like strategy, personnel management, insider access, elements of who gets access to what elements of systems is important. You know, what we've been surprised in learning in cyber systems, and I'm sure we continue to learn even on our federal networks, is we don't know what's in our system. So you have to, as a strategic element, you have to define what's in your system, you have to define access rules, you have to define sort of how you check on those sort of access. So I think that's another key element of a cybersecurity strategy, how you connect with information with information vectors, what information you're willing to share, and think through things like that. So I think it's understanding your systems, making smart decisions on your own systems and how you're going to test your own people, connecting to information sharing, and knowing what you're going to do when cyber incidents happen before they happen. Sure.
1 second here, I got a couple of tokens. On behalf of the National Cyber Summit, we have 2 tokens of appreciation to Daz Klasky. We have the Cyber Huntsville coin, and we also have a mayor's coin, and we'd like to present to him on behalf of the summit. So thank you. Daz Klasky. So at this time, if you guys would hurry to the next session so we can stay on track. We've got a lot of good speakers ahead of us, so if we can move to the corresponding tracks. Thank you very much. Yeah, just a second. I was looking for something.
Yeah, these are.
I'm gonna be late.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all I heard was that Ted Allen.
Went to the emergency room.
Yeah.
So they're going to replace him with another.
Yeah, I don't know if they did yet or not.
Okay.
I
Just
didn't
wanna
hear
make
that.
sure you knew,
I did.
that's not-
I do know. Thanks, Troy. No, all I got's the summit points. Morning, Joe. How you doing?
Doing good, thank you.
Good to see you.
Get a blabbler so I can
Okay.
move away if I need.
All right. So where'd you end up last night?
We
No, we couldn't do that one because they were, yeah, they were.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to day 2, session 5 of the Management Track Cyber Conference. All Points is very pleased to be involved as the top sponsor, and we get to do these introductions. And our next speaker, Jamie Miller, will be coming forward. My name is John Hall. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for All Points here in Huntsville. Jamie will come forward here in a minute and talk. He's president of Mission Multiplier Consulting, which is a Huntsville-based HubZone company. And it's a Department of Defense recognized asset in the forefront of cybersecurity and information assurance. Mission Multiplier has now been formally sponsored by Missile Defense Agency under the Mentor Protege program, which was just announced this week. So congratulations on that. The Mentor Protege program is a very important program to small businesses. I'm proud to say All Points is the mentor in that program. Mr. Miller possesses over 15 years of experience as a proven thought leader and has developed innovative approaches and methodologies to solve problems in the areas of cybersecurity assessment, governance, engineering, operations, and critical infrastructure protection, which is something we just heard about from Mr. Kolaski from DHS this morning at the breakfast. Mr. Miller is a regular speaker at information security industry conferences and has published several industry articles. He serves on the board of directors for Cyber Huntsville and is one of our program chairs. And I'll tell you, after being a part of that committee this year, I don't know how many hours and hours he has worked preparing for this year's conference, and its success is due in large part to his efforts. I'm going to ask Jamie to come up here and give his talk. The first thing I want him to do is give us the meaning of his company's name, Mission Multiplier, what that is. And so I'll give you Jamie Miller, Mission Multiplier, and a good friend.
Thanks, John. I appreciate you all coming out this morning. I have an exciting presentation. I'm really excited about it. But to answer John's question, what is Mission Multiplier? Well, it's something I'm really passionate about, actually. We have a unique business model. I think it's very different than a lot of other companies. We're very much community-minded. We're focused on giving back, not only doing innovative, great, cool cyber work that I am very passionate about, but passionate about building a community and helping to grow the expertise and share the wealth and resources that we can provide. So for every hour that an employee works for Mission Multiplier, we give a portion of the proceeds or profit to a local charity of their choice. So they're not only working for the man, and hopefully I'm not the man, but they're working for something they're very passionate about, and are inspired by. So with that, let me dive into our presentation. We've got something very, very exciting to talk about today. Cyber Common Operating Picture. So it's kind of a buzzword that's out there right now, but let's talk about what it means and where it's derived from and what it's built from. So generally, this idea of a common operating picture, I know a lot of the folks in here are from town and support their arsenal in some way. The idea of a common operating picture is really sourced from the military term and, understanding the troops, supply chain, troops on the ground. Hey, what's my common operating picture and how do I understand what the parts are that I need to fulfill my mission, all in kind of one perspective or one view. And the application of that to cybersecurity is relatively new. But this whole idea of common operating picture is really just a new term for some old idea. And that's really getting to the concept of the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And that's not me on the screen there, unfortunately, but it was really first coined by the philosopher Aristotle. And again, the idea here is that it's important to understand the holistic perspective of any system that's out there, any view, to really fully understand where you are. So it was really first understood from a human body perspective that if you can't really move your arm without your brain telling you where to go and the blood flow from your heart. So you have to understand the holistic view of whatever system that is or organism. So that's the idea. So next slide. So let's talk about the application of that idea to the cyber common operating picture. So this has been really codified or formalized now. So there's new guidance from the joint publication 312R, cyberspace operations. Again, this is very much a DoD document, but it defines this idea of cyber common operating picture and something that is a goal for all of us. And it really defines it as real-time, comprehensive situational awareness, the ability to rapidly fuse, correlate, and display data from different sensors in your environment. So again, the idea here is we need to get an understanding, similar to Aristotle, of your human body and how it works, to how does your IT systems, how do your programs and your networks, how do they all come together, and what are your issues, and how do you manage the holistic environment comprehensively. So some of the key features that I'm going to talk about here, how do we use the automated tools and technologies that you have out there, the different scanners across different domains, whether it's your configuration management or vulnerability scanners, in really using that to the data that you collect from those scanners, how do you normalize, aggregate it, and then how do you provide the continuous monitoring of your IT systems, networks, and programs? And then how do you use that information in near real time to better manage your risk? That's ultimately what we're trying to do. And then candidly, it really allows you to apply those resources in a way that makes you have more informed risk decision making and ultimately drives down your cost. And that's really what we all care about is how do we do things more efficiently, effectively, and manage the resources that we have. So this idea of a cyber common operating picture, or cyber COP, is really where it's at right now. It's how do you use the data to make more meaningful risk management decisions. So very powerful idea. Next slide. So let's talk about the challenging environment that we're all faced with and why this is so important. So, and a lot of you in the room here operate in these types of organizations that are very disparate, decentralized. You have different subcomponent organizations. They have different missions. There's different personalities, people. They're using different tools. There's different architectures or enclaves of data. And then even the data types, the sensitivity of the data that's being processed across these disparate missions are all different. So this is an incredibly complex environment that we're dealing with. And to be candid, if you're a CISO, CIO, or an IT manager, this is daunting. This is daunting stuff. How do you get a view, how do you manage to a risk profile or uniform risk profile when you have all these variables? So it's a very, very complex environment. So the reality is, given this environment, you have some very, very difficult challenges. Very difficult to get that comprehensive view. Often you're setting performance metrics, and it's really difficult to get a consistent view of what those are, how to measure them. And having complete visibility of your environment right now in most organizations is almost impossible. And then the reality is, in conversations with folks in the industry, you really operate on gut feel or instinct. And there's a handful of people out there that are very highly intuitive and almost psychic, and they make good decisions and it works. But the reality is, the other 99%, they're not making the right decisions. So you have to have the data to make those decisions, and that's what this solution is all about. And then obviously if you don't have the data, there's this competing political push-pull. You know, you're more easily influenced by some more political variables that are out there because you don't have the data to defend against the decisions you're making. And then again, like I talked about, the cost to manage this type of environment without understanding it very well is very, very high, and because you can't prioritize what you have. So the next set of slides here. So what is the solution? And this is very, very much a high-level view here. There's a lot of details, and I'm going to talk through each of these this in more detail. But at a high level, it's really about driving behavior change. So we want to pull data from the sensors that you have out there, aggregate and normalize that data, which is a challenge in its own right. And then you want to create some data analytics to help drive the behavior that you want. And there's some sophistication there, and we've been able to come up with some ideas that really help drive, push the needle around overlaying a behavioral science-based heuristic to help drive the right behavior that you want. But that behavior has to be built on what I call key effectiveness measures. So what are the metrics that are most meaningful to you and your organization? And that's what you need to be measuring. So that idea of effectiveness measure is really, really important. You have to have the right tools then to actually enable the collection of the data to support the definition or the measurement of those measures. And then ultimately you need to have the architecture to actually enable the process flow or information flow of the information that you have. And then there's quite a bit of secret sauce associated with this. You have to come up with a custom algorithm and specific scripts, again, tailored to what you want to measure to help drive the right behavior. And the way I characterize this is you want to create a risk economy. So you want to drive the behavior you want, but you want to enable friendly competition, use an incentive structure to help present where you are and where you need to go and help drive the behavior you want. So there's some secret sauce, there's some change management involved, there's some tailoring, it takes some time, but you need to think through what those algorithm scripts look like. And then the idea of this is, again, all the data is ultimately going to be pushed to a risk scoring dashboard. And how you structure the dashboard is of critical importance. It has to be easily digestible and understood. It has to be actionable. You have to present data that's actionable, and it has to be actionable at multiple levels. So your commander, C-suite folks need to be able to see, hey, how well am I doing? How well am I trending? Your business folks need to be able to say, hey, what business departments are doing well and how well are they doing against specific domains within cyber? And then at the security practitioner level or system level, they need to know, hey, what are the specific changes or issues that I need to make to fix those changes? And so the next time you run these scans, and again, the cadence is going to be whatever you want to set it at, you're running and creating a system where you're pulling automated data feeds in based on what's important to you, measuring it and scoring it, and incentivizing behavior based on those scores. And over time, you're changing the culture, you're changing the game of your organization. But you have to do this slow. This is not something that's out of the box. It's not something you flick the switch. You have to take it in bite-sized chunks and build it over time. You have to show wins. You have to show, hey, we're doing this really well for identity management. We're doing this really well for incident management. And then you build and you expand. So these key building blocks are very, very important. And I want to talk through each one in a little bit more detail. So next slide. So again, it sounds scary, but the reality is, I've been doing this for a long time, working with a lot of different organizations. A lot of people out there don't have a good handle on their mission. And what I recommend, first and foremost, if you haven't done it already, to do what I call business impact assessment. What are those business processes that are fundamental to your mission? What are the key components that enable your mission? What are the key data assets and data types or the sensitivity of the data that you need to enable those processes to fulfill your mission? You have to have an understanding of that to even begin this CyberCop solution. You need to know your mission, what are the building blocks of what it means. So doing that business impact assessment, truly understanding what's important and what's not, is critical. Again, fundamental philosophy here, not everything is created equal. So you got to focus on the stuff that's important. You need to understand what's important to your mission, and then you can move on. So the next slide. So we need to move on understanding your mission to then, okay, how does that inform or influence? What are those key effectiveness measures? This is a really, really important concept. So because this really underpins how you're going to build your solution. Again, not everything's created equal, so what's not and what's important to you? Well, you need to figure that out. So the first thing you have to do is really understand that, and we got to kind of move away from some of the traditional compliance type mindset that we might have. A lot of people, if you've pressed the button one time, a lot of people, look at, hey, I just need to look at NIST, or I need to look at some compliance framework. Do I have a process? Do I not? Do I have a structure? It's kind of that check the box kind of mentality. But the reality is, and I'm using this example on the screen here, whether you have a process, and in this example you have a process to remove unauthorized hardware, whether you have a process or not, it doesn't mean you're doing it well. It doesn't mean you're doing it effectively. It doesn't mean it's really helping your organization. So whether you have it or not, it doesn't matter. It may matter for a compliance checkpoint perspective. I get it. But we got to move beyond that, and that's where we need to move when we talk about how do you define key effectiveness measures. So if you click the next button, so here, kind of following this example now, you can build a metric that includes attributes of timeliness, accuracy, and coverage. So not only do you now know you have a process of whether you can remove unauthorized hardware, you now know you can find and remove an unauthorized piece of hardware within 24 hours, and who's doing it, and where it's happening. So now you can start to understand, hey, is this really effective? Is this working? What's my tolerance? Can I be, not know something for 24 hours? Can it be 48 hours? Do I need to know if it's on the network only 1 hour? Again, we're all security professionals here. You cannot be 100% secure, so you have to understand, hey, what's the tolerance? What's the variance that you're willing to accept? So you have to have that understanding when you start moving forward. And then ultimately, kind of the nirvana here, it takes time to get there. Again, like I said, this is an evolution. You don't do this overnight, but you ultimately want to define the probability of what you're willing to accept from a risk perspective. And following the example here, that you have probability that a compromise is caused by unauthorized hardware within specific control limits. So you want to define the parameters of what you're willing to accept, and then you need to work around those boundaries. And then the idea, the secret sauce in the algorithm that we've created and we tailor is how do you pull the automated feeds from the different tools to create that algorithm, and then you have triggers that will enable you to understand, hey, am I within my parameters or outside of those parameters? So you want to create a system that's going to measure what's important to you in near real time using automated tools defined with real effectiveness measures, not just to check the box, hey, do I have it or not, but is it working, and is it working within the bounds that are important to me, that are important and aligns with my risk profile? So fundamental idea, and one of the first things we do outside of doing the business impact assessment, understanding the mission, is going to the C-suite or commander level. What are those metrics or measures that are fundamental to you that you want to see at different levels, at the executive level and then at the business level? What are those measures that you want to see? And the system level, there's a little bit more specificity there. What do they want to look at? And you can build against those domains, those parameters. That helps set the construct for how you want to develop your program. So very, very powerful idea that we need to start getting hold of. Again, I feel like most industries on the left here, we got to keep pushing to the right. And this idea of, cyber common operating picture is really, we have to drive to the right to do it. Next slide. All right, so one of the building blocks was the right tools and technology. So you now have defined the measures. So how do you get there? Well, you have to make sure you have the right tools and technology that can capture the information to enable you to measure what you want to measure. So, in doing this numerous times, run into a situation where, hey, we want to measure this. And I'm like, that sounds great, fantastic, but you don't have the tools to do it. So we either got to procure the tools or figure something out. Or, hey, let's focus on something else with the tools that you have and leverage what you have first. So there's kind of a balancing act here, but you got to make sure you have the right tools so you have the capability to capture the information that you need and want to monitor. And then obviously those tools need to make sure that, again, you can capture the accuracy, the coverage, and timeliness, those other capability measures that I was talking about. You want to make sure that those tools have that capability as well. Architecture, again, talking earlier, this is a kind of a pretty sophisticated issue, but how the data flows in, where you're capturing it from different tools, whether you're in an enclave, a secure environment, how do you move data, and how does that work? It gets sophisticated really quick, I'll be honest with you, especially when you're dealing with, critical infrastructure type systems. The reality is you might have multiple databases that's feeding into different, into your dashboard based on the sensitivity of that data. How you design your database and the back end is very, very important, because that's going to really dictate what you can do with your dashboard, how you're presenting your information, where your measures. So the design of the database, the design of the architecture, and how you're routing the data flows, very, very important. So this is, again, not something that you can just tackle, hey, I want to run a cyber cop, and Jamie, let's do it. We can do it in a week. Let's make it happen. You got to be very, very thoughtful about this, and we got to go through an understanding around, again, what you're measuring, what you need, and then how does it support your architecture, and do we need to make any modifications to your architecture, and what are the implications of that? So really, really important to have that. So the secret sauce, don't want to get too technical here, but you're capturing the data, you got the tools, you developed your database, you're aggregating it, and you have to develop custom algorithms and scripts to make sure you're presenting the data that you want, and you're incentivizing the right behavior. This is really difficult, to be candid, because the prioritization of that data is really what you're driving to, and you have to make sure that how you develop these scripts are going to give you the information in the right priority order, and that they're tailorable and customizable, because they're going to change. What happens often is you're looking at one data set and then you correlate with another data set, so this person has some configuration management issues, but it's a terminal known for phishing attacks. So you have a multiplier, so you can tune the multiplier to say, well, hey, if this terminal, we know it's a known threat, is being targeted, if something is out of line there, the grade on that just shoots off the charts, and so they got an F, or whatever score is 0 to 100, if whatever structure you're using, you can manipulate those queries and scripts to have some customization. But again, you want to help drive the right behavior based on these, and this takes a little bit of time, but it's exciting when it works, and I've seen it work multiple times. You set all this up, and we're doing this now for numerous clients. But when you do these queries right, it's giving them the information, it's changing the behavior. But you gotta think through this in a very informed way. But how you organize it is pretty powerful. So then, ultimately, this is you're driving behavior change, you're collecting data, you have these scripts, these custom algorithms, you got your back end architecture set. Again, it's no small feat, but then ultimately what happens with this? Well, it informs this dashboard, and the dashboard's going to give you a grade, and it's going to give you a grade at the enterprise level or whatever the scope of the solution that you currently have. Again, you can build this incrementally, and that's what I'd recommend. Focus on a specific domain, a department, an organization, scan that and just kind of show progress. But ultimately, you get to the enterprise level, there's a grade, you can trend and show, scores, whatever cadence you want. It could be daily, weekly, monthly, and, the metrics that you have up there for the executives, what are those 2-3 key metrics that they want to have a pulse on or a beat on? They get to see that, and ultimately this dashboard becomes your risk management tool or primary console to manage your program. And then at the business level, they get to build around what are the metrics that are important for them. So they get to know, hey, these are my key business processes. I want to make sure I'm managing against those, and what are those measures, and they can see. And then your IT level as well. So, I don't want to get too deep here, but if there's a way you can see, and I encourage all of you to go to our booth. We have a view here, a demonstration that shows you at the executive level, hey, there's a trend. We're doing really well, but we're starting to trend down, and why? Well, you can kind of click on the business unit and say, well, this business unit is not doing very well, and it looks like in the incident management domain they're doing really poor. What's going on? You drill down, and you can see, well, there's a bunch of different domains here. It looks like malware is an issue, and you click on malware, and it goes down to the IP, user ID, terminal level, and you can scroll down and say, hey, Joe Smith over here, his malware, targets are out of variance by how many thousands, and it turns out that he was streaming porn. So from the top to the bottom level, you can see that there's the dashboard ideally should be able to show, hey, I'm starting to trend down, but why? and it provides you with the drill down flow of information that's actionable to make changes, to make fixes, to help your risk posture. So the next time that scan comes, and whatever the cadence is, you get a better grade. And the key takeaway for this too is, again, that risk economy. So if you have a disparate organization with multiple component groups, they're scored and they're working to compete against each other, and they're incentivized to get better scores. So, there's a friendly competition around, how well I'm doing and how well I'm not doing. So that helps drive the behavior change that you want. And again, fundamentally, this is an evolution. To do this right, it's not out of the box, not a one and done. This has to evolve with your program. You're gonna bring on new systems. Your scope will change from a mission perspective. You'll change your organizational structure. There's all kinds of changes, and your organization happens all the time. So if you have this solution, you have to evolve with those changes. So you have to make sure that you're maintaining and managing the solution and able to capture that cyber common operating picture as your organization evolves. So this is very much an evolution and an ongoing event. This is not a specific tool that you turn on and flick a switch and, man, I got a cyber common operating picture. I just bought it. I am good. Stamp the box. I'm compliant. This is, hey, we got something. We need to tailor it. We need to build it to what's right for the organization, and then we need to evolve with it. So it's very, very important. So again, it's powerful, but it's no small undertaking. So again, I started out with the implications earlier that, there's some key challenges around the environment that we have, this distributed environment where different people, different missions, different architectures, different data sets, very difficult to manage with standard risk profile. But if you truly put the time and energy in to develop these key effectiveness measures, what's important for you, what's meaningful for you, you can track and monitor that at enterprise-wide level as you incrementally grow and build this program or solution out over time, so you can manage to it. And you can move away from that kind of this gut feel instinct management profile to, I'm building and making my decisions based on real data analytics. I know what the risks are. I can even build in if-then scenarios where if this happens, I know what the risk will be based on this systematic algorithm that I have. So you can go to your leadership, or if there's some political intrigue occurring, saying, hey, listen, I get that we might need to do this, but if we do this, this is what happens, and I have real data to support that. So you really are managing it from a true analytics perspective. And again, the political push-pull is you can work against that by creating this risk economy. So you're incentivizing the behavior that you want by scoring, by getting people to really believe in using this tool as their true management platform. So you're building the right behavior that you want. You're incentivizing the right behavior. And then finally, again, everybody cares about cost, resources, application of resources. By doing this, you're streamlined, you're efficient. Right now, most organizations, they spend money, but they're not making it based on rational data. You have rational data, and you can make decisions that are effective and that are prioritized, and frankly, where it matters most to mitigating the risks to your mission. So again, this cyber common operating picture is very conceptual, and we've done this for real clients. This has been implemented, and we're doing this. But this makes incredible impact, but it's changing the game. We have to move away from the traditional check the box, or hey, I got an issue, vulnerability, traditional assessment process where, hey, what are you doing well, what are you not doing well, and here's some recommendations, to what are you not doing well, and then how should we change our behavior, and how should we modify our behavior to make those fixes in near real time based on data analytics. That's where the game has to go for cyber. For us to be effective, we have to leverage automated tools and technologies, because we just can't work enough hours in the day. And we have to make meaningful decisions based on specific metrics and data that's relevant to your mission. So with that, I know I cover a lot of ground, but I really would love to hear some of your thoughts, ideas, questions. Yes, sir.
Many organizations in the Department
Yeah. Yeah, we're excited to have the partnership with the Mentor Protege program. And we are doing this for real clients. We're doing some work for Tennessee Valley Authority, and there's another Fortune 15 commercial company that doesn't like us sharing their name. But so we're doing this, and it's very impactful. And again, I feel like this is where the cheese is moving, if it's not already there. Any other questions? And I encourage everyone to come to our booth. We have a demonstration in this that's more actionable, that shows you how our dashboard works, and my team can tell you some of the more mechanics around how we're using leveraging SCAP, Secure Content Automated Protocol, and some custom OSIL development to enable the normalization and aggregation of data, which is a challenge in its own right. So I didn't want to get too in-depth in some of the technical back-end work, but happy to go in as deep as you want to go at our booth or come find me. But, if any other questions, yes, Christopher.
Good morning, Jamie. Christopher Pisano with the ISACA Huntsville chapter, and we're a couple of doors down from your booth. And I wanted to thank Jamie. I met him the first time 3 or 4 years ago, and he had just come into town, and he had a special burn and a look in his eye that he really wanted to be a part of this, and he certainly has proven himself and earned his stripes in our community. And I'm real excited to hear he was going to be presenting at the summit this year. I wanted to just share a couple of thoughts. And first of all, what you have presented is excellent, and I believe 100% right on. And I'm with you, and I'm looking forward to the delegates here going to your booth and having a more in-depth discussion. I would like to suggest along the way, I had heard from a couple of little birds that the Army AR-25-2 is evolving, and that it seems to be somewhat reminiscent of the ISACA framework, the control objectives for IT in some aspects. And we're currently at COBIT 5, and that is about governance and management of IT. And you talked about the checking the boxes and that kind of thing. The neat thing about COBIT 5 using the ISO 15504 assessment standard is that unlike the old CMM where you kind of get there over 5 levels, at level 1 of 5, which is the very beginning, you have to be totally delivering based on your commitment. And then the levels 2 and above are after you are doing the minimums. So it's a huge accomplishment, and it's a different way to measure the capability, whether it's a process being delivered at a more lower level in terms of an output from a system, or a higher level in terms of how your people and culture are behaving. And the one other thing I'll share for those who look into the framework is it speaks in terms of enablers, and the 7 enablers, and that includes people, process, and culture, organizational structures, processes, and the IT aspects. And so I think it interlocks well. It's just another way of doing things, and it's in the conversation with the NIST, CSF, and everything else. But again, for our delegates, I'll be very excited, and I'll be over there today looking at your presentation more in depth. And thank you so much again for everything you've done for our city, Mr. Miller.
Thanks so much, Christopher. And just to be mindful of time, I know Rick's giving me the evil eye here. So appreciate everybody coming out and available for questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We got a phone for you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll start your next session in about just 15 minutes. So.
On behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers and their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design, analysis, and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
On behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning. You see, our customers have one thing.
Good morning, folks. I think we'll go ahead and get started with the next presentation.
Inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges.
Good morning. My name is Kurt Weidenthal, and I'm the Vice President for Integrated Logistics with All Points, the Diamond sponsor for this event also. And I had the privilege yesterday of introducing the Honorable Mike Rogers at the luncheon, and having now spent 2 days with John in our booth, I'm really pumped up and excited to have the opportunity to introduce John Bradshaw, the Senior Director of Worldwide Field Engineering at Bricata. And John is a seasoned executive and director-level manager in the forensic, intrusion, SIEM, and security operations sectors. Prior to joining Bricata, he was the Vice President of Worldwide Sales Engineering at TrapX. And during his incredible career, he has served in the executive and seniorship level with Lastline, FireEye, RSight, Internet Security Systems, Digex, and Ununet. Get those? And he's extensive really experience in the aspects of advanced threat mitigation, including serving as the principal solutions architect for the U.S. DoD intelligence agencies while working for Mandiant and ArcSight. He holds a Master of Science degree in network security from Capital College and a bachelor's in business administration from Everett University. You've got a lovely wife and 4 energetic young children, and just proud to have him with us today. And please join me in welcoming John Bradshaw.
Thank you, Colonel. So good morning, everybody. So I thought today what I would come out and talk to you today about was securing against advanced threat adversaries. And I'm not going to solve all of the problems in the short 25 to 30 minutes that we'll be speaking today, but hopefully leave you with some nuggets of information as you go back to your teams to possibly reevaluate or relook at some of the strategies that you're taking and get a better understanding of what adversaries you're facing out there in the real world. So real quick, just a little more about me. So if you know what that is, then you know how long I've been in the IT industry. And if you know what those are, then you know how long out of that time that I've done something in the security realm. And then again, places where I've hung my hat, I've had the privilege of being in some of the most innovative companies and a lot of the technologies that are out there in use today, and with companies that have investigated some of the most prolific breaches that have made the news in the last several years. So it's been a really exciting time to be in the computer security industry. In that regard, one of the things that I like to talk about first is getting an understanding of some terminology, because one of the things I noticed over the past couple of years is that the vendors that are out there, especially the marketing departments, love to malign a lot of the terms so that when you're looking at their website or you're considering their products, they want you to believe that their product's going to solve every one of the problems that is making the news today. And the term advanced persistent threat that hit several years ago, it was one year I was at RSA and the term started making the news, and all of a sudden the next year I was at RSA, every single vendor suddenly was solving your APT problems, and there had been no real new innovations in any of the product lines. And I would often joke to my bosses that I was going to put up a sign that said I solved all your APT problems, but then put in clarification in fine print that it was advanced plumbing troubles that I was talking about, not your cybersecurity issues. So in kind of clarifying all that, or at least to reach some common ground when I'm referring to the term APT, who are we protecting ourselves against? There's Hollywood's version of what they'll make you believe an advanced threat is, and then there's the reality of what we're dealing with in the real world. So in kind of clarifying that, if we break the definition down of advanced persistent threat, we're talking about a well-organized and equipped organization of individuals. These are usually defined as nation states, organized crime, terrorist groups, or the organized hacktivists like Anonymous. By persistent, it means they're mission-oriented, which means that you were not randomly picked, your name wasn't pulled out of a goldfish bowl and randomly picked as a target by this group. They have picked you for a reason, and no matter what you do to try and thwart their activities to penetrate into your organization, they're going to keep coming at you time and time again. You've got something that they want, be it intellectual property or it's something they're doing to gain an economic advantage for their organization or their country. It may be financial motivation, such as a lot of the retail and ransomware situations that have been making the news this year, or they're looking to possibly disrupt operations to your business or your critical infrastructure. Now, what the APT is not, and this is where I see a lot of the vendors really kind of muddying the waters, is they'll make you believe that it's malware or it's some kind of advanced malware that's out there. And it's not remote access Trojans or rats. It's not the IP address or domain name or sophisticated zero-day malware. These are just tools that are used by adversaries. And the adversary could be some kiddie scripter on a Saturday night that couldn't get a date and's got nothing better to do, or it could be an advanced adversary. The key thing to remember is that you're dealing with people, and those people are driven by human motivations, goals, and objectives. That also means that they make mistakes, they have patterns of behavior, and they have habits that they have developed over a lifetime of learning their craft. And it is that type of intelligence around the advanced adversary that can help you learn how to protect and eventually defeat them. So as long as you remember that you're combating a human and not a tool or a website or some system out on the internet, you'll be in better shape. So if we do a side-by-side comparison, if we take a kitty scripter versus an advanced persistent threat, even if they're using some of the same tools that are freely available or that you can get off the black market on the internet, the kitty scripter may download a remote access Trojan. It might be something simple like Poison Ivy or Dark Comet or one of the more advanced ones. But the APT threat actor, they're going to run it through a QA process. They're going to test it, and more than likely they own a lot of the security technologies that you're defending yourselves with. So they're going to make sure that it is going to evade and bypass without raising any alert or suspicion. The kitty scripter is going to blast out email, and he's going to get lucky if somebody clicks on it. Whereas the APT threat actor group is going to do a very targeted spear phishing campaign, and they're going to use social engineering to create a well-crafted email that would make you want to click on it. And I believe Representative Roberts yesterday gave some very good examples of what those could look like. Now, when the remote access Trojan establishes its command and control, the kitty scripters like jumping for joy, like, you know, I did it. I actually got somebody to do and click on it. So their mission's accomplished. From that point forward, their steps are not planned and they're going to make noise in your environment. And if they've gotten that far, that's usually where you're going to catch them. The advanced threat actor, however, their mission has just started. Now the part of the team that's the expert in further penetrating the environment, establishing multiple beachheads, and going after privileged credentials is going to take over from that point. Failure to the kitty scripter is, well, let me try it against somebody else, whereas failure for the advanced threat actor is, let me try something else. If they can't get through your front door, they're going to try the back door. I've also heard a lot of, and this is on both sides of the equation, both vendors and people that are looking for new and different security solutions, say they've got a budget for an APT solution. And I actually don't believe that there's any one thing that is an APT solution. I believe it's a combination of a lot of things that I call a teapot, and everything's kind of brewing in that teapot together. So it's a combination of technologies, and that doesn't just mean the security products that you're buying, but all of your IT operations and systems are involved in ensuring that your data is secure and not falling into the wrong hands. It's education for every employer, contractor, partner, even things like your legal team. I ask a lot of companies as I'm doing evaluations with them, they've done all of these things and spent all of this money to protect their assets and their information. And I ask them, do they do the same due diligence with the legal companies that they employ to do their legal work? And sometimes I kind of get that furrowed look in their eyebrow. It's like, what are you talking about? Why am I doing that with my law firm? And I ask them, well, where's your patent information going to? If you're under a lawsuit, where is all the depositions and all of that information stored? If you're in a merger and acquisition, who's handling that? And you see the light bulb pop on that they realize a lot of proprietary information is outside of their control. So you need to do due diligence with everybody that's handling the information. Awareness, everybody should know what the threat is and more importantly, what information they may be after. And I even encourage the SOC teams, if you have a team that is hunting in your environment, to go out and meet with the employees that do the day-to-day job so they can understand how they're getting their job done, because the better they know the organization and how they're doing their work, if they're thinking like a hacker, they can think of, well, how would I penetrate and subvert that operation? Process and workflow, if employees don't have a defined way of doing something according to corporate policy, they will figure out a way. And if you put security controls in their way and they don't understand why it's in their way, they will figure out a way to get around it themselves to get their job done easier and faster. Ongoing vigilance. So again, advanced persistent threat will not go away. They're going to keep coming at you. So everybody's got to be on guard for any suspicious activity, be it physical or cyber-based. And then ongoing training. And again, it must be constant and focused, and it should be specifically related to each person's job so they understand how they can be part of the security team. So then overall, if we talk about, well, how would I strengthen my abilities if I'm dealing with an adversary that's not going to give up and is probably as well or better trained than a lot of the people that I have under my employment? So one of the things that I look at is what I call the prevention funnel. Now, this is not a complete list of every technology that would fall in, but to give you an idea that if you had absolutely nothing in the way of an adversary and you were to look at all of the events that would be generated, you're going to have a lot of static and a lot of noise. So the prevention funnel is designed basically to narrow that field of view. You want to block out everything that you can so that your teams can focus on any event that would be impactful to the organization. And you may start at the top with simplistic things like packet filters, basic firewalling, and then moving up to next generation firewalling, intrusion prevention, and then into the malware analysis systems, using single sign-on, using jump systems for your admins so that they're not just logging in and leaving their credentials all over the place, all the way down to things that may possibly include air-gapped networks. But the goal is that you want to kind of reduce this funnel to a drip so that your team is focusing on these hunting grounds where the more advanced and sophisticated adversaries are more likely to get through your defenses. Also, one of the reasons to do this is you want your team focusing on the alerts that matter. And if your SOC screens and your SIM screens and all your $200,000 worth of displays up in the SOC are displaying tons of alerts and nobody's doing anything about them, it means that those high fidelity alerts, the ones that are really giving you actionable intelligence, may be getting ignored or missed in all of the noise. And that's what happened with the Target breach, is that they had alerts that were telling them the malware was on the point of sale systems, but nobody was reacting because it was being missed in all of the noise. Also, as you see in these displays, there's a lot of information clutter that can occur. Everybody wants up on the screens those pretty dashboards of pie charts and bar charts and things that make it look like the money you invested in those solutions are doing their job. To me, it's more of a distraction that all of that would be up there because I want my team focused on things that would actually require them to have some kind of workflow associated with that alert that's being displayed. And I think a good example of that is the NORAD Command Center. So if you kind of look at that in peacetime, it's, you know, the screens are fairly clean and not much going on, maybe some status messages that everything is operationally working until you get that alert that something bad has just happened. And then if you notice, every single person in that room when that alert triggers has a job that they're supposed to do, either verifying the alert, doing further investigation. And that's how I would challenge everybody to try and model their SOC. If you're displaying something, especially to the frontier, more junior level SOC analyst, if you're putting it up on their screen, ask yourself, what would they do with this alert? And if the answer is absolutely nothing, suppress that alert. Doesn't mean you don't log it and have it for posterity or use it elsewhere, but don't clutter up the screen of somebody who's probably in a junior position and ultimately makes the first call as to whether the alert gets escalated or not. And a lot of CEOs, I'll ask that and say, do you realize you're trusting the security of your organization to one of the more junior people that you hire on the job? And they kind of like realize that they've got to make sure that that workflow is benefiting the entire team. Now, on the other side of the funnel, in the hunting grounds, comes where your more advanced staff are going to be working. And that's what I call the hunting grounds. And they're going to use their log collection systems, their SIMs, their network traffic analysis systems. They're going to do proactive hunting. They know the company hopefully better than anybody, so they can think like a hacker and figure out how they would penetrate in. And they should know what the adversary's tactics are so they can go in and go, if I was an adversary, where am I most likely hiding? What would I most likely be doing? And go in and hunt for them there, looking for those anomalous patterns. And of course, one of the capabilities they need is to be able to do rapid and complex querying of all this information. So it's got to be real-time, instantaneous query capabilities that these solutions have to bring. So I've got several tenets that I run through, and again, this is just, you know, my view of the security world, so take it for for what it's worth. But one thing I always say is, no matter what the marketers say and what they put out there, there's no plug-and-play silver bullet security solution on the market. Again, it's going to be a combination of things that best fit your organization's needs. So take everything that marketing does with a grain of salt. Also, you'll notice a lot of vendors, they want to be your all-in-one vendor. So they probably started with an innovative product that really propelled them onto the map. And then they start buying other solutions because they want to grab all of that security spend. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to evaluate and say, well, I'm buying them for this. They're offering me this at this great discount. But what they're offering, if I have a need for that type of solution, isn't meeting all my needs. Because, free is usually you get what you pay for. So you got to evaluate that completely separate from this purchase and see if that's going to fulfill the gap that you're looking to put that technology in place. So always consider that in your buying decisions. Signatures get a bad rap because it doesn't find any of the new advanced evasive stuff that is out there. But I find that well-written signatures are very good for eliminating the static. So I don't tell people to shy away from those technologies, but use them in the proper context to let yourself whittle down to all the things that you need to focus on. Anytime you find a problem, get to the root cause. Otherwise, you're just going to be playing whack-a-mole all day long with the adversary or with whatever the threat is that you're facing. And log everything, because you can't go back in time and look at what happened if you've had a breach, but that does not mean that you forward everything into your SIM and analytics tools. Remember, the SIM vendors usually, they're charging you by event rate or they're charging you by number of cores to process all that data. So I always advise that if you're sending it to the SIM, there should be some correlation rules or some content developed that is going to use that data. If there's nothing that's going to use it, don't bother sending it to the SIM. Keep it in your log storage. Always go on the hunt. You need a team out there hunting as if they are the adversary in your organization, because you're going to be hunted in return. And remember context. So you've got to remember actions by specific users, by specific processes that are running on the systems. If you don't understand the context, then it's really hard to find out what's anomalous or not in the environment, as well as understand the importance of the asset or target that is alerting in the environment. Everybody would probably concede that if you have simultaneous alerts against the CEO's laptop versus a back-end print server, which one's going to get looked at first? So you got to be able to prioritize based on that as well. I will tell you that every time I do a presentation, I will either introduce something involving the Marvel comic universe or Star Trek. So today you guys get Star Trek. So does anybody recognize what movie this screenshot is from? Did everybody watch Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan? I get some head nods, one or two that are saying no. So the head nods are going to get this. So I talk about the difference between tactical threat intelligence and strategic threat intelligence. And there's two good examples in that one movie. In the early example, after the Reliant initially attacks the Enterprise and basically takes it out of commission, Khan's ordering Kirk to surrender the Enterprise over, and he's got like 1 minute to decide. The tactical intelligence comes in where Spock and Kirk are pulling up the Reliant's command prefix code so they can order Reliant to drop her shields. Now, if the command prefix code had been changed by Khan, that would not have worked. So that's something that's very volatile. An IP address, a domain, an MD5 hash, those are all examples of tactical threat intelligence. They're useful, but they have a very short lifespan. On the other hand, strategic threat intelligence is more the habits, the processes that the adversary has adopted, and those are a lot harder for them to change. So later on in the movie, when they're in the nebula and they're both blind and they're trying to fight each other, Spock makes the observation that Khan's very intelligent but inexperienced. His pattern was denoting two-dimensional thinking, which means he wasn't thinking of space in 3 dimensions. And it was using that information about the adversary that allowed the Enterprise eventually to defeat Khan. So there's your Star Trek II Wrath of Khan in 10 seconds or less. And somebody even mentioned this, I think Jamie mentioned this in the previous one, you've got to ignore the good, don't let that clutter your displays, block the bad so you're not focused on events that are non-impactful, and focus your teams on the unknown, because that's what requires the investigative work to figure out what's actually going on. And then have your teams prioritize appropriately. Commodity threats are lower on the scale versus an advanced persistent threat actor. And of course, things like ransomware that are doing active damage require a far different type of response, because you need to stop the damage as soon as possible. You got to train, you got to keep training, you got to never stop training. That's just, an ongoing thing. So in kind of wrapping up on all of this, we've learned, hopefully, that advanced persistent threat actors are going to figure out how to get around all of the obstacles that you put in their path. You need to have the obstacles and a layered defense methodology so that you weed out all the chaff from the noise that's going on. One thing to remember is that no matter what you put in their way, they're eventually going to figure out ways to subvert the best defenses that you have out there. So at times, as they say, while the blind squirrel occasionally will get the nut, the advanced persistent squirrel is always going to find his way to the nut. So as we finish watching this out, I think we've got time for some questions that we can do, and then wrap it up. Anybody got any questions? Quiet crowd. All right, well, thank you. I hope you found it informative.
This is a coin on behalf of Cyber Huntsville. It's actually the first inaugural Cyber Huntsville coin. So
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, so our next main session is about to start. So if you want to slip in there, and we've got that going on in the main auditorium. Thank you.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
On behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers in their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing's CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design, analysis, and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
On behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers in their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. Allpoints is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, Allpoints provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design analysis and test. In the dynamic IT market, Allpoints is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
Sharing the desktop right when you need to, and of course, if I'm not doing something face-to-face with a whiteboard, then of course I can do actual movement on the screen so they can see how that actually performs and the same thing with sound. Again, that's just in the classroom. Computer environment, we don't even have to have computers, we can be doing face-to-face stuff. I can bring up equipment, I have multiple cameras I can bring in here, I can be on wheels and bring it around, so I can bring up something like that.
Hey, Corey Averett here with Davidson Technologies. We're a silver sponsor this year. Really happy to be here. This is our 20th year of Davidson Technologies. We started in 1996. Dorothy Davidson took over the company about 3 years ago, and we've been really heavily invested in cyber and intelligence, ready to figure out what we can do here in Huntsville and trying to get everything up and running. Super thrilled to be here this year. Really hoping to continue to grow and see this cybersecurity summit become something gigantic here, and we're really pleased to be here. Thanks a lot for having us.
On behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning. You see, our customers have one thing in common. They all have a need for high-tech solutions built with cyber from the inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges of defense, aerospace, automotive, or the critical infrastructure. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. So let Dynetics help you deliver your next solution from the inside out.
Good morning. I'm Brian Johnson with Radiance Technologies. I run our Cyber Solutions group. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Radiance is very excited to be sponsoring the summit this year. We feel like it's a great opportunity for us to support Huntsville and the things that we're doing around the area in cyber. So it's also, if you look around, kind of a who's who of cybersecurity, and a good place for companies like ours to get a little exposure. So, we're thrilled to be here this morning, and really glad that the summit is here. There's some great topics that we're looking forward to. The summit does a wonderful job of presenting the latest in cybersecurity threats. Cyber's a changing environment all the time, of course, and looking forward to today to learning about the latest in the cyber threat, and then also the really smart people that are doing some great work in the research and development and technology to combat that threat. So just a second about Radiance. We at Radiance don't really consider ourselves a traditional cybersecurity company. And when I say that, I mean you really got to look at what our background is. We are a company who's primarily the last 15 years or so helped the intelligence community protect and exploit weapon systems. And so when we say we're doing cyber, we're taking that unique experience that we have on systems that aren't necessarily connected to the internet, systems that are working with computers and network protocols that might not be standard, and looking at those kinds of systems and seeing how they're vulnerable to cyber. The flip side of that coin is helping our weapon system developers be able to protect against.
Hey, Nick Thomas here again with InfoSecSync.com, and I am here with some people from SAIC at the National Cyber Summit here in Huntsville, Alabama. I've got Double R here. I've got Raymond and Rhonda, and they're going to tell us a little bit about what they do for SAIC and what SAIC does for Huntsville.
Hey Nick, thanks for having us.
No problem.
My name's Rhonda Dyer. I'm the Vice President of Strategy for SAIC, and I have the pleasure of helping to guide the company in delivering state-of-the-art technology and services to our mission partners.
Excellent.
That's great.
And thanks, Nick. I appreciate the invitation. I'm Ray Kynard, and I am the Director of Talent Development at SAIC with a major focus on cyber development, one of our key critical talent areas at SAIC.
Okay. So you're here at the National Cyber Summit. I understand that you guys hosted some things. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing here at the summit?
Well, we're delighted this year at the summit to be able to sponsor the work development track, but specifically the reception last night, where we rolled out a great partnership with the City of Huntsville Schools, where for the next 2 or 3 years we're going to be providing cyber support, both financially, services in kind, to make sure that the next generation of kids coming through Huntsville are prepared to meet the mission of our clients here and across the United States. Couldn't be happier to work with the teachers and the administration and the City of Huntsville Schools, which has been a fabulous experience.
That's excellent to be a great part of that and home growing that talent instead of bringing the talent into Huntsville. They're growing it locally.
Absolutely. Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say we have about 2,500 employees here in Huntsville, where we support predominantly Missile Defense Agency, NASA, and the U.S. Army. And about 10 to 12% of that workforce currently is cyber. So as the mission continues to evolve and the need, we're going to have more and more need to have folks right here in Huntsville delivering cyber.
Wow, so that puts you guys up at the very top, I guess, of contracting companies here in the Huntsville area.
Yeah, I think we're number 2.
Wow, number 2 in the Huntsville area.
Okay.
So one of the things we're focusing on, both internally and externally, is developing that workforce for the future. And to Rhonda's earlier comment, our partnership with Huntsville City Schools is allowing us to start developing that workforce pipeline very young. So we're going to be engaging in the high school and middle school levels to help them think about careers in cybersecurity as they go through their high school career, to help them launch into either college or, quite frankly, there are a number of positions for qualified high school graduates in the cybersecurity space.
Absolutely, and companies like to have high school students come in and intern with the company because that's going to give them a long-term growth up to executive leadership positions in the company.
Absolutely. That's a big part of the program that we're initiating with Huntsville City Schools is our opportunity to collect those interns, leverage them, and hopefully when they graduate from whatever level of education they're interested in achieving, obviously bring them on as full-time employees for SAIC to help support our mission and the mission of our customers.
Absolutely. So is there any information available for someone that wants to learn about your initiatives here in Huntsville?
Well, you can always go to the SAIC website, and I know the City of Huntsville Schools has put out a few press releases, including the signing of the MOU yesterday.
Okay, that's excellent.
And the Cyber College Academy will be starting with the new school year in August, and that information is on the public school websites. I know they've got their first incoming class of cyber students. I think it's around 30 kids, and we were at this new school yesterday, and we're just thrilled.
Yes, the Mae Jemison School, brand new facility here in Huntsville that's being opened up very specifically for these kids. So it's very exciting, and we're very, very fortunate and appreciative to be a part of that.
Absolutely. So you've heard it from Raymond and Rhonda here at the National Cyber Summit in Huntsville. For more information, go to SAIC.com. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
On behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers in their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design analysis and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
Sharing the desktop directly if you need to, and of course, if I'm not doing something face-to-face with a whiteboard, then of course I can do actual movement on the screen so they can see how that actually performs and the same thing themselves. Again, that's just in the classroom. Computer department, we don't even have to have computers. We can be doing face-to-face stuff. I can bring up equipment. I have multiple cameras I can bring in here so that I can feel wheels and bring around, so I can bring up something like that.
Hey, Corey Averett here with Davidson Technologies. We're a silver sponsor this year. Really happy to be here. This is our 20th year of Davidson Technologies. We started in 1996. Dorothy Davidson took over the company about 3 years ago, and we've been really heavily invested in cyber and intelligence, ready to figure out what we can do here in Huntsville and trying to get everything up and running. Super thrilled to be here this year. Really hoping to continue to grow and see this cybersecurity summit become something gigantic here, and we're really pleased to be here. Thanks a lot for having us.
On behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning. You see, our customers have one thing in common. They all have a need for high-tech solutions built with cyber from the inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges of defense, aerospace, automotive, or the critical infrastructure. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. So let Dynetics help you deliver your next solution from the inside out.
morning. I'm Brian Johnson with Radiance Technologies. I run our Cyber Solutions Group. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Radiance is very excited to be sponsoring the summit this year. We feel like it's a great opportunity for us to support Huntsville and the things that we're doing around the area in cyber. So it's also, if you look around, kind of a who's who of cybersecurity, and a good place for companies like ours to get a little exposure. So, we're thrilled to be here this morning, and really glad that the summit is here. There's some great topics that we're looking forward to. The summit does a wonderful job of presenting the latest in cybersecurity threats. Cyber's a changing environment all the time, of course, and looking forward to today to learning about the latest in the cyber threat, and then also the really smart people that are doing some great work in the research and development and technology to combat that threat. So just a second about Radiance. We at Radiance don't really consider ourselves a traditional cybersecurity company. And when I say that, I mean you really got to look at what our background is. We are a company who's primarily the last 15 years or so helped the intelligence community protect and exploit weapon systems. And so when we say we're doing cyber, we're taking that unique experience that we have on systems that aren't necessarily connected to the internet, systems that are working with computers and network protocols that might not be standard, and looking at those kinds of systems and seeing how they're vulnerable to cyber. The flip side of that coin is helping our weapon system developers be able to protect against those types of cyber attacks. So I feel like we're a little bit different in cyber from that perspective. So that's Radiance.
On behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers in their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing's CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design analysis and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
I'd like to see how this goes.
Phil Moncris with All Points. We're the diamond sponsor this year for the National Cybersecurity Summit. I'd like to thank everybody for coming and seeing us. And please come by our booth when you get a chance. And we appreciate your time.
and network intrusion. It's a dangerous world out there, and companies are competing for people who can help them protect their data and their customers. At Athens State University, we've introduced the Information Assurance and Information Security programs to meet this demand. Find out if you have what it takes to be this new breed of cyber warrior. Call 233-8200 or log on to athens.edu/cybersecurity for your custom degree consultation.
Whiteboard, and of course I can do actual movement on the screen so they can see how they actually perform it, and the same thing with the sound. Again, that's just in the classroom. Computer department, we don't even have to have computers, we can be doing face-to-face stuff. I can bring up equipment, I have multiple cameras, I can bring in here, one I can be on wheels and bring around, so I can bring up something like that.
As quickly as you can have the dream, there are those that want to steal it. As fast as you can build your vision, there are those that want to tear it down or use it against you. Every connection you make is an opportunity for them. Every wall you build is a test and an invitation. How then do you create? How do you grow? We can build security that evolves as you evolve. Security that protects you, not only from the threats you know about, but also the threats you have yet to discover. Creating not a shelter or a shield, but simply the freedom to focus, to thrive, and to dream again. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
Hi, welcome. My name is Nick Thomas with InfosecSync.com, and I am here at the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm joined here, Chandler Hall, cybersecurity evangelist with Centaur Corporation here, local in Huntsville, Alabama. Welcome, Chandler. Can you tell me a little about your company?
Enjoyed meeting you. Absolutely, be glad to. First of all, we're very, very glad to again be a multi-year sponsor, gold sponsor this year, as well as previous years here at the Cybersecurity Summit. We are the National Cyber Summit, and very proud of that because this year also the NSA has brought a lot of people and subject material and sponsorship to it as well. Continue to grow the show. It is an exciting area. It is a very, very important area, and is the reason why I like to do evangelizing for this company. Can't stress enough how important every bit of our society is being touched by cyber, and that means also we have to address that from a defensive standpoint, an offensive standpoint. We have to up our game in every aspect, whether we're citizens doing normal, regular, everyday jobs, or the jobs that my subject matter experts do in facilities at the DoD and other areas around the United States and the world. Centaur has been in business since 1990 and totally focused on cybersecurity since about 2001. Today we have 95% of our business is in cybersecurity, government services, and research and development. 80% of that is business that we're the prime contractor with. We work with a cadre of partners around the nation, excellent ones. They're great people to turn to, whether you're in a commercial venture or in a government account. There are people all across the nation that can turn to help. We are one of those organizations that will be glad to point you in the right direction if it's not for us. We are involved in areas like SPAWAR, Air Force Cyber, MS-NOC, doing things of protecting systems, configuration, STIGs, following the risk management framework. We'd help people transition from DICAP to what is called RMF. We also help commercial ventures. As people have heard on the news, things like our power grid's been hacked and our water systems are in danger. Our teenagers won't be able to text message anymore. That could be the fall of the nation, I guess. But those things are actually happening. happening. And so we are helping commercial companies shore up their defenses as well, helping them identify what their current posture is, areas where they can cost effectively shore up their defenses, and help this nation up its game across the board.
That sounds great, Chandler. And going along with this year's theme of cybersecurity in the system development lifecycle, it looks like you guys have a really good picture into what's going on in cyber in regards to systems acquisitions, the supply chain, and kind of baking in cybersecurity from the beginning.
Absolutely. It's critical. We have been doing that actually with the Missile Defense Agency, one of the first major projects in the government that started that from the very beginning. We're going to bake in cyber in every bit of the development process.
Absolutely.
It's good that you mentioned the open source, right?
Yes,
Just third party, the supply chain, if we would, in software. So many companies today, so many of them are using modules and parts of code that they're picking up in open source projects, and being able to track that, who was the developers behind that software, is something that our people do. We have some technology that we've developed as well, a product called Veriscan, which scans your software looking for vulnerabilities.
Very cool.
All sorts of different languages. So it's a great way to get started. If you're developing software, you're concerned about vulnerabilities, we have a great suite of both open source and proprietary tools we've developed for secure environments for the Department of Defense. So contractors that are having to develop secure software for the DoD, this is another tool that you could deploy to help do that.
That sounds great, Chandler. And to learn more about that, make sure you go to centaur.com, look at their services and their products, and also check out the National Cyber Summit, nationalcybersummit.com. Chandler?
Absolutely.
Nice to meet
and
you.
We would love to
Thanks
see
for
y'all
being
here next year. Thank you.
Zero-day and unknown malware are extremely sophisticated threats, undetectable by traditional antivirus engines. Sandboxing techniques are being used to detect these advanced threats, looking for malicious activities at the operating system once the malware is active. Traditional sandboxing technology is very effective, but not enough anymore. Advanced hackers design new evasion techniques to stay undetected. This gap can be addressed by detecting threats one step before the computer gets infected, at the exploitation stage. Hackers exploit software vulnerabilities at the CPU level. There are several exploitation methods, but the most popular one is rope. When opening a malicious document, rope hijacks small pieces of legitimate code from the memory and manipulates the CPU to load and execute the actual malware. Detecting this manipulation at the CPU level is the key to stopping attacks before they even happen. Checkpoint Sandblast Zero-Day Protection is the only sandboxing solution that integrates both operating system level and CPU level threat prevention engines, eliminating threats at the point of pre-infection and increasing malware catch rate. It delivers advanced detection and prevention capabilities and is resilient to sandboxing evasion techniques. And most importantly, it is the first true zero-day detection engine, as it stops whatever malware would be downloaded and executed. To learn more, visit checkpoint.com.
Hey, Corey Averett here with Davidson Technologies. We're a silver sponsor this year. Really happy to be here. This is our 20th year of Davidson Technologies. We started in 1996. Dorothy Davidson took over the company about 3 years ago, and we've been really heavily invested in cyber and intelligence, ready to figure out what we can do here in Huntsville and trying to get everything up and running. Super thrilled to be here this year. Really hoping to continue to grow and see this cybersecurity summit become something gigantic here, and we're really pleased to be here. Thanks a lot for having us.
behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning. You see, our customers have one thing in common. They all have a need for high-tech solutions built with cyber from the inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges of defense, aerospace, automotive, or the critical infrastructure. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. So let Dynetics help you deliver your next solution from the inside out.
Hey, Nick Thomas here with InfosecSync.com. I am at the Logarithm booth, and I'm here with Rick Fernandez, one of the people here with Logarithm, and we're going to talk about what Logarithm is and what they're doing here at Cyber Huntsville. So, Rick?
Well, you know, it's funny is that I've been working, I guess, with Logarithm for almost 2 years now. We're a security intelligence company, so from a perspective of user behavioral anomalies, right, or user behavioral analytics is what we really focus on. And so it's taking the normal user activity and being able to memorize that or learn that over a period of 7 days.
So when I come into work and I log in and I print and I go out to the internet and I do that on a daily basis, that would be normal traffic.
That's
normal
exactly
things
right.
you're looking at.
Yeah.
But what if all of a sudden I come in late at night to do printing and I'm printing 400 pages a night?
Exactly.
Things
wrong.
like that. Is that what you're looking for?
We're looking for that outlier, right? So I can then say, hey, this maybe it's not you, or if it is you, why?
Okay.
And then we can fire the alarm. Incident response team takes a look at that, and they say, hey, is this really something we need to look at? And then we can corroborate that with multiple indicators. So we can have 5 or 6 different alarms that we say if we see 2 or 3 changes within your personality or your profile, then we can actually alarm on that. But if we see maybe 5 or 6, we want a higher alarm than we do if we see 1, right? So we're looking for different indicators of compromise on a specific account or a user.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is it's called a SIM, right? A security event or security information event manager.
That's correct.
And I think we have a little picture of what's going on here with Logarithm. If we could come over here. So tell me what this dashboard is doing here.
So this dashboard, everything in our dashboard is HTML5, and so it's giving us the ability to see the top countries that are being that we're seeing impacted, or in this case here, a search that it's doing. This is a demo that we've got running through.
Okay.
So we do live ad hoc searches. An analyst will take that and say, hey, this is something that's interesting, so I need to search on this, search on this financial information or this finance data that's being used, or does that user actually have permission to actually look at that or send that email out?
Absolutely. So you're looking at insider threat.
That's correct.
They're looking at normal traffic, but going above that to look at what's different than normal traffic, what's the anomalous behavior, and you can see that their front end is actually HTML5 enabled, so it's more secure. It's got the SSL going for it as well. And what is this down here?
Now these are all widgets, so you're very customizable. So I can take Lucene queries or regex or any type of query that I want to say. I want to look at a specific set. Let's say privileged users.
Okay.
I want to look at users as well, but maybe I want to have another chart, another widget that says, hey, all privileged user authentication failures to a specific compliance server or to a specific set of servers. I want to have that elevated and brought to a widget itself, right?
So that's like your administrators, people with elevated privileges, looking to see if they're doing their job correctly or if they're going out of their bounds. More of an insider threat issue.
That's correct. So we want to know if the anomalous user's been compromised and being leveraged to do insider threat, or maybe a hop to somebody else, or if we want to look and say, hey, do I have privileged users doing the same thing? Right?
Okay, excellent. Come on out to the booth, check out Logarithm here, or go online at logarithm.com, see their security services and products. And Rick, thanks for coming out.
Yep, thank you.
At Bocor, we're not just about growing the company to grow. We're about growing our people.
What you bring to the table is what they're looking for. It's an amazing place to live, and Bocor is an amazing place to work. And every day I come home with a smile on my face.
The culture is contagious, actually. The minute a candidate walks through the door, they feel it. They want to be a part of it, and it feels like home.
It really feels like family, and especially for me. I met my husband Jason at Sandblasters, our volleyball thing.
That's right. It started with an argument about who stinks more in volleyball.
I do.
They take the time to write handwritten kudo cards thanking us for a job well done. In a nutshell, it just shows that they care.
You're never a number here. When I walk over to Kathy, she knows exactly who I am. She makes me feel like I'm a part of something bigger, and she's a role model to everybody in the company.
Number one, the people. I love working with the people that we have, and not just people in the corporate staff. It's the people in the field, the people doing the job every day. The missions we support are also very important. I believe in the things that we're supporting for missile defense and the Army, the Air Force, and other customers are critically important to the safety of the country.
At Bocor, we hire a lot of overachievers. Really good people that really want to make a difference. And as a team, when we work together, we make even a bigger difference.
figure out different problems and be creative in their solution sets. And as a result, we have our top 6 teams going into the championship round today. Before I announce the teams, I first would like to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors and exhibitors. Defense Security Information Exchange, who is our platinum sponsor. I really appreciate their support. I'd also like to thank GBSI for their support. They did our t-shirts and spent a lot of time working with us. Really fantastic. I'd also like to thank the UAH Research Group for providing the SCADA system that will be used during the championship round. The championship round is going to be a combination of attack defend as well as analysis and attack of SCADA systems. We're looking forward to seeing how the teams do. And without further ado, we'll now announce the top 6 teams that will be moving on to the championship round. In 6th place, just press down. Oh, okay. Let me see your computer. And whenever I find the team that did this, I'm qualifying them from the finals. In 1st place, Booz Allen, number 1. We're able to accomplish 20 of the 36 flags. Congratulations. In 2nd place, Booz Allen 2 with 18 flags. Middle out, 11 flags in 3rd place. Goon Squad in 4th place with 9 flags. Buffer in 5th place with 7 flags. And finally, Venturi, 5 flags in 6th position. A combination of both the qualification round scores as well as the final results will be used to calculate the final winner. When the winner is announced during the 4 o'clock session, we'd appreciate it if all teams would be in the main area for the presentation of awards. DSIE will be there with me to award all of the contestants with all of the 1st through 3rd place awards. Thank you very much. We appreciate all your guys' contributions to this and looking forward to a great championship round. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Nick Thomas here with InfoSecSync.com, and I am live at the National Cyber Summit in Huntsville, Alabama at the People Tech booth, and I'm here with Jason Cuneo of People Tech. He is the senior cyber scientist of the company. We're going to give him a little interview and talk about some products and services they provide. What are some of the products and services you provide?
Well, on the cybersecurity side, we have a lot of different organizations that support groups that either have a need for either cybersecurity training. We also have the opportunity to provide solutions to some of our customers on the cybersecurity side. We also go through the ability to do cyber exercise support, which gives us a nice opportunity to kind of intermingle with a lot of organizations that have that need, people that are constantly interested in trying to find out how to better those organizations, and that's where our company would come in. We find out what those problems are, identify potential solutions, and then move forward with those.
So Jason, that's the fun part of cyber. Some people call it cyber hunting, some people call it cyber wargaming, and it's basically going in and finding out where the threats are, vulnerabilities, and how to better secure your systems. Being part of Cyber Huntsville, what does People Tech bring to Huntsville in general?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of our organizations, because we marry up with so many different groups across the Tennessee Valley, we're able to see a lot of the different types of problems that actually occur. So as a result, it gives us a little bit of a better breadth of understanding of the types of issues that we see across the domains. And it's nice because we're able to implement solutions at our level. We test them out first, make sure that things work, and then go and find out what those problems are for our customers, and then make changes as necessary.
So that's great. It sounds like you're developing commercial solutions as well as DoD federal solutions to those customers?
So there is constantly a need across both spaces right now, and so we're constantly trying to find organizations across both that give us the opportunity to try and expand and show where we can highlight their particular issues and then complement those with things that they're doing well already.
And this is just one of many hats that Jason shuffles. One of his other hats is being the Huntsville chapter of ISA.
Yes, that's
correct?
Right, yeah.
He is also heading up part of the Cyber Cup here at the National Cyber Convention here. Want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as part of a different task that we're currently working on, we decided that instead of just having a conference where you go and you'd listen to different activities, we have the opportunity to be able to allow participants to actually get on a keyboard and hack a little bit, have some
fun stuff.
That's right. Enjoy what it is that they're doing, but then to also highlight the types of technical capabilities that we have across the Tennessee Valley, and that's the most exciting piece. Now we're actually able to highlight these people's opportunities. We give them an opportunity to sit down, have some fun, learn some new things, and hopefully we kind of inspire in them the desire to keep on going throughout the process, because there are more and difficult techniques as they move on through, and that's really what we're trying to highlight.
Great opportunity to help workforce development here in the Cyber Huntsville area, growing people up from below instead of bringing talent into Huntsville, growing local people. So come on out to the summit, visit Jason at the People Tech booth. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Brian Johnson with Radiance Technologies. I run our Cyber Solutions Group. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Radiance is very excited to be sponsoring the summit this year. We feel like it's a great opportunity for us to support Huntsville and the things that we're doing around the area in cyber. So it's also, if you look around, kind of a who's who of cybersecurity, and a good place for companies like ours to get a little exposure. So we're thrilled to be here this morning, and really glad that the summit is here. There's some great topics that we're looking forward to. The summit does a wonderful job of presenting the latest in cybersecurity threats. Cyber's a changing environment all the time, of course, and looking forward to today to learning about the latest in the cyber threat, and then also the really smart people that are doing some great work in the research and development and technology to combat that threat. So just a second about Radiance. We at Radiance don't really consider ourselves a traditional cybersecurity company. And when I say that, I mean you really got to look at what our background is. We are a company who's primarily the last 15 years or so helped the intelligence community protect and exploit weapon systems. And so when we say we're doing cyber, we're taking that unique experience that we have on systems that aren't necessarily connected to the internet, systems that are working with computers and network protocols that might not be standard, and looking at those kinds of systems and seeing how they're vulnerable to cyber. The flip side of that coin is helping our weapon system developers be able to protect against those types of cyber attacks. So I feel like we're a little bit different in cyber from that perspective. So that's Radiance.
Today, one attack can shut down an entire country's power grid, disrupt transportation systems, or steal the personal information of millions. No company is immune. Cyber criminals are nimble, resourceful, and organized. In the future, driverless cars, smart homes, and billions of new smart objects will be connected to the network. Hackers will have access to every part of our lives. We need security today against tomorrow's threats. One company has the vision and execution to deliver. Checkpoint. We believe only the best security is acceptable. We continue to innovate and build new technologies and protections against the ever-changing threat landscape. We secure over 100,000 organizations, from small leaders to the giants of the world. They trust us to secure their most complex and sensitive environments. We believe in an exciting world of new discoveries and new capabilities beyond the dreams and limitations of today. And it is our singular purpose to make you safe and secure. We are Checkpoint. We secure the future.
It's the end of another hectic day. There are just a few more emails to answer before you go home. Then, one email catches your eye. And suddenly, everything changes. You watch helplessly as it spreads, reaching valuable personal information and corporate data. Fast track into the future where everything is connected. The ramifications of this attack slowly sink in. From smart cars to smart homes, to products you use every day, everything provides a constant data stream, a digital trail. There are billions of smart objects connected by design to make your life easier and more productive as you add value to your company. Cyber criminals want that value desperately. For them, access to sensitive data can be hugely profitable. But not this time. They'll have to find another way, because you have laid the foundation of tomorrow's security today. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers and their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design analysis and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
Hacking, breaches, viruses, and network intrusion. It's a dangerous world out there, and companies are competing for people who can help them protect their data and their customers. At Athens State University, we've introduced the Information Assurance and Information Security programs to meet this demand. Find out if you have what it takes to be this new breed of cyber warrior. Call 233-8200 or log on to athens.edu/cybersecurity for your custom degree consultation.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
As quickly as you can have the dream, there are those that want to steal it. As fast as you can build your vision, there are those that want to tear it down or use it against you. Every connection you make is an opportunity for them. Every wall you build is a test and an invitation. How then do you create? How do you grow? We can build security that evolves as you evolve. Security that protects you, not only from the threats you know about, but also the threats you have yet to discover. Creating not a shelter or a shield, but simply the freedom to focus, to thrive, and to dream again. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
Hi, welcome. My name is Nick Thomas with InfoSecSync.com, and I am here at the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm joined here, Chandler Hall, cybersecurity evangelist with Centaur Corporation here, local in Huntsville, Alabama. Welcome, Chandler. Can you tell me a
Thank
little
you very
about
much, Nick.
your company?
Enjoyed meeting you. Absolutely, be glad to. First of all, we're very, very glad to again be a multi-year sponsor, gold sponsor this year, as well as previous years here at the Cybersecurity Summit. We are the National Cyber Summit, and very proud of that because this year also the NSA has brought a lot of people and subject material and sponsorship to it as well. Continue to grow the show. It is an exciting area. It is a very, very important area, and is the reason why I like to do evangelizing for this company. Can't stress enough how important every bit of our society is being touched by cyber, and that means also we have to address that from a defensive standpoint, an offensive standpoint. We have to up our game in every aspect, whether we're citizens doing normal, regular, everyday jobs, or the jobs that my subject matter experts do in facilities at the DoD and other areas around the United States and the world. Centaur has been in business since 1990 and totally focused on cybersecurity since about 2001. Today we have 95% of our business is in cybersecurity, government services, and research and development. 80% of that is business that we're the prime contractor with. We work with a cadre of partners around the nation, excellent ones. They're great people to turn to, whether you're in a commercial venture or in a government account. There are people all across the nation that can turn to help. We are one of those organizations that will be glad to point you in the right direction if it's not for us. We are involved in areas like SPAWAR, Air Force Cyber, MS NOC, doing things of protecting systems, configuration, STIGs, following the risk management framework. We'd help people transition from DICAP to what is called RMF. We also help commercial ventures. As people have heard on the news, things like our power grid's been hacked and our water systems are in danger. Our teenagers won't be able to text message anymore. That could be the fall of the nation, I guess. But those things are actually happening, and so we are helping commercial companies shore up their defenses as well, helping them identify what their current posture is, areas where they can cost effectively shore up their defenses, and help this nation up its game across the board.
That sounds great, Chandler. And going along with this year's theme of cybersecurity in the system development lifecycle, it looks like you guys have a really good picture into what's going on in cyber in regards to systems acquisitions, the supply chain, and kind of baking in cybersecurity from the beginning.
Absolutely. It's critical. We have been doing that actually with the Missile Defense Agency, one of the first major projects in the government that started that from the very beginning. We're going to bake in cyber in every bit of the development process. Absolutely. It's good that you mentioned the open source, right? Just third party, the supply chain, if we would, in software. So many companies today, so many of them are using modules and parts of code that they're picking up in open source projects, and being able to track that, who was the developers behind that software, is something that our people do. We have some technology that we've developed as well, a product called Veriscan, which scans your software looking for vulnerabilities.
Very cool.
All sorts of different languages. So it's a great way to get started. If you're developing software, you're concerned about vulnerabilities, we have a great suite of both open source and proprietary tools we've developed for secure environments for the Department of Defense. So contractors that are having to develop secure software for the DoD, this is another tool that you could deploy to help do that.
That sounds great, Chandler. And to learn more about that, make sure you go to centaur.com, look at their services and their products, and also check out the National Cyber Summit, nationalcybersummit.com. Chandler?
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
And we would love to
Thanks
see
for
y'all
being
here next year. Thank you.
Zero-day and unknown malware are extremely sophisticated threats, undetectable by traditional antivirus engines. Sandboxing techniques are being used to detect these advanced threats, looking for malicious activities at the operating system once the malware is active. Traditional sandboxing technology is very effective, but not enough anymore. Advanced hackers design new evasion techniques to stay undetected. This gap can be addressed by detecting threats one step before the computer gets infected, at the exploitation stage. Hackers exploit software vulnerabilities at the CPU level. There are several exploitation methods, but the most popular one is rope. When opening a malicious document, rope hijacks small pieces of legitimate code from the memory and manipulates the CPU to load and execute the actual malware. Detecting this manipulation at the CPU level is the key to stopping attacks before they even happen. Checkpoint Sandblast Zero-Day Protection is the only sandboxing solution that integrates both operating system level and CPU level threat prevention engines, eliminating threats at the point of pre-infection and increasing malware catch rate. It delivers advanced detection and prevention capabilities and is resilient to sandboxing evasion techniques. And most importantly, it is the first true zero-day detection engine, as it stops whatever malware would be downloaded and executed. To learn more, visit checkpoint.com.
Hey, Corey Averett here with Davidson Technologies. We're a silver sponsor this year. Really happy to be here. This is our 20th year of Davidson Technologies. We started in 1996. Dorothy Davidson took over the company about 3 years ago, and we've been really heavily invested in cyber and intelligence, ready to figure out what we can do here in Huntsville and trying to get everything up and running. Super thrilled to be here this year. Really hoping to continue to grow and see this cybersecurity summit become something gigantic here, and we're really pleased to be here. Thanks a lot for having us.
On behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning. You see, our customers have one thing in common. They all have a need for high-tech solutions built with cyber from the inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges of defense, aerospace, automotive, or the critical infrastructure. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. So let Dynetics help you deliver your next solution from the inside out.
Phil Moncris with All Points. We're the diamond sponsor this year for the National Cybersecurity Summit. I'd like to thank everybody for coming and seeing us. And please come by our booth when you get a chance. And we appreciate your time.
Hey, Nick Thomas here with InfoSecSync.com. I am at the Logarithm booth, and I'm here with Rick Fernandez, one of the people here with Logarithm, and we're going to talk about what Logarithm is and what they're doing here at Cyber Huntsville. So, Rick?
Well, you know, it's funny is that I've been working, I guess, with Logarithm for almost 2 years now. We're a security intelligence company, so from a perspective of user behavioral anomalies, right, or user behavioral analytics is what we really focus on. And so it's taking the normal user activity and being able to memorize that or learn that over a period of 7 days.
So when I come into work and I log in and I print and I go out to the internet, and I do that on a daily basis, that would be normal traffic.
That's
normal
exactly
things
right.
You're looking at.
Yeah.
But what if all of a sudden I come in late at night to do printing and I'm printing 400 pages a night?
Exactly.
Things
wrong.
like that. Is that what you're looking for?
We're looking for that outlier, right? So I can then say, hey, this maybe it's not you, or if it is you, why?
Okay.
And then we can fire the alarm. Incident response team takes a look at that, and they say, hey, is this really, something we need to look at? And then we can corroborate that with multiple indicators. So we can have 5 or 6 different alarms that we say, if we see 2 or 3 changes within your personality or your profile, then we can actually alarm on that. But if we see maybe 5 or 6, we want a higher alarm than we do if we see 1, right? So we're looking for different indicators of compromise on a specific account or a user.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is it's called a SIM, right? A security event or security information event manager.
That's correct.
And I think we have a little picture of what's going on here with Logarithm. If we could come over here. So tell me what this dashboard is doing here.
So this dashboard, everything in our dashboard is HTML5, and so it's giving us the ability to see the top countries that are being that we're seeing impacted, or in this case here, a search that it's doing. This is a demo that we've got running through.
Okay.
So we do live ad hoc searches. So an analyst will take that and say, hey, this is something that's interesting, so I need to search on this, search on this financial information or this finance data that's being used, or does that user actually have permission to actually look at that or send that email out?
Absolutely. So you're looking at insider threat.
That's correct.
They're looking at normal traffic, but going above that to look at what's different than normal traffic, what's the anomalous behavior, and you can see that their front end is actually HTML5 enabled, so it's more secure. It's got the SSL going for it as well. And what is this down here?
No, these are all widgets, so you're very customizable. So I can take Lucene queries or regex or any type of query that I want to say. I want to look at a specific set. Let's say privileged users.
Okay.
I want to look at users as well, but maybe I want to have another chart, another widget that says, hey, all privileged user authentication failures to a specific compliance server or to a specific set of servers. I want to have that elevated and brought to a widget itself, right?
So that's like your administrators, people with elevated privileges, looking to see if they're doing their job correctly or if they're going out of their bounds. More of an insider threat issue.
That's correct. So we want to know if the anomalous user's been compromised and being leveraged to do insider threat, or maybe a hop to somebody else, or we want to look and say, hey, do I have privileged users doing the same thing? Right?
Okay, excellent. Come on out to the booth, check out Logarithm here, or go online at logarithm.com, see their security services and products. And Rick, thanks for coming out.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, Nick Thomas here with InfoSecSync.com, and with me I have John with Shodan.io. John is one of the speakers here at the National Cyber Summit, and he's here to tell you guys, the viewers who don't know what Shodan is, what it is, what you can do, how you can search, and things of interest. So, John?
Hi, Nick. I'm here to talk about IoT at National Cyber Summit, and I'm very excited to reach a different crowd than I normally speak at. And yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of happening recently on IoT and ICS. I think there's a lot more awareness. starting to reach, higher echelons.
And I think that's because there's a lot of consumer products out there for IoT. So people are buying the Nest thermostats. They're buying stuff for smart homes. But some people, are getting hacked with that, turning up the heat. I didn't turn up the heat. Who did?
Yeah, IoT used to be very expensive. You go and you buy a Philips Hue light bulb, and one light bulb is like $150.
Absolutely right.
That's not affordable. But now you go to Home Depot, and for $15 you can buy a GE Wink, light bulb. That's fairly affordable now. $15 is not super cheap, but affordable. And yeah, all this IoT stuff, it used to be only for the early adopters, the geeks that really enjoy tinkering with these things. But nowadays, it's sort of reached mass market, especially
smartphones.
With, yeah, smartphones. You want to be able to control every part of your life nowadays over your smartphones.
Right.
Everything connects to it. Everything talks to it. You want to be at work and you want to know, oh, my garage door is closed, or what about the baby camera? I want to be able to watch all these things. You have certain expectations for what you should be able to do nowadays, and IoT lets you do a lot of these things.
Okay, so tell me how Shodan can help out the actual viewer that we have or companies.
Right, so for the individual consumer, they usually don't have a lot of technical knowledge or security knowledge. Correct. And they're going to buy a baby cam and they're going to install it and they're going to go online, they're going to ask other people, maybe on Facebook, how do I access this camera remotely? What do I do? And they can say, oh, just open up your firewall, do all these things.
Their Bluetooth's on, come on, it's good, you're good.
A lot of consumers, they should use Shodan where we check yourself. See, are you running anything that's publicly exposed on the internet? Because Shodan does all the work for you, so you just go to Shodan, you type in your IP address, and it's very easy. And the same is true for big companies. You'd be surprised. A lot of big organizations, they know how to nail down their web servers and their database and these traditional, server products.
Devices,
yeah, exactly, that they know, and they have system administrators that manage them. But what about your HVAC system? Heating, air conditioning. What about, you have TVs that have dashboards and other displays in your office, or your office itself?
So, John, you're absolutely right. And you mentioned HVAC system, and that's one of the systems that hackers use to break into Target and take consumer information and financial information.
Exactly. Nowadays, most companies don't have a good grasp on the industrial control system side of things for the network. Target is a perfect example of that. They probably had very good security and fraud and the corporate network, they had VPNs to connect and everything like that. But they didn't realize that their HVAC is another vector. It's a computer that manages the building, heating, air conditioning, and it's connected. It's on a network. If you can hack it, you can pivot from there to the rest of the network. Mm-hmm. And people always say, well, why do I need to worry about the security of my refrigerator? Why do I need to worry about the security of my light bulb? Well, we already know that you can run malware on your refrigerator.
Absolutely. In case you didn't know that, you can.
Yeah, we already have instances of people sending spam from refrigerators, not the the real kind, but the mail spam. Right. So all the same things that we know, all the malware that works on your Windows desktop also works on these IoT platforms. Mm-hmm. But we don't have antivirus. What happens if your refrigerator gets hacked? Well, what do you do?
Right. You have to buy a new one, right? You need food. You need to keep it cool and frozen, right?
I don't know what you're going to do.
Right.
If it blue screens, you can try to reboot it, but you can't reinstall it. Right. It's kind of silly. You think about these things nowadays, but that's what we're moving to. We don't have antivirus. We don't have firewalls that understand IoT or ICS. Mm-hmm. But we're slowly moving in that direction because it's becoming more mainstream.
Absolutely. So go to the website, shodan.io, take a look around. And any last words for our viewers?
No, just...
All right, check us out. Thank you so much.
Hello. To our exhibitors who don't have a ticket for the luncheon, we've got some extra seats. So if you'd like to go in and listen to the luncheon speaker, please go over here behind me.
Good morning. I'm Brian Johnson with Radiance Technologies. I run our Cyber Solutions Group. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Radiance is very excited to be sponsoring the summit this year. We feel like it's a great opportunity for us to support Huntsville and the things that we're doing around the area in cyber. So it's also, if you look around, kind of a who's who of cybersecurity, and a good place for companies like ours to get a little exposure. So, we're thrilled to be here this morning and really glad that the summit is here. There's some great topics that we're looking forward to. The summit does a wonderful job of presenting the latest in cybersecurity threats. Cyber's a changing environment all the time, of course, and looking forward to today to learning about the latest in the cyber threat, and then also the really smart people that are doing some great work in the research and development and technology to combat that threat. So just a second about Radiance. We at Radiance don't really consider ourselves a traditional cybersecurity company. And when I say that, I mean you really got to look at what our background is. We are a company who's primarily the last 15 years or so helped the intelligence community protect and exploit weapon systems. And so when we say we're doing cyber, we're taking that unique experience that we have on systems that aren't necessarily connected to the internet, systems that are working with computers and network protocols that might not be standard, and looking at those kinds of systems and seeing how they're vulnerable to cyber. The flip side of that coin is helping our weapon system developers be able to protect against those types of cyber attacks. So I feel like we're a little bit different in cyber from that perspective. So that's Radiance.
Today, one attack can shut down an entire country's power grid, disrupt transportation systems, or steal the personal information of millions. No company is immune. Cyber criminals are nimble, resourceful, and organized. In the future, driverless cars, smart homes, and billions of new smart objects will be connected to the network. Hackers will have access to every part of our lives. We need security today against tomorrow's threats. One company has the vision and execution to deliver. Check Point. We believe only the best security is acceptable. We continue to innovate and build new technologies and protections against the ever-changing threat landscape. We secure over 100,000 organizations, from small leaders to the giants of the world. They trust us to secure their most complex and sensitive environments. We believe in an exciting world of new discoveries and new capabilities beyond the dreams and limitations of today. And it is our singular purpose to make you safe and secure. We are Check Point. We secure the future.
It's the end of another hectic day. There are just a few more emails to answer before you go home. Then, one email catches your eye. And suddenly, everything changes. You watch helplessly as it spreads, reaching valuable personal information and corporate data. Fast track into the future, where everything is connected. The ramifications of this attack slowly sink in. From smart cars to smart homes, to products you use every day, everything provides a constant data stream, a digital trail. There are billions of smart objects connected by design to make your life easier and more productive as you add value to your company. Cyber criminals want that value desperately. For them, access to sensitive data can be hugely profitable. But not this time. They'll have to find another way, because you have laid the foundation of tomorrow's security today. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
behalf of All Points, our customers, employees, and the Information Systems Security Association, we welcome you to this year's event. At All Points, we continuously strive to support our customers in their critical missions in this ever-increasing cyber threat environment.
As one of the preeminent SDVOSBs, All Points is proud to support our customers across the federal market. This includes NASA, MDA, Army, VA, and DHS. All Points is providing flight and ground software design and development in support of NASA's Orion program, providing our nation the ability once again to travel beyond low Earth orbit and achieve a presence on Mars. We also support Boeing CST-100 Starliner, reestablishing our ability to transport astronauts to the ISS. From the development of the Space Launch System to the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and a variety of spacecraft and satellites, All Points provides engineering support for launch vehicle and spacecraft design, analysis, and test. In the dynamic IT market, All Points is a leader in solution development, providing an optimum mix of services and cutting-edge technology. Our IT capabilities span the domains of space, defense, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Our integrated logistics support ranges from engineering support analysis to operational readiness to property management.
Hacking, breaches, viruses, and network intrusion. It's a dangerous world out there, and companies are competing for people who can help them protect their data and their customers. At Athens State University, we've introduced the Information Assurance and Information Security programs to meet this demand. Find out if you have what it takes to be this new breed of cyber warrior. Call 233-8200 or log on to athens.edu/cybersecurity for your custom degree consultation.
At Booz Allen Hamilton, cybersecurity is in our DNA. That's why we are proud sponsors of the 8th Annual National Cybersecurity Summit. Please join us at our booth so we can show you some more about our innovative cybersecurity solutions.
Booz Allen Hamilton has decades of experience understanding adversary attack vectors, complex attack scenarios, and ever-evolving offensive techniques and methods. Our professional team, composed of former intelligence community and expert computer industry analysts, are the key differentiator of our network reconnaissance capabilities. We combine extensive offensive and defensive computer network operation experience to effectively evaluate your network from the attacker's perspective, helping you stop the clock before midnight.
As quickly as you can have the dream, there are those that want to steal it. As fast as you can build your vision, there are those that want to tear it down or use it against you. Every connection you make is an opportunity for them. Every wall you build is a test and an invitation. How then do you create? How do you grow? We can build security that evolves as you evolve. Security that protects you, not only from the threats you know about, but also the threats you have yet to discover. Creating not a shelter or a shield, but simply the freedom to focus, to thrive, and to dream again. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
What if you didn't have to worry about what your employees clicked on? What if you never had to hear the word malware ever again? What if you didn't have to worry about data theft, or losing customer trust, or system breaches? What if you had peace of mind instead? You could focus on your core business. You could relax. What if your family was safer online? Your customers were protected. And so were you. Because the internet was a safer place. We're Comodo, and we're winning the war against cybercrime. Join the fight. Comodo, malware problem solved.
At Comodo, we've built our reputation, a unique blend of trust, security, and IT management, and innovation. We're engineers, so when we say malware problem solved, we mean it, and we back it up. Our customers rely on our game-changing default deny platform to authenticate, secure, and manage the world's most critical information. As the world leader in SSL certificates and as a trusted expert in endpoint, network mobile security, and IT management, Comodo is providing full specialized threat analysis and protection in our Comodo 360 solution. As its name implies, Comodo 360 fully covers every aspect of your enterprise, from email and web gateways to internal networks to all of your endpoints. Drawing on our advanced endpoint protection, secure web gateway, and breach detection, prevention, and compliance solutions, Comodo 360 is all you'll need to keep your enterprise and its data safe, secure, and protected at the boundary, internal network, and endpoint. A bold claim, but then again, cybersecurity is not for the timid. With over 85 million endpoint installations, 600,000 business clients, and as the #1 branded certificate authority in the world, Comodo has solved your trust, security, and IT management problems. Visit us at enterprise.comodo.com and never worry about malware again.
In a world overrun by malware, everyone's got a prevention strategy, but no one has the whole answer. Blacklisting on its own is completely outpaced. You will be infected. Whitelisting alone kills productivity. Machine learning isn't nearly fast enough to keep up. You're probably already infected. So-called micro-VMs slow you down so much, it almost doesn't matter if you're infected. And securing critical data through a public cloud? Really? Unless you've deployed Comodo 360 and its default deny platform, incorporating blacklisting, whitelisting, machine learning, and containment without compromise, your enterprise is not fully protected. All malware starts off as an unknown file. Do you know how many unknown files or certificates are in your network right now? Didn't think so. Comodo will let you know what you need to know. Find out here.
0-day and unknown malware are extremely sophisticated threats, undetectable by traditional antivirus engines. Sandboxing techniques are being used to detect these advanced threats, looking for malicious activities at the operating system once the malware is active. Traditional sandboxing technology is very effective, but not enough anymore. Advanced hackers design new evasion techniques to stay undetected. This gap can be addressed by detecting threats one step before the computer gets infected, at the exploitation stage. Hackers exploit software vulnerabilities at the CPU level. There are several exploitation methods, but the most popular one is rope. When opening a malicious document, rope hijacks small pieces of legitimate code from the memory and manipulates the CPU to load and execute the actual malware. Detecting this manipulation at the CPU level is the key to stopping attacks before they even happen. Checkpoint Sandblast Zero-Day Protection is the only sandboxing solution that integrates both operating system level and CPU level threat prevention engines, eliminating threats at the point of pre-infection and increasing malware catch rate. It delivers advanced detection and prevention capabilities and is resilient to sandboxing evasion techniques. And most importantly, it is the first true zero-day detection engine, as it stops whatever malware would be downloaded and executed. To learn more, visit checkpoint.com.
On behalf of Dynetics, I'd like to welcome you to the National Cyber Summit. Dynetics is pleased to be a part of this unique event, something we've done since the beginning.
You see, our customers have one thing in common. They all have a need for high-tech solutions built with cyber from the inside out. And that's the approach that Dynetics delivers with all of our products and services. Whether we're tackling the complex challenges of defense, aerospace, automotive, or the critical infrastructure. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. So let Dynetics help you deliver your next solution from the inside out.
At Bocor, we're not just about growing the company to grow. We're about growing our people.
What you bring to the table is what they're looking for. It's an amazing place to live, and Bocor is an amazing place to work. And every day I come home with a smile on my face.
The culture is contagious, actually. The minute a candidate walks through the door, they feel it. They want to be a part of it, and it feels like home.
It really feels like family, and especially for me. I met my husband Jason at Sandblasters, our volleyball thing.
That's right. It started with an argument about who stinks more in volleyball.
I do.
They take the time to write handwritten kudo cards thanking us for a job well done. In a nutshell, it just shows that they care.
You're never a number here. When I walk over to Kathy, she knows exactly who I am. She makes me feel like I'm a part of something bigger, and she's a role model to everybody in the company.
Number one, the people. I love working with the people that we have, and not just people in the corporate staff, it's the people in the field, the people doing the job every day. The missions we support are also very important. I believe in the things that we're supporting for missile defense and the Army and the Air Force and other customers are critically important to the safety of the country.
At Bocor, we hire a lot of overachievers. Really good people that really want to make a difference. And as a team, when we work together, we make even a bigger difference.
Today, one attack can shut down an entire country's power grid, disrupt transportation systems, or steal the personal information of millions. No company is immune. Cyber criminals are nimble, resourceful, and organized. In the future, driverless cars, smart homes, and billions of new smart objects will be connected to the network. Hackers will have access to every part of our lives. We need security today against tomorrow's threats. One company has the vision and execution to deliver. Checkpoint. We believe only the best security is acceptable. We continue to innovate and build new technologies and protections against the ever-changing threat landscape. We secure over 100,000 organizations, from small leaders to the giants of the world. They trust us to secure their most complex and sensitive environments. We believe in an exciting world of new discoveries and new capabilities beyond the dreams and limitations of today. And it is our singular purpose to make you safe and secure. We are Checkpoint. We secure the future.
It's the end of another hectic day. There are just a few more emails to answer before you go home. Then, one email catches your eye. And suddenly, everything changes. You watch helplessly as it spreads, reaching valuable personal information and corporate data. Fast track into the future, where everything is connected. The ramifications of this attack slowly sink in. From smart cars to smart homes, to products you use every day, everything provides a constant data stream, a digital trail. There are billions of smart objects connected by design to make your life easier and more productive as you add value to your company. Cyber criminals want that value desperately. For them, access to sensitive data can be hugely profitable. But not this time. They'll have to find another way, because you have laid the foundation of tomorrow's security today. Checkpoint. We secure the future.
So what we'll do in terms of schedule is we're nearly 20 minutes behind. I've asked our next speaker if she could shorten it just a little bit, and I'll ask the same thing of the one that comes after that, so that we won't be too far into the schedule. Welcome to the afternoon session of the technical track. The cyber kill chain lays out 7 steps required for an adversary to be successful in attacking a target. The cyber kill chain provides detection and mitigation with features for precise correlation to actions such as exploit, payload installation, command and control, commonly associated with exfiltration and contempt. Here to discuss such mitigation measures is Sandra Throneberry, currently with Lockheed Martin and also with numerous working groups and committees pertaining to the Defense Industrial Base. Sandy, what is an intelligence-driven defense, and how does it relate to the realities of organizational incident response?
Thank you all for joining. I appreciate it, and I hope you have some interest. And with the time issue here, I'm glad to maybe answer questions afterwards. I'll be at the booth. It's actually the Defense Security Information Exchange booth. So definitely, if you'd like to have some follow-on, please, I'll be glad to answer any questions. So we'll go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about a little bit about Lockheed Martin in general, just kind of more some of our IT type statistics, and then I'll go into the actual methodology of the cyber kill chain that we use, and then how that actually can transform an organization, and a little bit about how it's actually transformed Lockheed Martin and how we approach it. So next slide. So a little bit about Lockheed Martin. We basically have 5 business areas, then with the foundational element of international business at the bottom. We have 116,000 employees. Of those, 60,000 are scientists and engineers. I think some of the other things is 70 countries. International is a big issue, of course. So we definitely, that's why we have that base layer of international, because it is so important to our business. I think another thing as far as interest in a technical track that all of y'all are here for is we do have 2 OC48 internet pipes. So we are able to filter all of our internet traffic ingress and egress through central points, and that's really helped us in not only being able to defend against adversarial attacks, but also to be able to use the methodology in the cyber kill chain that I'm going to kind of brief at a high level today. Full packet capture, very important at Lockheed Martin. We did have a little bit of a struggle getting that implemented, but we do have the capability for over 200 terabytes of full packet capture storage, and we use that, and you'll see how that may apply within the cyber kill chain as I go through the presentation. And then just some other things. We have 145,000 managed desktops, basically Windows systems, a little bit of Apple iOS in there. And then 2 billion sensor events a day. Now I talk about sensor events, that just means something interesting, not necessarily an incident or a breach. And that in this methodology for the cyber kill chain, you'll find out why also that is critical to what we do. So next slide. Thank you. So there's 7 layers of the cyber kill chain, and being here in Huntsville, I'm actually local to the Huntsville area. I do work a lot with the DoD and Defense Industrial Base up in DC area, the DoD CIO office, as well as AT&L. But we do have these 7 layers, and it starts with your reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, and then action on objectives. And I bring this up because, as I said, in Huntsville, a lot of you work missile defense, and there's all the time, I think Star Wars days, I'm kind of dating myself, sorry. Star Wars days, we had the kill chain, and this is kind of based on that methodology used back in the day for missile systems as far as what is the process or what is a common path. And so we applied this to cyber incidents, cyber attacks, as well as various adversaries. So what you want to do is try to stop an attack or an action way up at the first part of the cyber kill chain. So when someone's doing reconnaissance, you want to be able to see that and actually look at that and analyze that and be able to use that to update your indicators, your security indicators, and to be able to alert on that. And it goes all the way down through to the actions on objectives, and that's really at that 7th layer when you actually have a breach and loss of information. So you really want to avoid that 7th layer. And we've been able to use this methodology and put some tools into place to be able to actually do this in action. So right now, when you look at a defender, as for instance a Lockheed Martin person or a DoD or a DIB-based defender, they actually have to get it right 7 times or multiple times, where an adversary really only has, 1 time to maybe make a foothold into your network. So that's where the cyber kill chain kind of comes into handy when you're doing your analysis after an attack or when you're trying to work your defenses. Next slide. So here is just kind of, again, going back to that as to where in the cyber kill chain you can actually categorize an attack or some various types of activity that you may see in an environment. You have your delivery phase there. You actually have at layer 3 to 4, so they've actually been able to possibly deliver malware or something to actually take some adversarial action on your systems or your networks. But then I think the other layer that's very important is layer 5 and layer 6. that's when you become compromised. Probably, some of us, party's over, they have a foothold in your network and pretty much can do whatever they want. But then what they do is they move on from command and control to actions on objectives, and you find out that your defenses are not adequate to protect against an adversarial attack if you get this far down into the kill chain methodology, where at the end you have your actions on objectives, which is your priority at the end of the day, to where you don't have exfiltration of information, of either proprietary information for your company or a customer's information, whether it be DOD, a government, or even a Lockheed Martin as a prime. So that's really kind of how the cyber kill chain kind of stacks up as far as those 7 layers. And you really, again, as the point I made, want to be able to not get to that 7th layer. You want to prevent that type of attack activity. So next slide. So a little bit about, we have a little thing we say, use every part of the buffalo. So if I have a little bit of American Indian heritage, and back in history, if they had, they reverenced buffaloes as something as very prestigious. So when they did have to take a buffalo, they used every part. So they may have ate the meat, they may have used some of the other parts, they may have used the skin, they used the fur, they used every part of it. They made for sure for the tribe that everything, it was of all of use. They didn't waste anything. So we actually look at that as another philosophy to apply to the cyber kill chain methodology. So if we look at a full intrusion across the 7 layers, you have where you get to that detection of your actions, that there's been exfiltration, and you really want to be able to analyze across all 7 layers of the methodology for the cyber kill chain. So that's after you've had a full intrusion. But what we try to do at Lockheed Martin is apply the cyber kill chain to where you actually, depending on where you actually stopped the activity, you want to go back and use all 7 layers again and say, what if I had done, if I did not stop it, say for instance at the weaponization where they actually dropped some malware or used it, then the delivery, if I'd have stopped it there, then could have I actually, what would have happened if I hadn't? And so you can continue to build these cases for the cyber kill chain. So gather all your intel across the entire kill chain every time. Even though we may have stopped it, we still analyze those types of attacks or do kind of a what-if scenario to understand where our defense is, because I think most of you already know the adversary changes their tactics at a very fast rate, probably more than we can keep up. And this has really helped us in defending our networks and our enterprise. So next slide. So a little bit about how we actually, one of the things that I think we struggled for a while at Lockheed Martin within our Security Intelligence Center is, how do we report this? How do we use the information that we've learned from the analysis and applying the kill chain? How do we actually change our environment as well as brief executives to where they can understand? I think one of the biggest things is you have what I call your aha moment, and then the funding, kind of rains from the skies, right? But then after you start getting better and you start using that funding, it's kind of like, well, wait a minute, why do you need more funding? So this actually helps us to be able to do this. So this is a scorecard that actually goes to our board of directors once a year to be able to kind of explain that this is where, depending on the different types of campaigns, and these are adversarial attacks, and the way that they actually, the vector they used, it actually shows where we have applied the cyber kill chain and where we were able to stop that attack. And we're able to do that analysis to where if we need to, then we can actually figure out what we need to do as far as C2 and change any of our methods at the outbound in order to protect our network against exfiltration. And it also helps us to look at future proposed activities, our programs, our IT types of controls, requirements, and to really kind of plan ahead. But we always look at this and continue to do that analysis so we can adjust that as necessary. It's not set in stone. So basically the little dots actually say that they actually blocked the activity, and then if it didn't, if we blocked it, then it actually shows that it was blocked and nothing happened. And so that's kind of like showing that your defenses worked, you stopped the attack, you stopped the reconnaissance, you stopped the weapon delivery, and then it aligns to where within our present capabilities where that was actually made. So if this kind of lights up kind of like a Christmas tree with a lot of dots, we know that we have an issue and we may need to change a technology or a defense strategy for the network or for, that type of, if it's an enterprise solution or a local solution, we have to change that. So, next slide. So another thing we also do with the cyber kill chain methodology is bases and use the information we gather from that, again, using every part of that buffalo. We also take and group the intrusions into what we call campaigns, because you usually have one adversary, but that's really part of a group. It's actually part of runs into a campaign for that. So you have a sequel, then you have the campaign. So we actually use this to kind of develop a heat map as to what we're seeing as far as who's active in a campaign, who the adversary is, what their tactics are, and we actually associate that with the cyber kill chain to order to not only prioritize what we're doing, but also to measure our effectiveness and, again, be able to work that through not only our daily operations, but also our ongoing strategy. Next slide. So how did this change our organization? So this is a little bit of a how we applied the methodology, we used the measurements, and then where do we go from there? So I'm going to go into that a little bit. Next slide. So again, dating myself, as I said, Star Wars, 80s. There used to be a little thing called cassette tapes. Hopefully most of y'all remember those. I know my parents had 8 tracks, so I'll just... I didn't have an 8-track player, but I know what it was. Green grass at home or something. I remember hearing that all the time in the car. But so now with cassette tapes, when you actually use this methodology, before you probably just you put the cassette tape in and you just listen to it, right? And that's, basically how it worked. But today, if you use the cyber kill chain and you use it to actually do your strategy or your plans and capabilities to protect and defend, you actually kind of you are actually writing the song. You could be the artist, you could be the composer. So that's what we really saw as a dynamic change at Lockheed Martin, as well as we've also passed this methodology on. Today, if you get reports from the DoD Cybercrime Center or from the Department of Homeland Security, it usually will detail what layer of the cyber kill chain, and if a report or a technique or a tip actually occurred, where they may have seen it. So it's been very well adopted across the various DIB as well as DoD today. So it's basically just trying to get us to where we have our traditional approaches and maybe kind of stepping out of that box and seeing what we can do differently. Next slide. Sorry. So many have Security Operations Center, and I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm just saying that when we used the cyber kill chain methodology and was able to build upon that, we actually felt like we improved from a 24/7 SOC to what we call a Security Intelligence Center. So we call it SIC. So basically it's based on this whole cyber kill chain and the philosophies behind that to really get us to an intelligence-driven defense instead of an incident-driven defense. So we focus on the people and the collaboration. We do a lot of analysis. We have our own custom tools. We have tools and then custom tools. But I will say the people are some of the most important part to actually look at the bits and the bytes and what's going on and mapping it back to those layers of the cyber kill chain. We also understand the threat, their intent, what they're doing, who they're targeting, collect the requirements as to not only across Lockheed Martin, but at the various programs, the defense-related programs, and we're able to track that using this methodology. We do not have a 24/7. We do have the 6 are in U.S. as well as Australia and England, so we do have that extended time frame, but we do not operate them 24/7. We have tools and an alert process as needed, if needed, to be able to call people to let them know that something may be going on, but otherwise we don't have that 24/7, which makes for very good workforce development in general, to not have to work second or third shift as well as weekends. So it has really worked in our favor for that as far as being able to get resources. Also, the analysts are configure the tools. They're able to adapt and really get high detections, not as many false positives as you may see with some tools you just drop into an enterprise. We're actually able to apply those 7 layers and decide where we need to tweak or need to actually configure the tools to give us relevant information. Again, back to the fact that we don't have to staff that 24/7. And then the people initiate the action. It's not all about a tool raised its hand or we had some sort of alert. They actually look at this, and a day in and day out, they actually, as defenders and analysts, look at this information and are able to correlate all that and to actually make changes in our capabilities to where we're, we're defended. Next slide. So a little bit of a graphic here is kind of where we were to where we are today. Again, cyber kill chain at the top, saying that we do it for every known activity that we have. We run it through the cyber kill chain. But before, we had incident responders, we had our response, our intelligence and forensics. They were stovepiped. Well, today, by actually applying the cyber kill chain methodology, we've been able to develop what we consider a tradecraft, to where these are actually intel analysts, not just incident responders or folks that are focused on damage assessment. Also, the operations, we've been able to develop a skill set for tools and processes, and that's really have been able to improve our capabilities across the enterprise. And then last but not least, it all depends on the data. That's what we're all here about, is protecting the data, being able to tag data and understand the data, and that gives us a more concentrated effort to be able to develop that across the enterprise, so everybody's kind of somewhat on the same page, and the organization structure also supports that. Next slide. So, I kind of went through that. I don't know how we're doing on time, but any cyber kill chain, you could talk a day on cyber kill chain, and I actually have some of the defenders, our defenders and analysts that actually go through. We have diagrams as well as animations of how the cyber kill chain can be applied. So there is references out on Google. You can do Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain or cyber kill chain even, and find out more about how we've applied that, as well as probably some, I think, YouTube videos on that is actually in action. So if you want some more information, again, I will be in the back, but also it's a good resource. We definitely share this openly, and would like for others to also use this methodology, because it really has worked for us as well as some of the DoD and DIB partners. So with that, take questions. How much time do we?
Oh, I have a question.
Okay, sure.
If you're not staffed 24/7, is there a delay time between your ability to analyze an anomalous situation?
No, because what happens is because we do the kill chain and we have various defenses, we're not having that many calls as far as if we have an anomaly. And normally, like I said, if there's a major anomaly, we have various levels, and if it gets to a certain level, then we do have people we call in. But we just haven't had as many as that, with applying the methodologies as well as the capabilities based on that. So it's been nice.
Do you ever have any post-analysis to determine whether a more extensive analysis later on would have or discloses something that the real-time analytics did not?
Yeah, so we keep records back, I don't remember how many years, but if they find something in some of this applying that methodology, they actually can go back and do replay and actually see what may have happened, and maybe actually glean some interesting data point to be able to actually update our capabilities. So they do that constantly. I kind of bore back to that every part of the buffalo, but also the next buffalo is also tied to the next buffalo. They actually do that analysis across huge data sets if it warrants, so, which has really been invaluable. We've definitely seen some adversaries kind of poke their head up and do some damage, and then they come back 8, 10 months, 2 years later, and you can see some of their same tactics and techniques with maybe just a tweak, and that gives us that capability to go back and see that and actually analyze it in which layer that they may have been successful. Okay, good question. All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. With trend analysis, we do some analysis as part of, I guess the trend is just one piece of it, but we really try to map it back to the various layers and look at that, but then we do it over time. So is that what you mean as far as the trend? Yes, we do, definitely do. And another thing too is Through the DIB partnership, the fact that other companies also share that information and they also report where in the layer this may have happened or if they're seeing something, we actually can correlate across companies for the actual defense industrial base, and that's been very successful as well. We've actually seen one technique at one company and different techniques in others, and we're able to correlate that back and share that. So definitely another kind of an extended trend analysis across the, not only DoD, but also DIB. DoD does share some of that with us, and we are able to get that back out. Okay? Anything else?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cindy, thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra. As a token of our appreciation for coming today and sharing with us, we would like to present you this National Cybersecurity Coin.
All right.
As a memento of your being here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the
and
opportunity.
she'll be at the Lockheed booth.
The DSIE booth.
Oh, okay.
Right
Great.
back in the back. So.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, I'll get this off.
Like this.
Perfect.
All right.
Great when the technology works.
All right, healthcare technology evolves in light speed. Consumers are encouraged to use digital services for making their appointments, checking test results, and filing for claims. In most cases, consumers do not have insights as to how their data are handled or protected. And I would point out that when incidents do occur, failure to present is usually blamed on a very sophisticated attack. With over 30 years of commercial, government, and international technology and management experience, including leading and managing many large nationwide and international IT, cyber, and mission-relevant programs, Dr. Sue Jane L. Thompson has a message pertinent to us all. Dr. Thompson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to say that I started when I was very young, so even with 30 years, I'm still not too old, okay? And then also, before I came to this country, I tell people I didn't have any accents, and I had the tendency to get really passionate and talk very fast. So if you could not understand me, please let me know, stop me, and ask me a question. I'll try to explain to you again. And if you still don't get it, you can always pick a different language of your choice, and I'll use that language to explain to you again, okay? Well, thank you very much for coming to the session, and I'm so delighted to have this opportunity to share with you all about, the cyber resilience concept and how IBM go about cyber resilience. And I cannot do better arrangement because about 8 months ago, I was with Lockheed Martin. So the cyber chain concept and the technology I'm very familiar with. So I think this is a very natural a transition to the cyber resilience in action. I would love for this session to be interactive. So if you have any question, please raise your hand. First of all, many of you guys may ask me, what is cyber resilience? And quite interestingly, about 2 weeks ago, I just came back from Australia, meeting with the Ministry of Defense and also the Australia federal agencies, and we talk about cyber resilience. And guess what? The new Australia government cyber strategy stated the importance of achieving cyber resilience. And if you do, trace back to our DoD cyber policies, also touch upon about cyber resilience. So many of people say, what is really a cyber resilience? So here you go. This is Sue Jane's definition. The depth of cybersecurity capability for enabling and ensuring your adequate mission capability, even under attack. This is the survivability. This is how you be able to achieve the operationalized capability so you will be able to continue conducting your mission without disruption, even you are under attack. So let's go ahead and move on about the cyber resilience. And you can see there is a note over there is, in my mind, to be able to achieve the cyber resiliency, not only the electronic capability, electronic brain, electronic intelligence, but also the human intelligence that come into play. If you were in the lunching session, Lieutenant General Cardone talked about how important it is, this is everybody's business. This is no longer just the cyber command's businesses. This is no longer just the cyber professionals' business. This is all of our business. Because many of you guys seeing, and experiencing the potential threat. How many of you guys carrying your credit card and worry about somebody's carrying a scanner walking around you and then capture all your, information, credit card information? It's all about our life. It's all about our, you and I, and it's not just the cyber professional's job anymore. So one thing I will hope that after the session that you will also would agree with me is cyber should be in everything. If I can get my way, if I can be the queen one day, I think cyber should never be the afterthoughts. And so this session, what I'm trying to do here is to share with you how can we elevate cyber capability, turn it into operationalize, and hopefully we will have time to talk about a use case for the healthcare side of the application. I know we have a very limited time, and so I'm happy to stay behind if you have additional area or question that I can provide my perspective and answer. Okay. So, the next few slides are really the facts, and I don't think that I need to say more. I think if anybody would disagree with me that 2016 is not a cyber year, I don't think you will come to this conference. And the truth of the matter here is the increasing frequency and the scale of attack, and then the severe consequences is really goes without saying. I cannot emphasize more about the importance of cybersecurity, and this has really become a global urgency. It's not just a U.S. Department of Homeland Security urgency. This is no longer just a U.S. urgency. This is a global urgency, and you and I and all of us need to join at the hip to be able to provide the best of the best capability, so we will be able to be ahead of the threat, ahead of the advanced threat, ahead of the bad actors' behavior. So many of you may working for some company or working for some command, you're proud of your capability. However, anybody probably can do identifying of the advanced threats. They can do protecting and detecting and also responding to the threat. And many of you are probably expert in terms of the emergency response and recovering of the attack, after the attack. However, a journey together is needed to be able to achieve the ability to be able to preempt the advanced threat. And that's really required the visibility and the insight to your threat condition, to the trend of the threat. I think one of the gentlemen back there asking about trending analysis. That is a given. You cannot live without that. Analytics is going to have to go hand in hand with cybersecurity because we know how much data we are dealing with. If you talk about asymmetric threat, if you talk about to bring in the structured and unstructured data, if you talk about bringing in the social media, this tremendous amount of the data require us to have ways and means to handling it, to be able to provide that, realistic algorithms so we can detect the threat. The biggest challenge in my mind here is even though we have the advanced big data capability and analytic capability, the threat that we identify, one, lacking of the real, true mission interpretation. What does that really mean? How would that impact on my mission? And what's the consequence could it be? Right? Second thing here is that how will we take that appropriate action that is proven? So we are not wasting our resources and, and dumping our resources to respond to the threat. Lastly here is, do we have the resources and talented people, knowledgeable people to be able to take that right action? So and so, it can tell you, I can do it. Many of the folks can tell you, I have the big data capability. We have Splunk, we have Hadoop, we have QRadar, we have all this product can do that. But that's electronic intelligence. However, you still need a human intelligence to be able to detect that threat and then interpret it to the true action. I call it operationalize of your cyber. And so even though you may run it 24/7 as an operation in a C2 center, you may run it as a 9/5. However, it's no longer just putting people in that, in a C2 center can do the job. This is required the integration of the operation, integration of the technology, integration of the workflow, and also, very importantly, is that governance structure, policies, mandates, regulation. This is even more so with healthcare side, because you and I both know, the healthcare side of the, privacy issues, the data protection issues, the application issues, especially now these days. How many of you are making appointments through your smartphones, right? Would you worry about somebody know that what disease you have and, your privacy data has been hijacked? So the truth of the matter here is we are reaching to the stage of this cyber generation. We gotta look at the security as one of the forefront issues. So it's no longer just based on the White House cybersecurity implementation plan, this 5 life cycle. And I totally agree with General Cardone, it's not a life cycle. This has really become part of our DNA, part of our environment, that we have to do this as part of a day-to-day life. Lastly here is that if you look at this roadmap, if you would, the preemptive is where we want to get into. We want to preempt that threat before the threat attack us. And I would say, if I may do a 5-second IBM advertisement here is that, to be able to be preemptive, you got to gain that cyber insight. You got to have the strong analytic capability. You got to have machine learning. You got to have the cognitive embedded to your analytic platforms. And this is what shines, for IBM technology. You all heard about Watson Cyber. And this is where you bring in the machine brain to integrate it with human brain, so you will get that timely insight and accurate insight. Because many of the big data platforms, what they give you here is the insight that may not necessarily accurate. The insight may not give you enough time to be able to respond to it. And this is why the technology really need to focusing on how you can give the action, planner, the action taker, sufficient ample of time so they can take that action. Also the accurate data so they know how. And this is really quite importantly here is that if you're going to take that countermeasure, how confident are you this countermeasure actually can prevent that threat that you detected? Okay? So in our view here is that cyber resilience, the cybersecurity really achieving by the following 3 levels of maturity. First level here is cyber hygiene. You all heard about this term. It really is securing your home front. It's getting the fundamental, the basic done, right? You heard some of the complaint about we are still using copper. We are still using the Cat5 cabling, right? We are still using the open, wireless. There's no security associated with it. That's the cyber hygiene. Those must be done. Those are the cyber 101. Many companies, many people can do the job. However, in order for us not only securing your home front here, what's the next level? How do you get into the ability to be able to do cyber intelligence? How you can become cyber intelligent? That's no longer just bring in your endpoint data, fuse your application and server monitoring. This require even coming down to monitoring your human behavior. That human sensor are needed. Imagine the data from associated with social data, associated with human activity data. That is a large scale of prediction platform needs to be established for you to gain that insight. This is all about consequences of not knowing what's coming at you. And so to be able to be preemptive, that cyber, ability to be able to predict the threat and understand the threat, the nature of the threat, understand where that threat had occurred in other environments and when was it occurred and how do people overcome that, those can help you to shorten that response time and be effective on your response. Lastly here is that cyber resilience, because we're no longer living in our own secure enclave. We need that integrated capability. We need to find the neighborhood so we can create a cyber neighborhood watch, the cyber CDC, so that immune community requires strong community rule sets so we can bring those players together. They can share their cyber insights. They can even share their cyber tool sets, share the cyber resources. So this is almost taking a multiple scales of cyber resiliency capability and integrated become a strong immune community. That requires strategy, that requires plan, that requires governance structure, and require that so-called fundamental cyber hygiene capability and cyber intelligence capability. So this is what we are seeing as cyber hygiene, cyber intelligence, and cyber resilience. And this is kind of taken to the next levels of view, and I will let you guys read about this. The slide is available for you. The key here is that each of this level should be operational capability, should not be just let's implement 5 application and 10 server. This is an operational capability that has to be fully integrated with your mission operation, has to be fully integrated with your day of life. Any question at this moment? Okay, so if I may take it kind of peel the onion back, take it to the in the basic level here is what are the 3 levels of cyber hygiene and cyber resilient, cyber intelligence, cyber resilience really meant? Bad actor and good actors, right? If you look at this here, is that the blue is the good actors, the red is the bad actors. However, human being change, okay? The actor change. And sometimes they are good actors, and sometimes they are bad actors. Therefore, your environment is constantly changing. So even you have a very sophisticated cyber intelligence capability, you will find that threat, signatures are constantly morphing. Therefore, it's not a one-time deal. It's not a one-time detection, okay? In addition to this, make the matter worse, here's our cyber ecosystem. Really is a multiple ecosystem integrated together. I listened to General's briefing. He talked about the cyber domain, including, the subsurface all the way to the space, right? It's including the Army, Navy, Air Force, and so on and so forth, even including the Department of Homeland Security. Think about if you integrated those pieces of different ecosystem together, the federated approach is really almost like a given. So many of you guys probably, if you're a technologist like myself, talk about, oh, that's easy. We do the federated, Active Directory technology available for you to do this. But I would imagine you would agree with me is that community rules. How you, onboarding the new users, how you offboarding the users that are leaving your domain, how you communicate that type of rule sets become one of the huge hindrance for community to be able to trust each other. Therefore, machine learning allowing you even establish this so-called community-wide trust system. So think about if the trust system can be established just like we rate the restaurant, how good the restaurant is, so we go to the better restaurant, same thing. If we can, if you are a good actor in this community, then we will credit you with a higher credit, so you earn the higher trust. So this is how dynamic that environment can be. So this, again, go back to, can human brain handle this in such a sophisticated level? Probably not. This is what we need to leverage, cognitive technology, and then big data, as well as the machine learning capability. So cyber intelligence, this is the chart basically going to the technical side, how the big data architecture will work, how we inject the data, and this injection of the data list can be going, on and on and on. It all depends on the purpose and intention of your analytic requirements. But the bottom line here is that how do you verify the intelligence? How do you prioritize the intelligence? And how will you be able to verify what kind of countermeasure really works? How you test those countermeasures and be able to deploy the countermeasure in time. And so, with a good system versus not so good system really give you that huge differences. And that's all about return on investment. So I'm in total agreement with several of the speaker and the previous speaker that talk about cybersecurity. It's not just a technology. It's a business system. It's an area that you gotta weight the threat, you gotta weight the liability, you gotta weight the consequences, to your investment. When you are not being attacked, it doesn't mean you are not being attacked. Okay, matters of you know it or you don't know it. Okay, so since I was born and raised in China, and so I have to give a Chinese lesson. So bear with me. There is a good saying, says, challenge. Challenge is when a dragon have a gift in its mouth. So if you want a gift, what you want to do here is to tame the dragon, and the gift is yours. However, think about this. If you were in that situation, are you focusing on the dragon, or are you focusing on the gift? Cyber resilience. When we talk about risk, in Chinese, translate into 2 words, is Wei and Ji. Wei stands for the threat, the danger. Ji stands for opportunities. And if you look at the two characters over there, I'm not going to test you on Chinese, so don't worry. So the risk is a very simplified character. Opportunity, on the other hand, is a very complex character. What does that say here is that the danger is coming at you, it's a given, it's already happening. So you want to spare your time and energy, try to deal with the opportunity that associate with that danger. And that opportunity really associate with, if you recognize Chinese character here, is that require resources, which is one of the part, shows the wood, the weapon, and then also the human resources. So what the good old Chinese philosophers try to tell us here is that when we're doing the cybersecurity, when you look at risk, when you're dealing with crisis situation, look at both of the threat and the opportunities. Therefore, that's where you want to spare your time and energy and resources, how you're going to deal with it. And this is what the difference is between just doing the recovering response versus to preempt. That preemptiveness are the opportunities that presented to us when you identify the threat. Okay? All right, so Immune Community Watch is really taking on that integrated community structure to be able to present in a sense of defend together. And this is why to be able to stay as a long-lasting relationship, this requires community rules. This requires that endorsement from each of the community leaders to be able to agree upon certain community rules. And you and I both know, to be able to do that, you got to overcome the human factors. Because we all ask the first question is, what's in it for me? And this is why the immune community really requires a strong business rule to augment it. And so their philosophy and principles and approach that unique to be able to, put those immune community together and create a so-called sounding the alarm capability is critically important. Okay? So the next slide that I'm talking about here really is kind of take it to the deeper end here. For us to have the center part, which is the so-called cyber intelligence capability, is really can deploy in many of those platforms in IBM perspective. We have probably the world-renowned, cyber analytic capability as the so-called core engine, if you would, associated with the biometrics, identity management, and access management, because you got to guard your front door. You got to guard who is coming to you. So you got to really have that strong biometric space, multi-factor authentication capability, and the access control to your data asset and to your application asset. Associated with that, you can then adding additional data sets, such as one very important thing here is your operational data set, because again, cybersecurity shouldn't be sitting in the back end. It should be part of your mission operation. So you want to be able to detect the threat, associate the threat with your mission activities. As an example, if you're going to, planning for a flying plan, you want to know what are the threats associated with that. If you are about to launch a missile, you want to know what's the threat condition to associate with that planning. In addition to that, here is that, wouldn't it be nice you can go to Cyber Watson, like the Jeopardy, Cyber Watson, I seen this virus signature. Have you seen this somewhere else? And how did they overcome this virus signature? And what are the proven countermeasures can be done? How do I, overcome this ransomware? And this is why counting on the machine, like machine learning, the brain trust from the electronics brain, like Cyber Watson, can give you that, rule out a 70% of commonly known threat conditions, so you don't have to go through the research from day one. In addition to that, here is that you want to be able to provide a visibility. So many of the dashboard you can leverage. For example, DHS have the Azure as the dashboard. But if you don't have a dashboard, there are other dashboard you can use. Why dashboard is important? Because the insight to the cybersecurity is the new currency. If you know that you have the insight, you probably own the resources and know how to take the appropriate action. So to me, the insight is the new currency, and the cyber analytic capability is to provide that very valuable insight. Okay? How am I doing on my time?
You're doing fine, but we're getting close.
We're getting close. Very good. All right. So this is the use case that I talk about cyber. hygiene, cyber intelligence, cyber resilience. How does that work in the real world? And so I, based on Ron and my discussion, I said, how about let's just throw in a healthcare use case and see how this work out in the healthcare side. So, how many of you guys have found some of your users or some people that you're affiliated that still using that wonderful password as such, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Surely nobody in this room.
Thanks goodness, right? I bought my mother-in-law a new iPhone 6 Plus, right? She wanted the biggest one so she can show off to her friend that she had the most advanced technology. And that required a passcode. So I say, well, what passcode do you want? She said, how about 1, 2, 3, 4? So I think this is basically shows us that, if we know insider threat today, right? The high percentage of insider threat is not because human beings are not smart. It's because of not knowing. Because they don't know better. And this is why one of the top challenges in cybersecurity here is educating and raise the awareness of your community users. So what is privacy? Many of you guys have asked, what does privacy mean? And what the differences between, information privacy versus, other forms of privacy. To tell the truth, even though we got some definition from the dictionary or from the wiki, the privacy definition is evolving as we go, because more and more data now be seen as privacy. And privacy is really, depends on each individual. For some folks, privacy data is a more expanded set. For some folks, they don't believe some of the data was privacy related. That make it even harder, even we have regulation like HIPAA and many other standards, because the evolution of our environment. Now there's discussion in NIST environment talk about an aggregated data set. Can they become qualified as privacy data? Therefore, you and I, as professionals in this field, we're going to have to stay in the lockstep. How to handle privacy data. So the privacy data now is not just individual privacy data. Now they have so-called group privacy data. They also have this so-called community privacy data. So how do you tag all those data that we'll consider as privacy and make sure that we can detect the violation, we can recover from the violation, and we also can predict the liability, because this is relevant to insurance industry, this is relevant to the hospitals, this is relevant to you and I. Therefore, what is privacy? Even though we get definitions in this format, I would guarantee you 5 years from now, if I come back to this conference, that definition is going to change. Okay? So, we talk about HIPAA, right? And how many of you guys are in the healthcare industry? Are there any people from the healthcare industry? Okay, well, so if you look at the HIPAA requirements, the HIPAA is an act to use or disclose any of the so-called healthcare information and personnel information. And the key here is we want to expedite the speed to be able to access the data, yet we also want to be able to protect the data. So this is really is not just a one way or the other. This is really oftentimes been seen as conflict. However, the consequences of violating can be devastating. If you look at today, the most breach that had occurred, the healthcare industry domain is the highest. So the recorded liability, which is the payoff or the recovery associated with the cybersecurity breaches, the highest community is in healthcare. And averagely, we are talking about $365 million just to recover from the privacy attack or the security breaches. And those are just the known events and incidents. There are many unknown or not recorded. So for those type of records, it's $365 million. Think about how much can you do by using the $365 million to do some, additional amazing research. So this is a problematic area, and there are many standards out there available, and I cannot say enough. U.S. domestic enough, as one example. The international even is more complex. And that alone, if you look at the privacy data in multi-language aspect, imagine the differences of that. Okay, so we can go into each of the privacy standards and the regulation and mandate all day long, but for an organization in a very complex environment as such, how do you go from here to the next step, which is really focused on your healthcare services? And so, step number one is they ask you to be compliant to all the policies. And how can you get to that policy compliances? Just for that alone is such a challenge. Therefore, for healthcare industry, it really is in a game changing in order to, deal with not just monitoring your cyber threat, but also be intelligent about it, knowing what are the healthcare threat and vulnerability coming against you. I think this is where we're looking at the different ramification, how we be able to shape the security of things, security of thinking, and be able to go ahead of the curve. In addition to that, I know that one of the track is about IoTs. And think about many of the healthcare devices today have sensors associated with it, have ability to be able to monitor and control that. And so what if those equipment has been compromised? You could cause casualties. You could cause the hospital lose their names. And therefore, this is really a game-changing industry that cybersecurity should be in the forefront. And so from what I was talking about, from the cyber hygiene, this is a must be done. Must be done. We have many of our large, healthcare clients come to IBM and asking us, how do we go about this? How do we go about securing the home front? How do we go about become smart and have the visibility to our landscape, our security posture? And how will we be able to be ahead of the curve so we'll be able to prevent the cost of damage as such? And this is just one of the very small example. And healthcare, again, is one of the top one. Okay? Privacy in action, and this is why, when I'm talking about in action here is we're going to help our client, help ourselves to be able to go beyond cyber hygiene, to survive on the cyber hygiene so they can now, work on the preemptive stage of the cyber capability. So first part here is to be able to take those very complex standards and regulation to be able to map them to a set that we will be able to handle that and be able to convey to our clients what needs to be done, what are the top priority. And so we had gone through the effort to map those very complex set of healthcare related standards into a set of tools so we know what are the key control need to be met. And so we will be able to get them that compliance stage so now they can move into spare their resources and energy to be able to implement the cyber intelligence and cyber resilience capability. And I'm happy to share with some view of this tool sets. This is where really shine and really help our client to see the lights in the end of the tunnel, because they have, majority of them has spent so much time and energy today, almost 80-90% of their time, just to be compliant. Just to be compliant. And I'm sure if there's any federal CIO sits in this room here, I know one of the frustration here is we always trying to be compliant, right? We never can get over this audit, and the audit standards and requirements keep moving forward. And so even though we had done, complete all the poems, guess what? That auditing, criteria and requirement moving forward. Same thing in the healthcare. We have found our client are really struggling how to be compliant to the standards requirements and how can they become operationalized so they can take the cyber capability, become part of their help to help their business. So this is not just the technology, coming down to the bottom line here is the strategy, governance, risk, and compliances. So this SGRC capability almost is that, step number one for cyber hygienes. Once you get, through this, then you will be able to have the ability to get into the cyber intelligence and cyber resilience stage. So they are, a simple, I call it ABC, to turn healthcare cyber in action. Is one here is that to do the fundamental cyber hygiene stage is that's not only look at implementing firewalls, getting the honeypot, and getting the endpoint security in place, but also look at how you handle your data, how you handle your, your information. And so I have this so-called ABC rules. It's absolute. absolute here is that the privacy data really only can be gathered or retained only if you must have it. And because you will find a lot of garbage in, garbage out. Therefore, you gotta be conservative in the sense of how much data you need and how much data you must retain, because you can be just a simple data user as opposed to a data owner. Just that stage alone, we have found helping our client really cut down a lot of data responsibility, and I call it data burden. Okay, so A. B here is broaden. Broaden here is really important. Is when you are going through your cyber forensic analysis, you really got to broaden that forensic, not only just looking at the hardware, software, or the path of the data. You got to look at the entire workflow, because those data could be either physically or virtually being passed across, throughout your workflow. And many other forensic become inaccurate is because we did not broaden that signature, traceabilities, and therefore B is to broaden your forensic analysis to make sure that you have the entire workflow as part of your scope of your analysis. Lastly, here is concise. Concise here is when you are exchanging your data, working with your peers, you want to be able to have this very important definition of what your data exchange, requirements are, and what's the standard format, how you concisely define a data package. So now you have a right target to protect. So then you have an easier time to prevent the cyber attack, to prevent the data compromising, someone to compromise your data. So ABC, these are the 3 steps. We have found that we actually can get to the next step, really achieve the 35% of what needs to be done. So we can really spare our resources to get the healthcare, cybersecurity infrastructure hardened and get them ready to move to the next step. So even, ABC sounds really simple, but this is the fundamental a step that you will find is really, works for just about any environment. Okay? So I think I'm going to stop here. So we're allowing the folks to ask questions if there's any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thompson. I was tempted to say, when you asked me about the time, I was tempted to say, could you talk a little faster?
I sped up fact.
I think you talked at our maximum intake speed. So thank you very much. I'm sorry we had a time problem, but thank you for coming here and sharing your insights with us. And are you going to be around for a little time?
Yes, I'm going to be around for probably another 1 hour. I know I have a flight to catch, but in my slide, you have my email address. So feel free to reach out to me. I also have my business card here. Feel free to come and grab a couple of them. And I'd love to hear your feedback, because I'm passionate about this cybersecurity journey. I'm sure you all are. I'd love to hear your use cases and your lessons learned. And, if you have any insight you want to share, love to help you to solve your hard problem. And thank you again for coming to this session.
And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much.
as a token of our appreciation for your coming here and sharing your thoughts with us, here is a token of the Cybersecurity or National Cyber Summit.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'll trade you this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll resume again at 3 o'clock.
Hello.
I'm Nick Thomas with InfoSecSync.com, and welcome to the 8th Annual National Cyber Summit in Huntsville, Alabama. Hey, Nick Thomas here again with InfoSecSync.com. I'm at the National Security Summit with Mr. Randy Ramos from GBSI. Randy, can you tell us what your company is here doing and what you do for Huntsville, as well as some of your other clients?
Yeah, absolutely. So GBSI just recently opened up an office here in Huntsville. It's basically a training center facility, state-of-the-art configuration. In that facility, we also have our virtual instructor-led training portfolio. So with that technology, we're able to do workforce development and accelerate competencies in workforce and cybersecurity skills. And Huntsville City Schools is one of our partners in that, where we're able to put an instructor or a subject matter expert into a studio environment at our facility here in Huntsville and distribute that across the Huntsville school infrastructure. And it really helps in accelerating the competencies and building those skill sets that are necessary in workforce development as it comes to cybersecurity skill sets.
Absolutely. So can this just be done strictly from someone's house if they wanted to log in and get some credits or CPEs for something as well as companies that wanted, let's say somebody needed to be DoD 8570 compliant for a contract and they had 20 people they needed. Can you guys fulfill that need?
Yeah, absolutely. And really, it's really a bigger infrastructure than that. So when it comes to being able to take an instructor and distribute them, we can distribute that instructor from one facility into a classroom, into connected classroom environment. We can also do that for online students simultaneously or to handheld devices, to a connected device. So it's really taking the technology and implement it correctly in order to distribute, not only subject matter expertise, but also into a connected environment, to really reduce cost and to really be able to connect to a distributed workforce, whether it's locally or globally.
Absolutely. And I see you have some very nice equipment here. Would you like to show some of our viewers what's going on here in your booth?
Yeah, absolutely. So we down here we've got a cyber range. So this actually, what you see here is a very high-end, sophisticated configuration where we can put measles on it in order to teach cybersecurity skill sets. So put together a simulated or modeled environment whereby you can practice those skill sets. Understand a vulnerability, see how maybe a virus is moving through a technology environment. One of the national presence is Cyber Patriots, so we actually can take the Cyber Patriot environment, put it all pre-configured into a range like this, and allow students to connect to that 24/7, whether they're doing it as part of a classroom environment or practicing it as remediation after school. So again, workforce acceleration, workforce development, K through 12, post-secondary, that's what's going on here.
That's amazing. And he mentioned measles, and we're not talking about the disease. It stands for Master Scenario Event List. It's basically a list of things that's going to happen during a war game or a cyber war game to initiate threats and vulnerabilities. So you want to show them what's happening over here?
Yeah, so what you have going on behind her actually is this would be kind of like our virtual instructor-led training environment. We actually have an instructor here that's in Pensacola, Florida. Johnson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yeah, so this is Johnson down in Pensacola, Florida. And so in this instructor-led training environment where we can virtualize it and bring a subject matter expert from any environment, anywhere location in the world, and bring them into a classroom environment or into a distributed environment, that's exactly.
He previously worked as a chief network engineer on the Defense Switch Network and chief architect for unclassified voice over IP. Patrick is currently focused on driving interoperability through partners across large-scale enterprises. And we've been talking a little bit here. They have a very interesting presentation to give to you. So I now turn it over to Kristen and Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're really excited to be here.
I think what's interesting about what we're going to discuss is we've had the opportunity to talk to so many different people from different organizations, and yet some of the problems that folks have expressed, some of the challenges, are really common to many of you. And so what this presentation is really meant to do is highlight for you one of the solutions that we feel between our two companies is critical in enabling better decision making with all of the data that you have that's unique to your organizations, and what to do with it and how to do something with it in a timely manner. So you're not just looking at data, but you're actually acting because of it. So with that, next slide, please. So we want to define the challenges for you, and these are the challenges that have really resonated in a lot of the conversations we've had throughout industry, throughout the government, multiple different types of organizations with different missions. And really, what's happening is our organizations have unique data sets. The tools that they're employing are specific to what they're trying to accomplish, but they use tools in different ways. They use different types of tools. So how do you take all of that into account when you're trying to really analyze the data specific to your organization? And then how do you get those critical insights? I mean, the data that we collect is often historical or backwards looking, so how do you take that and then do something so that you can be proactive? What does that do? And then thirdly, organizations are often drowning in data. I mean, we hear this constantly. I've got so much data, I don't even know what to sift through. I don't know what to do with that data. I don't know exactly how to operationalize it. And so that's really the type of problem set that our two companies, Booz Allen and Splunk, are trying to really solve and develop joint solutions for. Next slide, please. So what does machine data look like? I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, because this is where we really start to see what the challenges are and how Splunk as a technology can be employed to really look at the solutions for them. Patrick?
Thank you, Kristen. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're not all asleep. Hopefully the session will be useful and meaningful to everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So what does machine data look like, right? What you see on the screen right here, that's machine data. Absolutely not sexy, right? There's nothing fun about machine data other than the fact that it contains a ton of insights, right? It's the definitive record and the digital record of any transactions or any time a user has accessed the system. So that's really what a machine data is. Based on this slide, you can kind of see where the sources are for these that are generating the machine data. So I'll tell you a little story here. In this particular case, there's an order processing front end with a middleware error or some sort of middleware app. There's a care and IVR information, as well as social media, in this case Twitter. Next slide, please. So what if I can up on ingest of the data and tell you all the critical insights that are currently residing within this data set? So you may have, what was seemingly a bunch of random text. You may contain things like customer ID, order ID, product ID, etc. Right? Things that are critical to a lot of businesses and missions. Next slide, please. Now, further yet, what if I can allow you to correlate across those 4 disparate sources and allow you to make sense of the data in real time? So back to my story, right? So this is an actual data set from one of our customers who has a web ordering capability where a customer placed an order, a middleware error was thrown, and they called in for 60 minutes and was placed on hold for 60 minutes and 33 seconds before hanging up and then bashing them on social media. Well, now, wouldn't it be nice to be able to get ahead of that, right? Wouldn't it be nice to be alerted maybe 5 minutes in? Or better yet, wouldn't it be nice to be proactive and send the customer an email saying that we will get right back to you before that happens? Next slide, please. So where does Splunk come in? So Splunk is a data analytic platform. Essentially what we allow you to do and what we enable you all to do is to ingest all of this machine data into a single location. So think of syslogs, right? Into a single location, and then permitting different people to ask different questions of the same data. Now let's think about that, right? The same underlying data set that you're using for IT operations or maybe capacity planning, change management, configuration management, whatever you're looking at. Could also be security relevant. And at the same time, it could contain mission-critical operational insight to the data. Next slide, please. So at Splunk, we took a crack at looking at what we call operational intelligence. So operational intelligence to us is the ability to, in real time, identify and build a dashboard that gives you the ability and the visibility into every aspect of your business and into every segment of your network. What that really means, and this is a candid dashboard that we build that basically gives you an executive view of an application delivery, operational intelligence, IT operations, security, business analytics, as well as Internet of Things. All those diverse different market segments all consolidate into a single pane and a single view. Through this dashboard, I have the ability to look at revenue generation by state. The reason I can do that is because I can actually pull in data directly out of credit card terminals. Anytime someone swipes the credit card, I know about it. I know the amount of money that they're spending with me, and I know what state they're from because I know the geolocation of that credit card terminal device. In addition to that, I can tell you how many people have downloaded a variety of versions of my application and how the apps are actually performing. Moreover, from an Internet of Things perspective, I can tell you I can actually pull in SCADA data and Kepler data as well as Splunking things like HVACs. So hopefully people in the audience are as crazy as me and geeky as me. I actually Splunk my thermostat at home. It's a Nest thermostat, so pretty common out there. And then through Splunk, I can actually determine how much energy I'm consuming through my thermostat. In addition, I can do the same with my car. So with data, the sky is the limit, right? How do we enable data-driven decision-making? Now, looking at this, hopefully you guys are imagining what operational intelligence actually looks like for each one of you. Next slide, please. Okay, so everything within Splunk, it can be drilled down into. In this particular case, I actually drilled down into the SLA component because you can, as well as you can kind of see my web store currently is red. What that really means is the web store has actually failed. So at this point, I'm kind of at a loss, right? So I see a high-level picture, and I need to still start drilling down a little bit further. So I'm going to click on the database component of this, just because it's orange. And using things that we learned in grade school, green is good, red is bad, and yellow and orange probably somewhere in between. Next slide, please. When I click on the database icon, what happens is I start to get certain questions, pre-candidate questions that I've asked in the past. One of the questions I asked of Splunk was, what are the top 5 queries by query time? And as you can see on the screen, what Splunk returns for that is the top 5 queries. But in addition, I'm able to see the exact query that was actually executed. For those of you all the way in the back, I'll read the queries for you. Select password from sys.users, where name equals sys. Now, I don't know about you guys, but this looks like a SQL injection to me. Somebody is attempting to steal passwords, my system user passwords. Being a great analyst that I am, without coming to a conclusion immediately, I will take a look at the second query, and I'll read that for you, for all of you in the back. Select star from HR employee info. Once again, I am baffled by this query, mainly because this also looks like a SQL injection to me. So I guess the thing I wanted to highlight here is the fact that you can ask these questions of Splunk, right? And you can tailor your questions. Whatever questions you need to ask. Think of it from a Google perspective, right? Has a MapReduce backend. There's no relational database, no X and Y values, no tables. The questions that you're asking the data that's returned is being returned in real time and based on the specific question that you're asking. Next slide, please. So what if I wanted to see the data presented in a slightly different manner? I want to look at query run times by user, right? So I've looked at it from a query perspective, and I know what's causing my database to have issues. But now I want to look at it from a user perspective. For those of you in the back, once again, I will read the important information to you. The user here, Fred Samuels. So Mr. Samuels seems to be the man of the hour who has issued both queries. With that said, being the great analyst that I am, I will again further drill down into my data set. Next slide, please. So as I zero in on the problem, there's a couple things I see. First of all, if you look at the search bar, that's where I perform my search. So that search essentially built all that intelligence for me, and as new data is coming in, that search continues to populate the data. In this particular case, it showed me top query times as well as the user that are causing those query times. So Mr. Samuels may either be negligent or he is a bad actor. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, anytime the machine data is a definitive record of a user accessing any type of systems, right? So as we follow the trail of the breadcrumbs, we start to realize that Mr. Samuels is most likely a bad actor. And the reason why I can tell you that definitively is because not only can I drill down to the event level and look at the actual raw logs, right? Through repudiation, I can probably leverage these logs in a court as evidence, but also based on the Splunk capability, I can actually look at all the destination IPs that Mr. Samuels have touched in the past. This is actually done in real time and without any touch maintenance for me. As the data flows into Splunk, Splunk is actually pulling out interesting field value pairs for me, basically saying, hey, Mr. User, you may be interested in these fields. You may want to take a look at them. So now, with all that said, as an analyst, that was, I think, 4 clicks for me from an executive dashboard to get to this point. Based on my past experience, quite often, what happens when you have an incident like this, or perhaps an operational incident, you get all your teams together, they all look at their own management tool, right? And everybody says their tool is green, and everybody sits in a war room to try to figure things out. Well, with Splunk, single pane of glass, diverse set of use cases, I have access to every piece of information I need right here within Splunk to troubleshoot anything that I need to. In this particular case, I clicked on the destination IP and I noticed there are 3 values there, 10.2.2.2 through 10.2.2.4. What this is telling me is that Fred Samuels not only issued those queries on 1 database server, but he issued it on 3. As typical of hackers, when they infiltrate a system, they typically move laterally and attempt to cover their tracks by removing all the syslog information, again, the definitive record that they were inside, before data exfiltration. So from this perspective, in 4 clicks, not only did I identify a bad actor and perhaps catching him red-handed, but also identify all the devices that the bad actor has actually touched and attempted to infiltrate and exfiltrate data from. Next slide, please. So what do I do from here? Well, again, being a good analyst, I typically try to provide some evidence, right, to my leadership in an attempt to basically tell them that, hey, you know, Fred Samuels is probably not a good guy, or maybe we should have a talk with him with security involved. In 2 clicks, I am able to generate another dashboard, or perhaps if you don't like my visualization of these line graphs with lines all over the place, I can build you a bubble chart. Or if you want a pie chart, I can do that too. Or a histogram. Again, 2 clicks. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it back over to Kristen.
So what Patrick shows you is just how in the weeds Splunk can get you. If we bring it back up, what does this mean for incredibly complex organizations that are wide-ranging with really important and critical mission sets that integrate all different types of machines and operations and data into their existing mission and operations? you have to somehow find a way to develop a common operating picture. And what is that? That is making sure that you're taking a tool like Splunk and deploying it in a way that's mission effective, that takes domain expertise and the tech craft required to get maximum utilization out of this tool for your organization. And so what Booz Allen's really been doing is taking this tool and trying to figure out the best possible way in which to implement it such that an organization is getting maximum mission effectiveness from it. What we've had a lot of success with is deploying this across the Department of Homeland Security's Continuous Diagnostics and Mitigation Program, which is essentially trying to really take and leverage Splunk across 2 million plus devices, organizations, and offices that are in multiple geographic locations. And we can do that, but we have to know and we have to be able to point this in the right direction so that it ingests the data sources that give us that common operating picture. And so it's taking the mission relevance and the domain expertise with a tool like Splunk and really tailoring it to that mission set that brings out the maximum effectiveness and real impact of what this tool can bring. Next slide. So what we've been doing together is really looking at analytics at every level. How do we take and develop one single pane of glass for your organization such that you've got the right dashboards that allow you to drill down, like Patrick discussed, into the right data sets, giving you the information that allows you to make a data-driven decision. And so helping organizations understand their current environment, helping organizations analyze the data, but then better yet, act on that data is really the critical piece here. So where Splunk takes and ingests all of this data, what you also need to do is figure out and take the threat patterns that then allow you to indicate and take proactive measures based on historical data to go and be proactive in implementing solutions. So we established our strategic alliance to do this for clients. So it's taking the best of domain expertise and tech craft with what this tool can provide and giving you maximum efficiency through the platform and through what we deliver together. So with that, are there any questions?
I have one.
Sure.
How do you structure the data? Because you're bringing in completely raw data, right? And you're retaining completely raw data. But when you're looking at it, you have to have some sort of structure. How do you create that?
So the way that Splunk actually operates under the hood, we actually are able to ingest both structured and unstructured data. I think this may be best provided in terms of use cases, right? We don't have a backend relational database. What that really means is when we ingest data, we ingest it in the raw. So we don't ever lose any of the data set that we're ingesting. As we bring it in, we start to identify field value pairs. Once the data is actually indexed into Splunk, there are a couple things you can actually do. You can basically install an add-on, which is free, from Cisco, or depending on what kind of data you're looking at, Kepware, SCADA, whatever data set, Palo Alto. Cisco internally uses Splunk, so does, Palo Alto also has an app out there. So these apps and add-ons, what they give you out of the box is the ability to A, make sense of the data, right? Like you said, you have to apply some sort of structure to it. Well, those apps gives you the structure. B, it allows you to basically paint a dashboard that is relevant to the devices that you're looking at. So Cisco internally released the Cisco application, and you're looking at the same dashboard that Cisco looks at internally when you install a Cisco app. From a use case perspective, let's see, what's a good one? Data analytics isn't just unique to the IT or security markets. From the perspective of a use case, New York Airbrake, one of our customers, actually Splunk the slinking effect between train carts. So if you imagine trains as they're moving up and down the tracks, and the individual carts themselves, the interconnectors act like large springs. What that really means when you're carrying a large load is that potentially you're wasting a lot of gas, right? Depending on how fast you're going, uphill, downhill, or maybe around the curve. And in some cases, if you go around the curve too fast, the train may tip over, right? So they actually splunked all of the slinking effects of the data and built in really cool capabilities like Fourier transforms on top of Splunk using Python. And they're able to save over $1 billion in fuel savings just by doing that alone. In addition to that, they built out simulation capability to train the train conductors on how to go around curves, etc. So again, I just wanted to throw out a quick use case that is completely outside of the realm of IT operations and security to kind of show you the power, right? So data analytics isn't just about securing data networks or defense, right? Okay.
Good, thank you. Yeah. Do we have any other questions? So Splunk has this capability, and Splunk has you. Why do you need Booz Allen?
I can
I'd
take
love to
that.
have you.
Sure. Yeah, so Splunk is a software company, right? While we provide the platform and the analytics that allows you and enables you and equips you to do what you need to do, we don't provide the in-depth domain expertise. Where Booz Allen is at for many, many DoD and civilian agencies, they're the boots on the ground. They're the ones that are close to the clients and the ones that are translating the requirements into reality. What that really means is with the combined power of the two companies, we're able to deliver real solutions.
Right, so well said. I think where the power of this becomes critical is a lot of people say, well, I want to do this functionality with it, but I don't have the staff that know how to do it. Or I don't have the tech craft to be able to do it. Or I don't know how to make this work for me to the maximum extent it can. So what we do is we take all the lessons learned from all of the different use cases, and we're able to take and really tailor how Splunk is deployed so that it's taking in the data that gives you the right information, the right dashboards, the right queries that gets the information into the decision maker's hands so that they can make those decisions proactively to implement the solutions that mitigate risks. So really what that means is, I use this analogy, you've got an organization and you're trying to figure out where might I be sick. So Splunk is sort of like that CAT scan that allows you to really look across your organization. But if you don't know exactly what to look for or how to apply that CAT scan and then what solutions are going to actually enable you to turn Splunk around so it's actually preventing what's making your organization sick, then really the power hasn't been unleashed. And so that's where the Booz Allen Splunk partnership is meant to give you as much for your mission as possible. Hope that answers the question.
Good. Do we have any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Before you go, as a token of our appreciation for
Thank you very much.
not only an enjoyable and interesting talk, but a spur-of-the-moment talk, because they had about 20 minutes worth of notice before they gave this talk, although I think you've been giving it in your booth. We appreciate your coming and sharing your ideas with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Anybody who's shy, come to the booth.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes before we start up. I noticed some people have been coming into the room. Jeremy, I think you're bringing them in as usual. So we will take a quick break. I have 3:26. Let's take a 4-minute break, and we'll start up right at 3:30. Thank you. There you are.
Ooh, that's loud.
Here again with InfoSecSync.com. I'm at the National Cyber Summit in Huntsville, Alabama, and I'm here at the Unico Technology booth with President and Founder, Mr. Mark Van Atta. Mark, can you tell us the company? do for cyber?
We as a company focus on security and network infrastructure, and as an owner, we've been covering the Alabama market for the last 10 years, and I brought Philip Lee on, who's local to the Huntsville area because he knows Huntsville so well.
Okay.
And he's been living here for so many years, really knows the environment well, knows the community, and I like having local people. And so yeah, we wanted to expand our reach into Alabama. And by doing that, bringing somebody on and then coming here to the cybersecurity conference, because we are security related and that's our focus, the cybersecurity conference offers us an opportunity to meet the local companies and tell them what we do.
Right. So can you give us a little bit about what products and services you provide to the local community here?
Absolutely. So our big focus is Palo Alto Networks, who we're on the booth with them. They're our biggest vendor.
Great team member.
Yes, Brian Whalen is with Palo Alto. That is one of the biggest products we represent. We feel it's one of the strongest security plays today in the marketplace. We also offer products that people have heard of, like Aruba Networks, Trend Micro.
All great products.
All security, all focused around security. That's how we built the business, focused on security as the core, and then it broadened out into the network infrastructure part. But Palo Alto Networks brings both to the table.
Absolutely, and I personally use Palo Alto Networks at my clients, and it's a great firewall, great products, and we can actually talk to Brian here to tell you more about what they bring.
Yep.
Brian?
Brian Whalen for Palo Alto Networks.
Thanks, appreciate it. So I'm Brian Whalen, Regional Sales Manager with Palo Alto Networks. Happy to be a part of the summit. This is our first time attending the show. Clearly we're focused on cybersecurity, so we led with our next generation firewall, focusing on safely enabling applications for all users in all sessions while interviewing and looking at all of the content of every session in real time, scaling up to 100 gig. So we're happy to be here. It's our first time attending the show. We've had a lot of great interaction with both prospects as well as clients, and we enjoy the Huntsville area. I'm based out of Atlanta, so it's a short drive over, but the show's been great so far.
Excellent, and I love the swag that you guys have here. It's actually information technology, cyber related about Palo Alto, cybersecurity, and things to that effect. Come join us down here at Cyber Huntsville. We're at the Unicode Technology booth. Mark, pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Brian,
thanks so
for
much.
being on.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the last session of the technical track.
Hey everyone, Nick Thomas here with InfosecSync.com, and I am live at the National Cyber Summit in Huntsville, Alabama at the People Tech booth, and I'm here with
Jason Cuneo of People Tech. He is the senior cyber scientist of the company. We're going to give him a little interview and talk about some products and services they provide. What are some of the products and services you provide?
Well, on the cybersecurity side, we have a lot of different organizations that support groups that either have a need for either cybersecurity training. We also have the opportunity to provide solutions to some of our customers on the cybersecurity side. We also go through the ability to do cyber exercise support, which gives us a nice opportunity to kind of intermingle with a lot of organizations that have that need, people that are constantly interested in trying to find out how to better those organizations, and that's where our company would come in. We find out what those problems are, identify potential solutions, and then move forward with those.
So, Jason, that's the fun part of cyber. Some people call it cyber hunting, some people call it cyber wargaming, and it's basically going in and finding out where the threats are, vulnerabilities, and how to better secure your systems. Being part of Cyber Huntsville, what does People Tech bring to Huntsville in general?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of our organizations, because we marry up with so many different groups across of the Tennessee Valley, we're able to see a lot of the different types of problems. I honestly enjoyed Huntsville and the ISA community and Cyber Huntsville tremendously, so I'm like super grateful that
I was able to speak the 8th time. I've done everything from hacking demos to hijacking your phones to getting in trouble and told to turn stuff off in the vendor area, things like that, because I'm kind of like that troubled kid that like pokes at things and gets in trouble. I've got 17 years experience, if you don't know me. I started out as an active duty U.S. Army soldier. I loved my time there, but my wife said after I missed my third born child birth that was it, that I needed to get out, so I did. I went to work for the Department of Defense for a little while, went to work for NASA. I probably had most of my fun in my career working there. Then I jumped over to a vendor. We got purchased by Intel, and I started my own company, and now I own 2 companies and a partner in an encryption thing. So I've been around, seen some things. I have a cert, 2 or 3, I think 26 is the exact count. So yeah, a few things. I'm a lifelong learner, tinker, and a security enthusiast. Basically, people always ask me, like, how did you get good at security stuff? And I actually don't think I'm that great at it. I'm probably pretty good. Honestly, though, it's fundamentals. Everybody wants to learn the greatest, newest, coolest tool. What's flashy? Oh my God, I saw this on CNET. How do I do this really cool attack? Like ransomware, it's so awesome and it does these things, But if you get, in reality, it's the fundamentals that make that stuff simple. You learn the basics and you can apply it to anything. I love the tool that was presented right before us, Splunk, right? Full text indexing, data, all this stuff. But it's just presenting you data. And why did you need Booz Allen? Because you don't know the fundamentals on how to look at that data. That's why you would need them. Learn the fundamentals, and then you can use tools like that. And it's the tool that enables you to do great stuff. But at the same time, you can't learn all the fundamentals, so you have to use services. Like, we're a services company too. We get it. That's what we do. Anyways, so that's my history. I don't want to bore you with all that great. So before we dive in, let me ask you guys, why network scanning isn't that a silly, simple, well-understood topic? Everybody in here, who has never done a network scan? Who is a boss at network scanning? So Drew, I know the guy because he sat in my class when I used to teach at UAH. Who else? So only 2 brave souls. So we were going to pick on you 2. Guess what? Pop quiz. Sucker! So let's try to be a little interactive, right? Let me ask you this. Why is network scanning important, and why do we do it? Now, this is not a technical question. You guys have all been involved in it. You get it all the time. Why are we doing it? Getting information? Finding your gaps. Gaps of what? Like what? Getting in the network. What else? What's on your... Who said that? You get a cookie. That's a good thing, because like most people don't know what's on their network. They pay us to do penetration tests, we do it, and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know that was there. Well, you installed it 6 years ago when you did the proof of concept, right? So it means you haven't scared in 6 years. Right, so that's what the kind of things that are there, right? There's really no wrong answer to this. Nobody said compliance. Really? Nobody has like a compliance mandate, access controls things, 853 says you need to segment your network. How the heck are you validating that? Oh, I'm doing that scan, right? Maybe? No? I think everybody needs to stand up and come forward. I don't know. Because, all right, but mostly why do we do it is to understand the attack surface and technology footprint. Here's the other one I get all the time about network scanning. Our network is just way too big for me to do this. But then you'll pay us as pen testers to come in on a 2-week term, fingerprint your entire network, exploit everything, and roll out and give you a report. It took us 72 hours to figure out what was on your network. Why is it taking years for you to figure out what's on it? Does that make any sense? Have we not heard that excuse before? It's too big, it's too complex. Guess what we do every single day during a pen test? Scan your network. Why? Because I want to see when a new host pops up or when one goes down. And every day I do a diff, and I'll show you how to do that here in a second with a demo, to look and see what changed hour by hour, day by day. Anyways, so there's 3 popular protocols in scanning. Now we're getting to the technical stuff. Scanning and network communications. 3 popular profiles. You're going to use it every single day of your life. This is what's happening on there. Does anybody know what they are? I'll cheat. I'll give you the answer. TCP, UDP, and ICMP. Is any of those unfamiliar to anybody here? Right? Nope. Cool. So let's just talk a little bit about TCP characteristics so we understand what I'm going to demo on a thing. OSI layer. What OSI layer is it? Anybody know? 6? 7? 12? All people seem to need data processing? Come on! TCP, what is that? 4. Yep. 4, right? 4. Transport layer. What's unique about that? That's the first layer that they introduce what? Ports. UDP's layer 4 too, and that's the next question. There's no handshake there. Ports. So from IP and ICMP, no ports. TCP, UDP, ports. It becomes a session, right? You guys heard of socket connection? It only happens at layer 4. All right. Is it connection oriented? I already gave the answer. Connection oriented or connectionless? TCP's connection oriented, right? Connection establishment. How does it happen? Does anybody know? Handshake. What is it though? Come on, everybody should know this. You were in the technical track, right? Everybody wanted technical talks. Speak it up. SYN, act. Yep. Can it happen in 4? Yes. That was actually exploitation to get past session management and IDSs and stuff, right? Do it in 4 instead of 3. So split that SYN act into a SYN and then an act, right? And you mess up all the session trackings, next generation firewalls go, and your exploit works. 3-way handshake, and it looks like that. How do you terminate the connection? FIN. Kinda. Reset, that's how you slap somebody. I'm done, right? And out. I love that, right? You have the FIN, which is the nice way, 4-way handshake, mutual teardown. That's when you greet somebody and you're like, hey guys, I'm done with this conversation, you leave. So you send a FIN, and then you send, that person says, yep, you're done with me, and then they say, I'm done too, and you walk away. But when you're like just mad because they like insulted your firstborn child, you send them an abrupt termination, which is basically a reset, right? Reset, done. I don't care, I ain't talking to you no more. Right? It's the high school thing where you said something to the girl and she's like, oh, whatever. That's exactly what there's no more talking. Or when I ask my wife, where do you want to go to eat? Anywhere? And I suggest, no. It's like reset. The conversation gets reset every single time. We're going to go here? No. Anyways. Nobody laughs. Has it been that bad of a conference? Maybe I won't do the 9th. I don't know. Use of a majority of conversations. So 98% of your stuff when you're on a computer, guess what it is? TCP. All right, UDP. Let's go through this real fast. OSI layer. 4. Connection oriented, connectionless. Connectionless. Connection establishment. That's what I said too when I made the slide. None. It's up to the application to handle this. Think about it. FTP transfers, UDPs like DNS, voice over IP, all that stuff. It's up to the application to handle it. It's just super fast. That's what you try to do, right? Connection termination. How do I terminate a UDP connection? Well, if I'm scanning in a network for UDP, I kind of need to know what the scanner is going to do to terminate that connection, right? So how does it terminate? There is no termination. It times out up to the network stack. That's how, and I'll show you here in a minute, that's how network scanners get around optimization and stuff. And there's some characteristics to that you need to be aware of. Usually when time sensitive is not important and more reliability, right? I want to be able to drop packets as preferred over doing a delay to send it back. Think about DNS. I ask, hey, where's Google.com? And nothing answers in 2 seconds. I ask it again. I don't really need to establish connection and say, hey, Bob, I'm ready to talk to you. Bob says, yep, I'm ready to talk to you. And then you say, okay, can you tell me where Google.com? That takes too long. I'd rather just say, Bob, is Google.com? I don't know. Okay, Tim, Google.com? Nope. Joe? go.com, and somebody answers me. That's what I want to do. Voice over IP, the exact same thing, right? That's why we use it. ICMP. OSI layer? Somebody say 4, please. We are the technical track. 4, right? Who says 4? Who says 5? Who says 6? Who says 7? Who says 9? Oh, somebody knows. Jonathan Hard in the back, H2L Solutions, 9. How about 3? How about 3? Raise your hand. All you that like you're scared, raise your hand. It's 3. Look, I'm not lying. It's 3. You know how? Because it's on the PowerPoint slide. But you guys wouldn't know anyways. You'd be like, yeah, Jeremy knows. I don't know. He looked it up. He must have Googled it. Yeah, it's layer 3. What's unique about layer 3? There's no ports. So when I'm going to block ICMP on the firewall, what port do I use? All of them? Hired. Is it connection oriented or connectionless? Connectionless, all right. As a connection establishment, how do you do an ICMP connection? None. It's not typically used for that, right? You don't exchange data with ICMP. Okay, there's somebody in here that's a pen tester that says, oh, I infiltrate data that way. Great, but that's not what it's intended for, right? You can misuse protocols. I get that. Connection termination? Not typically, right? And what's it used for? Used for relaying messages. Anybody know what ICMP is? Give me, everybody should know this. What is the most common thing in ICMP? Ping. Echo request, echo reply, right? What else? Well, I mean, I could send it in UDP, right? Traceroute, TCP, UDP. Because traceroute, and I'm going to demo that, is only because of the TTL value. It doesn't matter what protocol you use. Windows traceroute uses ICMP. Unix traceroute uses UDP. Nmap uses ICMP. What else? What else does, I mean, what's crazy is this is probably used more on your networks, ICMP, than ping. That's UDP, DNS. How about error messages, reset messages from firewalls, access permitted, route not found, host not found? The entire type 3 protocol stack for ICMP. All the error messaging in your network is done via ICMP. If I send a TCP to port 80 on a web server and the firewall blocks it and says it's a reset, it replies in ICMP. That's interesting. I sent TCP and I'm getting ICMP back. It's weird, right? UDP the same thing. Have you ever got the thing that said host not found? That was an ICMP message. So you need to know these things when you're scanning stuff, right? You want to know what the illicit response is going to be. Error messages and query messages. Oh, ICMP not so functional thing is you can actually do route or advertisement and stuff. It's kind of cool. All right, so why are these basic characteristics important in network scanning? I'm going to try to go faster because I need a lot of demo. Firewall drop and reject packets, what's the difference? Drop bit bucket. Reject ICMP message. I kind of cheated and told you all that up front. Man, I'm stealing my own thunder. Type 3 protocol, too. I looked at it right before here. It's at 25-minute prep time on Wikipedia. Drop and reject impact on TCP scan. Same thing, right? Drop TCP scan. If I drop, here's something cool about your firewalls. Maybe I run into this all the time and people kind of freak out. They're like, man, I didn't think of that. Exterior, from external to internal, what should be the default action on your firewall? If I am somebody scanning into your network, what do you want to do? Do you want to drop the packets or do you want to reject the packets? Drop, right? Okay. Now internal, anywhere internal, do you want to drop the packets or reject the packets? Reject, why? So that the service requesting that can turn its TCP stack and doesn't sit there with resource allocation waiting, and it can be optimized, right? And it knows that, and you can also troubleshoot it, right? So you want whatever application is trying to make a connection to reset itself and say, oh, that's not permitted, and give the error response out instead of timing out. But you want the external stuff to time out so the attackers have to wait, right? UDP, same thing. ICMP, same thing. Note this, though. If I send a UDP packet into a network, connection list, and I don't get a response, is that port open or closed? Don't know. Why? It's connection list, right? Now, if I get a reject, is it open or closed? It's closed. It's prohibited, right? Okay. When I solicit with that UDP and the service responds back, but you've blocked ICMP at the border, like, I could also have that problem, right? So I could have like an internal firewall saying it's prohibited and sending a reject, but that reject's blocking at my perimeter, which means that I can actually get UDP traffic into the network, but me, I don't know it because I don't get the response back. Does that make sense? So sometimes you got to think about these things, right? Because what do I hear people all the time? When do you perform network scans? Well, when I want to find out what's going on, to test my firewall rules. Well, what do you have to have on the other side of that firewall? Something that listens on all ports and is going to respond. Not just the network. I scanned the network. The access controls are good. Well, there's nothing listening on port 5555 UDP, but I can send traffic through that, and an attacker could channel data that way, right? So think that stuff through. Cool. Yes. How can scanners optimize TCP scans? Full 3-way handshake, that's slow, right? So that's at reset. What I want to do is I want to send a SYN. As soon as it says SYN act, I terminate the connection. I move on. That's how it optimizes it. How do scanners optimize port scans? They do a network discovery first, right? So if I do a ping sweep first and then scan ports, right? I don't want to scan every 65,535 port right off the bat. I want to scan a subset. I'm going to show you how Nmap does it. Anybody know how Nmap does host discovery? Come on, somebody knows. ICMP? That would be 1/4 correct. I'll show you. Anybody know what unicorn scan or mass scan is? Mass scan can scan the entire internet in about 7 minutes. It's kind of cool, yeah? Catch your attention? Mass scan can scan the entire internet in about 10 minutes. Does anybody know what mass scan is? Holy cow, that's insane, right? How do they do it? It's an asynchronous, stateless TCP scanning. They move the actual network stack up into application space. They create two listener, or a sender and a receiver, and then a back-end process that manages it. What they do is the limitation of your scanner is you can only open up 65,535 connections because your network stack is at that level, right? That's all you can do. So what it does is it barfs out all the packets, closes all the connections, opens basically a filter TCP dump listening back on it with a time in the user space, and it starts filtering all the responses back. So it doesn't rely on the kernel network stack, and that's how it's so fast. Anybody think that's kind of cool? Who wants to scan the internet, right? You just pissed off all the ISPs. Don't do it. You will get in trouble. And you guys work for DoD, that's going to be in that space. Just make sure you blacklist them, because they kind of get a little upset. Not from experience. I swear I've never scanned the internet. Well, if you had listened to me 4 talks ago, I talked about how I UDP spoofed all syslog messages to the entire internet. Tired of slides, already put on blah, 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 let's do demos. Because that's what you guys came for, right? How much time do I have? 10 minutes. Ooh, I'm running fast. I talk too much, that's my problem. All right, so here's Kali. Here's the default, just install for Nmap, right? So, anybody know how Nmap does its connection? I'll just show you. How would you verify what Nmap's doing when it scans? Anybody? Yeah, wires. Yeah, but I don't want to open a big giant GUI. It's kind of crazy, right? Just TCP dump. E2-NNTTTT for time, not ARP, and I'm gonna avoid port 22 because I'm SSH'd in the box too. Just so you guys know, I'm not. There's no rabbit up my hat. Nmap-SN. SN is no port scan. I just want to do discovery scan. -N is don't do a DNS lookup because I don't have any DNS. --packet trace. Does anybody know what that does? I'm going to show you the TCP dump, but if you do packet trace, you can actually see that in Wireshark. Did anybody ever know that you can actually see the packets flying back and forth using Nmap? Who's used that before? For what? Huh? What the heck did you do? You were just curious? Yeah, that's the only reason I know. I was like debugging something and I was like, why isn't this working? All right, so there it is. What you'll see is it does an echo request, that ping, right? The very second thing that it does is it sends an ACK packet. Well, actually, it's out of order here. It sends a SYN packet on port 443. Then it sends an ACK packet on port 80. And then it says a ICMP timestamp request out to the server. So, if you run an Nmap scan by default, if those 4 things don't work, you will not get port scanned. Kind of cool? How many of you guys are blocking ICMP timestamp requests into your network? Probably blocking ping. Are you blocking that too? Maybe? 40. Why do you think it's 443 and 80? Because of the most popular services, right, from the internet? And then I was just going to show you in Wireshark that Nmap's packet trace was reliable. All right, cool. So that was that one. Now, if you want to just run a ping sweep, it's not really that hard. It's not really that hard. You can just do nmap -sn-n- packet. I'm going to do it again. Actually, I'm just going to hit my up arrow. Packet trace. What you do is you just do a simple -pe. Now all I'm going to do is an echo request. And I'm scanning hosts. So I should have told you what my lab looks like. It's 2 virtual machines. I have a network emulator, which is just honeybee with like 7 or 8 class B networks that it simulates. And I have a Kali here running. All right, so we talked a little bit about the traceroute command. Somebody said that it's ICMP, right? Does anybody know that the traceroute is just ICMP? How does traceroute work? Anybody know? Does anybody know what the TTL is? Man, this is a technical track. Y'all are killing me. TTL, time to live, right? Why is time to live out there? So if I send a packet, at some point it expires and just doesn't bounce around the internet forever, right? Oh, you guys are... this thing picks up all the noise too, right? Even when I grunt. I failed miserably at this, right? Wow. All right, so I'm going to trace route to .1 because 4 doesn't have this. What you're going to see here is, and it's hard to kind of see this way. I'm going to reduce it just a little bit so that I can get more on the screen. And actually, I'm just going to run it one more time. All right, so here's the trace route. Is what you're used to. So I am 5 hops away. That's kind of cool. With just 2 VMs, I'm 5 hops away. That's kind of a magic trick, right? These are the hosts that it's in. So it goes to, it doesn't respond, it doesn't give its IP address, and it goes to 10.2, and then it goes to 10.51, it goes to 4.1, 10.1, right? Goes all those. Here's the key, though. If you look at this, it did its host discovery, saw it was up, then it did the trace route. And then what you're going to look at is the sequence numbers. Sequence 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what it put it as. And then if you look at the response, sequence 2, 1, 0, 4, 5, 3, 10, because at 10 it was a higher thing, a TTL value, but look at those TTLs. So on sequence number 0 through 5, the TTL is set to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That means it didn't expire before it got there, which is how it fingerprinted that. Why is that cool? I'm going to skip because I'm not going to be able to demo everything I want to show. Why is that cool? Do you know what one of the easiest techniques is to avoid IPS next generation firewall filtering? They all have session state trackers built into them, okay? And what it's doing is it's monitoring traffic, and it's looking for that SYN-ACK. It establishes and starts watching the session, right? So check this out. Let's say that IPS is sitting between hop 3 and 4. It's just, that's your DMARC, and we're guessing here. And I could have showed you, I don't have time, but I could have showed you how to figure out where that is by the drop packets. But let's say that it is between 3 and 4. Now in my exploit that I write, I send a packet before I actually send my exploit that does what? A TTL value of 4, because 5 is my destination. That means it's going to expire before it gets there, which means it'll never make it to its destination or reset. The session tracking box, the IDS, does what? Terminates the connection. Then the next packet is the exploit. It sees that and says, oh, that's invalid. Do you block invalid packets on your network? No, you warn, right? That's default settings. You warn. So they get a warning, illegal packet on my network. And who responds to that? Nobody. But guess what happened? Box just got popped. Yes? Does that make sense? That's like the simplest way to do it. And guess what? Ask all those vendors to show you how they fix that. And I'll tell you how they fix that. It's really easy to fix. It's really hard to fix. All you got to do is look where your IDS is, look where all your boxes are, and go in there and manually set the TTL minimum value for that. How many of you guys do that? Nobody, right? Because it's hard enough to scan in my network. Yes? But that's how you fix that. And that's going to be the technical solution. Oh, yeah, we have a workaround for that. You just tell how far those hosts are. So when it would have saw that packet with a TTL4, it would not have terminated connection because it would have said, nope, I can't get to there. Then it makes sense. That's how you solve it. But in the real world, that's impossible. All right, so I'm at 4 minutes. That kind of sucks because I had like a bunch of demos. How about this? This is what I'll do. I will take everything that I was going to demo for you and all the Nmap cheat sheet stuff, and I'll put it at the slides, and I'll give them the slides, and they can show it to you. Here's one thing I do want to show you, though, because it's kind of cool. And I think it's really sad that people don't know this one. I'll be really, really fast. Maybe. I talked too much at the beginning. So I'm going to scan this big network. It's just a /25. It's going to be a little slow. Everybody wants to know, like, how do I know is Nmap hung, what's going on here? If you just hit any button, it'll tell you the stat that's complete, right? And it'll also tell you what session is on. So I'm going to hit it really fast. Look, it's on the ping scan part. It's not really ping scan, that's host discovery. Now it's on the SYN scan. So now it's scanning right here in this output. If you look at it, it's scanning 64 hosts in that with a SYN scan, right? But did you know this? I want to see packet trace, right? Because something's wrong with my Nmap. It's hung. I'm scanning on class B. I hit P. Oh my God, there's all the packets. I hit Shift P. All the packets stop. Magic, right? I can also hit D for debug mode, and I can see what it's actually doing. Look, I'm seeing ports discovered and done in real time. The more Ds I hit, the more detailed I go. I can back off, Shift D. Anybody ever do that before? Same thing with V. Let me get at the very beginning because it's better. All right, so there. I'm getting live feedback of what's going on with. Anybody use that in Nmap before? Yeah. Okay. Well, use it. It works. I got like 2 minutes, so I think I'm about done. Sorry, I didn't get to demo all the demo things. I can actually show you one more, I guess. He's getting upset. Look. I'm going to throw you off. This is another really nice one. I'll just show you real quick. OA, new scan. -F only scans the top 100 ports. Does anybody know by default how many ports Nmap scans? All 65,535? No, it's 1,000. That file is actually in user share Nmap services. So go check it out. It'll tell you what 1,000 ports it is. All right, so I just outputted this. I ran a scan real quick, put it in XML format. This is kind of cool because everybody wants to know how to like write a report with it, right? So I'm going to run XL translate, which is there's an XSL transform already generated for Nmap. Do a -O, do new scan.html. And then let's do Iceweasel because that's my browser. And then look at that. Did you guys know that Nmap had reporting capabilities? It's kind of cool. Anybody ever used this before? Yeah, it's a nice little trick. It's easy to go and see what it is. If you run it with the -A and all that stuff, you'll get the product, the versions, all that. And it's kind of easy. And it'll be hyperlinked, right? So you can click like here and it goes to it. This works really, really easy. It's just things that, make really simple things. One last command before he kills me. The mdiff. This is by default. If I do my old XML file and my new XML file, it will tell me what has changed since the last scan. So I just output via XML, and I'll look at this. I can see, hey, there are new hosts on the network. This host changed, and these ports went away, and these ports got added. So it looks like a Linux box went away, and a Windows box got sent there. Anybody ever used mdiff? If you want to use it and like run regular scans on your network, if you just go to the help page, you can copy and paste the script right out of the bottom and just put it in a cron tab and you're good. Look at there. Anybody ever looked at the help page? Oh my God. That's what happens when I steal like 5 minutes of the other person's time. All right, so check it out. That's all I have. Sorry.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Whatever you give us, we'll put on the slides, and those slides will be available to you on the National Cybersecurity Summit, National Cyber Summit site. .org.
Perfect. Sorry it took so long.
You did great.
You guys said you want to see a demo.
Yes, you did great. Jeremy, on behalf of the National Cyber Summit, would like to present you with this coin to add to your collection in appreciation of your coming and sharing some tips and tricks with us.
Thank
you very much.
Yep.
That concludes the technical track for the National Cyber Summit of 2016. Thank you all for attending. Do not adjust the horizontal, do not adjust the vertical. We are now returning control of the projection computer to the plenary session.
What's your name?
I didn't give him the coin and say, hey, thank you, we're closing it out. Or are you doing the cup now?
We're doing the cup now.
That it?
We're doing the cup now, and we're doing the passing of the gavel, and then you're going to introduce them, and then he's going to speak. Yep. Sorry, I was like, you were coming at me fast. I was like.
It's not harder for the guys who are I don't actually prepare remarks. Because I that's the best way to stay. And you have everybody in here. You got a pen on? You got a pen on you?
So let's start with the.
I don't know how you guys wanted to do this. I'll do the end.
Oh, okay, good.
He's done. Says he comments.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the award ceremony for the first annual Cyber Cup competition. My name is Jason Cuneo. I'm the president of the North Alabama ISSA chapter, and it's been my pleasure to be the committee chair for the Cyber Cup competition. Over the past 8 months, a number of our organizations have been putting together the competition, working with a lot of different organizations and the activities that are associated with getting ready for a competition such as this. It's been a great pleasure to work with a large number of organizations who have provided their time, as well as the people who have committed and dedicated themselves to putting together an outstanding competition. During this time, we've been able to work with some great sponsors. DSIE, who is our platinum sponsor for this year's event, has been fantastic in terms of providing us with the resources to make this possible. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Mark Ackerman to come up, talk a little bit about DSIE, as well as other activities that are going on within the community. Mark?
Thank you, Jason. Hopefully everybody had a chance to go out and see our DSIE booth and get some candy and have a discussion with us. We're very honored to be here. DSIE is a proud sponsor of the 8th Annual National Cyber Summit and this year's Cyber Cup Capture the Flag competition. It is our honor to encourage cybersecurity excellence and enhance the development of effective cybersecurity skills. We certainly look forward to participating in this in the years to come. So with that, let's go ahead and hand out some awards.
All right, sounds good.
So for folks that were not aware, 18 total teams participated in this year's Cyber Cup competition. We did a wide variety of different types of activities in both the qualification round as well as the championship round. Out of those 18 teams, 6 teams were scored enough points in order to make it into the championship round. And during the championship round, they conducted both a attack and defense scenario, as well as a analysis and attack scenario against SCADA system. I would like to, before we give out the awards, I would like to recognize all of the volunteers who have put significant time and have contributed so much to this event. Anyone who has provided their time, I would like you to come up to the front because I want to recognize you and tell you how important you are. So if you wouldn't mind, come on up. Let's get a little bit of a round of applause for these people who have done so much. Come on up, guys. Come on up. Yeah. Come on up. I think it appropriate that that the folks who have made this competition so great would be up here during the time that we present these awards. So without further ado, I'd like to announce the third through first place finishers for this year's event and have them come up, receive their award. Starting in third place, middle out, the team of Jason Shazam and Michael Portera.
Yeah, come on up. Don't be shy. Are you collecting for both of you? I am. Okay, fantastic. All right. Congratulations. Let's get a picture here.
I'm not sure I'm looking.
This guy ready? All right. Thanks.
Good deal.
There you go.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
In second place, Booz Allen Hamilton 2, a team of Fred Fry and Tim Neri. Absolutely. The recipient of this year's Cyber Cup with a fantastic showing, Booz Allen Hamilton won, the team of Tom Georgia and Chris Gardner. Congratulations, guys. Hey, Mark. Little show, I guess. There you go, guys. Hold it on up. There you go. All right. Good job. You guys keep that with you. Leave it to your home. Okay. I'm going to maintain this one here for everybody, and then we'll give you the awards when you're done. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Good job.
So, folks, I just wanted to call out a special recognition. There were 2 students that made a finals from a local high school team. I don't know who you are. Can you raise your hands? What's your name, guys? And what high school do you go to? So, very, very good job.
That's a good point. Okay, this concludes the awards presentation for the first annual Cyber Cup competition. If you are interested in either participating for next year's event or coming out to help us out with follow-on activities, we would love to have you. Thank you so much, appreciate it, and have a great day.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Want to bring him up? Yeah, okay. At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Rodney Robertson to come up to the stage. Thank you, sir.
The 2016 National Cyber Summit has been a record event for us, so I want to thank you. It would not have been a record event without your participation, so really appreciate everybody being here. Let's give ourselves applause for putting on a record National Cyber Summit. I hope it has been a worthwhile event for you. There's a survey form that was in your bag. Please take a time and fill it out. Let us know what we did well, what we need to improve on. There's a box to drop it off out to the registration desk, but if you will give us information, we'll read it and we'll try our best to act on it. A program of this magnitude would not take place without a lot of people putting in a lot of work, spending their time, energy, planning, coordinating, and executing the event. If you are on the 2016 National Cyber Summit Planning Committee, please stand up and be recognized. Next year, we're going to go to 2.5-a-day events, so mark your calendar. It'll be June 6th through 8th, 2017, so we look forward to having a very successful summit again next year. As I said earlier, this could not happen without our sponsors. All Points has served as our 2016 Diamond sponsor. We have Booz Allen Hamilton and Dynetics. It's in the rotation, so those 3 organizations will rotate between being Diamond and Platinum sponsors. Next year, Booz Allen Hamilton becomes the Diamond sponsor. So I'd like to ask Mr. Phil Moncrist from All Points and Mr. Bob Smith from Booz Allen to come forward and pass the gavel for next year's summit.
Just wanted to say thanks to everybody. It was greatly an honor to be the sponsor this year. I think everything went pretty much without any issues that I was aware of whatsoever. The speakers were outstanding, and we look forward to next year. Thank you very much.
So on behalf of Booz Allen Hamilton, we're honored to accept this weighty and symbolic gesture of assuming the responsibility for next year's event. Looking forward to, and thanks to Phil Moncris and the Fine All Points team, the committee chairman, all the various committees and volunteers that put such a fine event together. We're looking forward to having increased participation, which is record this year, so that's a high bar. But once again, thank you for this, for the privilege of serving as Diamond sponsor next year.
We also have a plaque that the Diamond sponsor is permanently displayed in. Okay. At this time, we'll have the introduction of our speaker.
Thanks, Rodney. I think we saved the best for last, so pat yourselves on the back for being here at the end. I have the absolute pleasure and distinction to welcome to Huntsville Mr. John Matherly, the CEO and founder of Shodan. I'm just so thrilled to have him here in Huntsville. I made the plane ride over here, and just all of us together really showcased to him a true thought leader and rock star in cybersecurity, what we as a community can do for cyber and what we're doing and how we're moving the ball forward. So I've been really proud of what we've accomplished here, and I think John is just the amazing rock star person. I think somebody was asking for his autograph earlier. Perfect person to close this out. The creator of the world's first search engine for Internet of Things. I think every keynote speaker that we've heard has mentioned the security for the Internet of Things. Again, this is the guy, and he's here in Huntsville, and an amazing speaker, an amazing personality, a wonderful person. And please welcome John Matherly to the stage.
All right, hello everybody. So thank you very much for staying towards the very end. And as Jamie said, my name is John Matherly, and I'm the founder of Shodan. So I'm guessing a decent amount of you have already heard of Shodan and will know what it is, but for the very few who do not know what it is, we basically scan the entire internet, find all connected devices, and collect metadata about it. We make that information available in the form of a website, which most people use, and we also offer it as a database, as a bulk download for institutional guys, but that's a different thing. So the way it works, I just want to describe this briefly, so this is as technical as I'm going to get. It scans 24/7, it does random distribution of scans, it's distributed, meaning that we have crawlers located in China, we have crawlers located in Russia, obviously the US, Iceland, Netherlands. The idea is that many US businesses, they block all traffic categorically from China. The same is probably true in reverse for the US, from other countries. So we are purposely distributed, so we are not biased in our data collection. We provide data for everything. And yeah, so our guarantee is that we scan the internet for a few hundred ports at least once a month. Realistically, it's more than that, but that's the guarantee we give. In terms of use cases, obviously we have a lot of security people that use it. You guys. What you might not be aware of is that there are many other use cases for this type of data. This is an example where a lab out of Canada, based out of the University of Toronto, I think, they're using it to track Western vendors selling surveillance equipment to Syria, Libya, and those kind of regions which are technically sanctioned, but certain companies are still selling their equipment there, so you can keep track of that. You can find out who's actually financing or providing technology for these companies to suppress free speech. Now obviously you can keep track of malware. This is something I do on a monthly basis, where you can basically keep track of which hackers have compromised the most websites. You can create rankings, you can track it over time, this kind of stuff. And the newest thing for Shodan, and I don't know how many people here have heard about this, probably not many. Cyber insurance is the fastest growing insurance market. Most insurance companies want to start offering cyber insurance. And they started to go to DEF CON, Black Hat, and security conferences, because in order to insure their customers and determine the risk that they are taking on by insuring the customers, they will need to understand their computer security. So they go to Shodan, they find out, is anybody that we're trying to insure, are they running Telnet, are they running Modbus, are they vulnerable to Heartbleed? And if they are, that's going to impact your premiums and deductibles. That makes sense. So a lot of other industries are starting to look at this sort of network security data for purposes that you may not be aware of. And this is the website. It looks like a search engine. It's not quite as easy to use as Google if you've ever tried using it. And we did it on purpose, by the way. We on purpose did not make it as easy to use as just typing in SCADA and you find all control systems. It's meant for technical users. We do that on purpose. If you start using Shodan, you can expect to see stuff like this. This is a control system for a home. This is optimized for an iPhone. That's why everything is stretched out and big buttons. You can pull this up and you can turn lights on and off. You can find large industrial control systems, like this is a hydroelectric dam in France. And I like bringing up this example. It's been out there for a few years, but this is a perfect example of the typical response from an OT guy to being notified that something is connected. So my friend Dan Tendler, he discovered this. He didn't realize what it was, but he tweeted it. And somebody on Twitter who does ICS told him, you should contact the DHS. You should tell somebody about this. And Dan had no idea how to do that, so the guy on Twitter had connections and did it. The next day at 6 o'clock in the morning, my friend Dan gets a phone call from the DHS. And he's like, my name is Anthony, blah, blah, blah. Can you tell me how you located this? And Dan, he's freaking out a bit because he's getting a call early in the morning from DHS. And they're like, no, we're friendly. So the DHS goes to the French government. The French government finds out who owns the IP address. They contact the asset owner. The asset owner says, yes, we're aware. This is online. Yes, go on. The government says, well, can you please take this offline? This is not okay. You shouldn't have this connected to the internet. And they're like, no, this is working as intended. We need to have this online so we can access it remotely. And they're like, you realize everybody else can access it remotely as well. And they're like, well, no, we have a static IP address. This is the technical expertise level that you're dealing with. These many OT guys, they do not have any understanding of how the internet works or how IT works. It took 2 years to take this offline. 2 years. And obviously nowadays you can find anything you can imagine that could have a computer inside, lighting, air conditioning, everything. Right? Probably has a computer inside, probably hooked up to the internet somewhere. I'm not going to give a whole presentation on the crazy stuff you can find. There are other people that have done that. So I'm here to talk about IoT and ICS, which is to a large degree what Shodan is known for. And I categorize in two different segments. There's the consumer level IoT, which you know with Nest and Dropcam, and then there's the industrial side of things, wind farms, power plants. And my journey with IoT started with the industrial side of things. So Shodan launched in 2009. In 2010, there was some research done on finding ICS using web servers. And in 2011, I got a request from a consulting company that focuses on ICS. And they said, we would love you to scan for Modbus. If you're not familiar with Modbus, it's the most popular ICS protocol. Most ICS systems support to some degree. If nothing else, most popular. So I got the request, and I started asking around some of my security friends, because I'm not an ICS guy. And my background is more in IT. I asked my friends, and they're like, don't do it, man. Just don't even touch it. Just by trying to scan for these control systems, you might inadvertently take them offline. You might cause a blackout. You're going to cause damage. The end of the world's going to happen. If you just touch them, if you just try to connect, not even sending any data. And that seemed very fishy to me and kind of scary in its own way, the idea that trying to identify the problem might actually be a problem, like create a problem. That was a bit perplexing to me. So I actually didn't touch it for a while. I was on the back burner. I kept looking at it. I didn't know how to do it effectively. But then Trend Micro, they set up a bunch of honeypots to determine whether other people are scanning the internet for ICS, and they detected all these attacks against their honeypots. And so from that report, you could tell that other people, regardless of whether Shodan is doing it, other people are active and trying to identify these control systems. And then there was also the Internet Census 2012. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with this, but there's one guy, he compromised 500,000 routers, installed Nmap on them, and Nmapped the internet. And he made all the data available publicly. It's like 10 terabytes compressed. He released it in 2012. He did very good research, obviously highly illegal, but amazing research. Amazing research. And the idea that you could run Nmap against the internet, and this went completely under the radar, because he did it from so many different IPs, completely under the radar. This popped up overnight, and everybody was like, where did this come from? But if he can do it with Nmap, I can probably do it as well in a safe way. And so that's what I started doing. And my first observation is that ICS is terrible. Right, just across the board. I specified ecosystem. Again, I come from an IT background. You have proper tooling. You have proper testing. Documentation, right? These are things that you expect if you're a software engineer. In ICS, good luck. It's a complete nightmare. This is the kind of stuff you see in ICS. If Apple tomorrow came out with an app that looked like this, you would not be too happy. Right? I mean, usability matters. Some engineers discount it, but it really matters in terms of maintenance. If you hire a new person and need to take this over, how is a new engineer going to be able to manage this, make any changes safely? Now, ICS is just a spaghetti code all around. And then with ICS, you also have this notion that the actual protocols, the language they use to communicate between control systems is proprietary. So you can't even try to create an open source or understand how something works unless you are a customer of the vendor, unless you buy access to the protocol. Everywhere else on the internet, that's not how it works. HTTP, FTP, these are open protocols. We understand their specifications. They're very well tested. They're very well understood. It's not the case with ICS. For a long time, hasn't been. Even the open source stuff was not that great, to be honest. Pi Modbus, probably one of the earlier Modbus implementations that was open source. Really hard to use, really, really hard to use. And I really experienced this when I was working at the ICS Village in DEF CON. So DEF CON last year and the year before had a village where Siemens and some other vendors brought in their PLCs with a premise that you bring the PLCs and hackers will have fun with them. They're going to find new vulnerabilities. You're going to get your money's worth back just by the work that the hackers are doing. Nobody was able to successfully talk Modbus with these PLCs, not a single person. Every single one of them just was trying to attack this with SQL injection and web attacks. This is the DEF CON crowd. I thought we would have more people that knew how to program or interface with these things. Hasn't been the case. Really not. It's gotten a bit better because the tooling's gotten better. But 2 years ago, everybody just treated this like a web server. They didn't even know where to begin to use Modbus. So it's gotten much better recently. Nowadays, there are some open frameworks that are easier. They have tests. This one is OpenDNP3. They have a simulator, fully documented, client, server, everything. I consider it the reference implementation at this point for DNP3. And there are other things on GitHub. So it's getting fairly popular. And if you're not familiar with Stack Overflow, I know many developers are here, but Stack Overflow is basically the location you go if you have any questions for programming-related things. If you don't know how to do something, this is the Google for developers. And what I did, to give you an idea of how the interest in ICS has grown for the past few years, this is a chart of the number of questions about Modbus on a yearly basis. So in 2007, there was practically nothing. And now we have in 2014, 2015 is again more. We're around 400 questions. So it's basically, increased significantly over the past few years. The interest by the average developer community, not OT guys, in control systems is increasing. And this same is also true for some of the other protocols, BACnet, Siemens S7. Modbus is still the most popular one. And these are all the things that Shodan looks at. So after a few years of looking at all these things, we index many, many different protocols. Here is a breakdown for the numbers. And what I'd like to point out is that the majority of control systems right now are buildings. Niagara, BACnet, offices, churches, universities, it's buildings. Buildings are by far the majority that we're seeing right now. We're not seeing a huge amount of power. DNP3 is mostly power. We don't see a huge amount of them. But the ones you do find are usually more interesting. And this is a breakdown by country. It's hard to read from here. The number one country with the most Modbus running is obviously the US. Shouldn't be a big surprise since the US is so connected, but not great. The following countries are Spain, Sweden, France, Italy, Canada, Japan. So Europe. First US and then Europe. What I'd like to highlight, though, is that China and Russia have fewer industrial control systems connected to the internet then, well, Russia is below Switzerland and China is less than Hungary. This is not the case for other devices that they have, but in terms of control systems, those countries do not have the same problems that the US has. Now, there are many reasons for that, but the end effect is that if you try to find control systems in Russia or China, there are going to be very, 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 very few. I mean, Ukraine has way more online than Russia. I mean, that's, maybe why we saw some recent activity in that. I thought it was interesting, because in other areas, in webcams, in regular servers, obviously China has a huge amount of devices. In ICS, almost silent. And so, to be a bit more relevant, I actually did a search last night for ICS in Huntsville, and the number one exposure is by University of Alabama, Huntsville. So it turns out they have part of their campus connected to the internet running Niagara Fox. This is actually very common. Universities tend to be the most exposed organizations because historically they've gotten huge IP blocks. They are not usually the most well funded. They don't have, budgets for security, so things pop up on the internet. This is not uncommon, by the way. Many, many universities have their entire campuses connected to the internet. What's really interesting, some universities, they used, for Fox Niagara, there's a version that uses SSL. And so they deploy that, and they're like, oh, we're secure, we're using SSL. But there's no authentication. So it makes no difference, right? I mean, yeah, you're protected from man in the middle, but anybody can just directly connect to you. So, there's some education that needs to be done. And the following ones are Comcast and some other one, not interesting. Another one from local here, Kroger. I don't know how many Kroger stores there are in Huntsville, but one of them. They have it's a grocery store, right? Right. Yeah. Sorry, Texas. Yeah. It's on the internet, and this is a good example because the person installing this, they set it up and they pull it up with their browser and they see a login screen. What they don't realize is that they never put a firewall in front of it, so you can still talk to it over the actual ICS protocol. And the ICS protocol doesn't have any authentication. There's no capacity for authentication in most ICS protocols. So you look at this and you're like, no, I'm secure. There's a login, I'm good, I changed the passwords. But they didn't actually prevent the ICS access. So you can just skip the web interface and talk directly to the PLC. Right? And another thing I would like to mention to people that work in security, please don't just change the ports. This is like this newfangled idea that let me just change the ports and then I'm going to be secure. Shodan also scans for one-off ports and some other port combinations. It turns out most humans are very bad at generating random numbers. It's true. If you think putting SSH on port 2222 is a good idea, I'm telling you, it's not going to protect you at all. So for Modbus, that number has been growing, by the way. It used to be like in the low hundreds. Over the past few years, I've seen more utilities and everybody's like, oh, well, nobody's going to find this. We're just going to put on 503. We're good. Done. Moving on. The good news among all of this is that in terms of growth, so we've been doing this for several years and we keep track of how it's been changing. And ICS, unlike IoT, which everybody says is exploding like crazy and growing by leaps and bounds, ICS, as you'd probably expect, is a slow-moving industry, and it's getting worse, but it's getting worse slowly. Right? Numbers are slowly creeping up. So you need to care about the individual slices, but just there's a general upward trend. Right? More things are getting connected to the internet, but not at an alarming, Bruce Willis kind of rate. We're going to be fine. We don't need to call the end of the world just yet. And whenever I bring up this data, the first response I get, at least from reporters, is, well, why haven't we fixed this? What's going on? We're aware of the problem, we're not fixing it. One of the issues is that the majority of the ICS devices are mobile networks. Tracking them down is nigh impossible. I can't go to Verizon Wireless, which is the number one hosting provider for ICS. I can't go to them and tell them, hey, who are your customers for these IP ranges? I'd like to contact them. And ICS CERT can also not do that. So it's very difficult to actually notify the asset owners. That's a big hurdle. And the other one, as you'd expect, education is still pretty bad. This is out of the official documentation from one of the vendors, Omron, and I quote, "When a router is forwarding a TCP or UDP port to an Omron PLC, the traffic is being delivered to a non-Windows-based operating system. This makes the PLC impenetrable to standard hacking methods." So like, don't worry about it. This isn't Windows. We're safe. Right? That's the message they're giving to their customers. The documentation I found this in is where they tell you how to open up your firewall. This is the official Omron documentation where they tell you how to open up your firewall so you can allow remote connections, and it's okay to allow remote connections because it's not Windows. Right? This is still in the current documentation. I've tweeted this, I've let them know, but they're like, whatever. Another thing is IPv6 will not protect you. For some reason in the security community, we are under the assumption, like we used to be with IPv4, that the address space is too big, we will never be able to, find everything on it. Let's please not go down the same road again. Let's not pretend like IPv6 is too big and nobody will ever figure out how to crawl it effectively. Shodan's already crawling it. And we've already located control systems on IPv6. This is one example. So I would like to, from the start, get rid of this myth that IPv6 will be of any help for security. Do not accept that. It's not going to be true. IPv6, again, is non-random. There are many things you can do, many tricks. Obviously, it's different than IPv4, but this is not going down that road. And whenever I start talking about ICS, people, it's hard to believe sometimes. When you tell somebody a nuclear power plant is connected to the internet, they say, well, surely that cannot be true. Surely there's somebody, maybe it's Trend Micro. Trend Micro is putting up these really serious nuclear power plants so they can attract attacks. They're all honeypots. And I was like, all right, well, let me start doing some research into this. So I see a lot of honeypots, obviously, since I scan the internet all the time, Shodan. And so I started looking at some of these industrial protocols, and I decided on Siemens S7 because it returns a lot of interesting information. This is a sample banner that Shodan collects. This is information that we gather. PLC name, information, firmware. By the way, in ICS, it's very interesting that they will give you more information than you could possibly need. As a web developer, if you set up a web server, they tell you to remove the Apache version information, hide as much information in banners as you can. With ICS, it's the opposite. They want to give you as much information as possible so that their support guys can easily, debug whatever issue you're having. So it's a different use case, but that's why when you talk to ICS systems, you will be able to grab a lot of information without, again, any authentication. So it's a different mentality. And if you start looking at the PLC names, you break down the frequency of them. The number one is Symantec 300, which is it's a very popular Siemens PLC, sort of lower end. And the second one is Technodrome. Like, why am I seeing so many Technodrome on the internet? And it's a default configuration for a Conpot honeypot. It's the most popular one. And so I started looking at the deployment of these things. And there are a few lessons that I learned. First of all, don't put an ICS on Amazon Cloud. Right? This is maybe not obvious to many people, but real control systems, real nuclear power plants are not hosted on Amazon. Right? Makes sense? Yes. Don't do it. If you're trying to collect information from a honeypot, you need to put it in a realistic hosting provider. You never see a nuclear power plant on Amazon. Second, obviously change defaults. Here, somebody changed the PLC name, but they didn't change the serial number, so easily identifiable. Another one is the idea that you set up a honeypot now, and you're using defaults. You just installed it. Shodan picks it up. Shodan scans it. Next day, you change the configuration because you're like, okay, I'm going to do it properly. I'm going to change all the defaults. I'm going to create a totally custom template. Nobody will ever know it's a honeypot. Well, you've already been indexed by Shodan once. So if you were a honeypot in the past, and now you don't look like a honeypot anymore, you're still a honeypot. Right? The chances of the same IP running Siemens S7 or whatever ICS protocol on the same IP is very unlikely. So if you're once a honeypot and you've been scanned by anything before, I'm sorry, you need to get rid of a honeypot. You need to deploy it from the get-go the right way. And so I also did some heuristics. I wrote a machine learning algorithm to analyze all the banners, and An interesting observation was, again, humans are not necessarily as good as they think they are when it comes to detecting patterns. In this case, Technodrome was an OK classifier. Serial numbers were an OK classifier for identifying honeypots. The number one classifier was OEM. It turns out that OEM sounds very official. It sounds like something that might be returned by a PLC. It never is by real PLCs. Only honeypots. So people will change the entire banner, change every facet, but they leave OEM in there because it's, OEM. It sounds technical. No, turns out if you leave OEM in there, it's guaranteed that you're a honeypot. Guaranteed. And yeah, the results are much better. And the final thing is that if you have a custom configuration, you can't deploy it across hundreds of honeypots. Right? You can't use the same configuration for hundreds of IPs. Everything has to be unique because every ICS has unique responses, some way or another. So after all this work, I can say that less than 5% are actual honeypots, right? So I think this is important to actually classify so we know that at least 5% or less than, this is a bit conservative, less than 5% are honeypots. And the final lesson is, just don't use defaults. Whatever you do, move away from defaults. It's a bad idea. And if you ever want to check your honeypot, I wrote a tool that does everything that I just described in an automated way. It'll check all these things. It won't actually classify you as, I'm not feeding this back into Shodan in any way. This is just, if you set up a honeypot, you can run this tool, and it'll tell you whether it is detected as a honeypot based on the criteria I just laid out. This is sort of a validation for honeypot owners that I make available. Only for ICS honeypots, though. This is not for general web honeypots yet. Working on that. So, moving on to the consumer side of things, there's a whole bunch of stuff coming out. I mean, it's gotten crazy. This is an egg carton that will let you know how many eggs you have left in your refrigerator, because we all know we're at work and you want to make an omelet when you get home. You really, really need those eggs. You want to make sure you have enough. That's why they're solving these important problems for you. So this is, you can pull up on your iPhone, you can be like, all right, I have 3 eggs left, I need to buy more eggs. Right, this is cool. So IoT is everywhere, right? It's exploding. Funny side story to this one, you can't buy it anymore. It was available for a few years. You can't buy it anymore because it turns out that electronics do not function very well in refrigerated environments. So it turns out the battery didn't last very long. It was a great idea. Many people loved it. When they discontinue it, there was a lot of hate mail posted in the forums, like, why did you discontinue this? I'm like, really? People really like it. And yeah, people are going nuts. You can watch YouTube on your refrigerator now, tweet from there. If you're really into social media, you can just, I know we all have busy lives, but I'm not exactly sure we're that busy that we need to, watch a YouTube video on refrigerator. And it's getting weird too, right? This is from a Singapore airport. They have a touch screen. So after you take care of your business, you can provide feedback, right? Yeah. Everybody likes doing surveys, so whatever you can imagine, people have put a computer inside it now, and I don't understand. So again, nowadays you go to Walmart, you go wherever else, and chances are you're going to buy something smart. So I bought a smart TV from Walmart, and the first thing I do with anything I buy is I nmap it. So in this case, I nmapped my TV, and I'm sorry for the quality. It's microphone, it's potato quality. What is happening is it's launching an update process. And now the application menu shows up. This was just from me launching an nmap against the IP. I'm not even trying to mess with the device. I'm not even trying to get anywhere. I just ran nmap. And it turned out that the Vizio TVs are running a Yahoo Smart TV SDK, and they decided that they would not need to switch to a production build. They will just keep a debug symbols, debug ports. So all the Vizio Smart TVs, this is still true now, they are leaving the debug port open. So the port that the developer would use to connect to and test their software against, giving you full access to the TV, is still open on all Vizio TVs. So I've been able to keep track of these TVs for the past few years. I also do, by the way, so I also keep track of Rokus and things like that. And with Rokus, you can actually download a list of channels. So I have my own App Store ranking for Roku. I can tell you what apps, which channels customers of Roku are watching, what they care about. Because Roku will send you all that information without authentication. So I did this for TVs as well. And the numbers, they were pretty low last year, but this year it's been growing a lot. You know, like not even halfway through the year, already, you know, basically tenfold numbers increase in terms of smart TVs on the internet. It's growing. These are not numbers like you see in the news. I don't see trillions of devices because there are, you know, only 4 billion IPv4 addresses. So that's kind of the limit that Shodan can have. Obviously IPv6 is different, but still, a lot of things are increasing. And this is not just limited to Vizio. This is really across the board. I also looked at SmartThings Hub. You know, it's this hub that was bought by Samsung, I think. And they're running Telnet. That's what they're using, static password. And the reason it's still in there is because an engineer added it for testing purposes, and the engineer left the company, and now nobody else really is in charge of anything for that service, and they just don't want to touch it. They're like, well, we have it there. But after I came out with this research, I contacted them, and they say, okay, you know, we'll fix this, we'll get rid of it. And what they did is moved it to a different port. So, and of course, I own a SmartThings Hub, so I saw they're releasing a new firmware, I get it patched, I nmap it again, I'm like, oh, well, it's a different port. Like, I don't understand the mentality sometimes, but this is what was happening right now with IoT. And a lot of people in security, they say, well, you know, I don't believe in all this new IoT stuff. I'm not going to buy into that, I'm not going to do it. You will not have a choice. The SmartThings Hub is being built or integrated into the Samsung TVs. You buy a TV, guess what? You get an IoT hub included. They want to give you the hub, right? So you're not going to have a choice. Whether you like it or not, unless you totally live in a cave, you're going to become part of IoT. Really, if you think you can get totally away from it, you're going to have a really hard time. So I also took a look at the network side of things. So, you know, the IoT, you have the device, and the device talks to the cloud. And so I took a look at where are these guys hosted, and many of them are obviously running in the cloud. And if you're familiar with Amazon, the cloud is probably the most attacked network in the world, and a lot of MongoDB, a lot of Redis, a lot of people just run default configurations. Some guys, they did an analysis of the Docker images. So most people, when they go to the cloud, they take an existing image, they spin it up, and then it's sort of a black box. They assume that, I guess, Amazon will do some, you know, security for them or whatever else, or that the image they're using is already safe. That's not the case. The majority of the images have vulnerabilities in them by default. So the idea that you can get rid of a system administrator just by having DevOps and moving to the cloud has opened up a whole new world of security problems. So I worked together with OpenDNS to get a breakdown of different vendors, and this graph is impossible to read, but almost every single IoT vendor has, you know, a huge attack surface, a ridiculous attack surface that is really embarrassing. Western Digital is the really big bar, so they're trying to position themselves as a IoT hard drive, you know, for all the IoT devices. They can store their data on Western Digital cloud, kind of stuff. They're running Telnet. I don't even know why you would install Telnet on Amazon. I don't understand, but they're running Telnet. Just really bizarre deployment situations. And of all the vendors that I looked at, you know, 20-some, I think 20, a third of them were vulnerable to these SSL issues. And really, you know, bottom of the barrel issues, they're affected by them across the board. Another issue with consumer electronics is that in other areas, they operate under the idea of planned obsolescence. They understand that most of their customers with cell phones are going to replace their device after 2 or 3 years. So when you engineer them, you don't need to engineer them to last 10 years. You engineer them with the idea that you know after 2 or 3 years they're going to upgrade to something else, or you can encourage them to upgrade. It's a reasonable expectation for smartphones, and it means that you don't need to invest as many engineering resources into making it last a long time. A side effect for that with IoT is that these are physical devices. You're deploying them in the real world. The UK, they love their cameras, I guess. They deploy them everywhere. This is an instance where a town deployed CCTV cameras, but then they had a downturn in the economy, and they couldn't afford the personnel to manage the CCTV cameras anymore. So they can't pay the salaries for the guys to monitor cameras, but they're not going to remove the cameras because they already paid for them, they already installed them. So what they did now is they just left them connected to the network and nobody's looking at them. They don't have the manpower to actually monitor the cameras, but since they already paid for them, they're still there. So you're deploying these things in the real world, but are you able to maintain them for a long time? And many people aren't. This is a whole new issue. And obviously, with Corky, the GE Wing Cup, it got bricked by an update. This is a sort of typical emerging market problem. And then people don't realize that these IoT devices are basically computers. Omron doesn't realize that, but I think most security people realize that these refrigerators, all these devices, they're computers, they're vulnerable to the same issues. This is an instance where a refrigerator was used to send spam. How many people know how to, if your refrigerator gets compromised, what do you do? I mean, how do you reinstall your refrigerator? Just going to return it? What if it blue screens? It's kind of crazy, but this is what's happening. But there's not a level of awareness because they don't treat physical objects the way they would their desktop. And it's starting to really impact the real world. So I had to blur it out. This is a Goatse image. Don't Google what that is if you don't know what it is. It's a Goatse image that was put on a billboard in an upscale area of Atlanta. This is an electronic billboard. It was connected to the internet. Somebody uploaded, an image, and it showed up. And I love the picture because you see the police officer in the corner, and he just stands there. And, what the hell am I supposed to do? It's an electronic billboard. I don't even see where it's connected. How do I take this down? What do you do? So it took a few hours, and they all freaked out, and they fixed it, and then a week later it happened again, and then it's just how things work. But it's starting to affect the real world, right? It's different than if your desktop gets compromised. This is the real world, has different consequences. So I started taking a look at some of these devices. The one I focused on was a license plate reader. These are cameras that people are setting up, or law enforcement or whatever private companies are setting up, and they take pictures of every car that drives through the camera. Not just red light cameras, but any car that drives through the camera. They take a picture, they OCR the license plate, and everything is stored in a central database. The idea is a law enforcement can keep track of, if a burglar or somebody, and they know a license plate, they can see which intersection they just went through recently. They can keep track of that. The towing companies want to know it in case they're trying to locate a car, things like that. But they're on the internet. And so I started taking a look at them. And if you pull them up on the website, like the device has a web server, you pull it up, and you're going to get a real-time stream. On the left side is a real-time stream of all the pictures it's collecting, and on the right side, the decoded information about the license plate in the car. So everything is there. And that's okay, but it's kind of hard to deal with. So I started first mapping where they are, and it became painfully obvious that somebody in Louisiana really liked these cameras, but also really didn't understand about how to secure them. And there were some in Los Angeles. And that turned out being, I think, University, UCLA, I think UCLA. And if you tell yourself, well, just a license plate picture is probably hard to work with, and there's a lot of work to actually OCR the image and get all the information out yourself, don't worry, they did it for you. Every image also includes all the encoded OCR information. So you get the image and you get all the OCR thing in one fell swoop. And to collect the data, the way it works is you find out the IP address of the camera and you send it hello. That's all you do. You send it hello. And then for eternity, it will send back all images to you. It'll just keep streaming everything back until you tell stop. Once you tell stop, and it's like, okay, I'm okay now. Yeah. That's how it works. So I built my own license plate database. So I should say, before I did this, I worked together with the EFF. I had legal counsel, and I have never released this publicly. not the actual website and database, because it was surprisingly easy. I didn't expect it to be this trivial to do, because you can just, so, I'm trying to, there's also a video. So I developed a web app that was a real-time stream of all the cameras I connected to. So in real time I could see all the cars driving through, and you can keep a history. You can be like, oh, it went through this intersection. 5 minutes later you see it at this intersection. You can see certain cars always, like, 8 o'clock in the morning they're here, 5 o'clock they're same location again. You can really collect patterns. I didn't really get too fancy with this because I was very concerned about legal issues. But so as a proof of concept, I thought this is really shocking, surprisingly easy. So what I did, I connected to 100 of these cameras. I ran it for 5 days, and I collected, close to 63,000 unique license plates. And what I did is not just discuss the security issues, but I was also curious about what about the sort of IoT aspects that are usually sold to businesses. Because with this data, you can do a lot of cool stuff. Besides the security and privacy implications, you can write code to detect novelty license plates. So I can tell you that 1.3% in Louisiana have novelty license plates. I think that's kind of cool. There's all these cool things you can do with this data, and I think this is more what usually is sold to businesses when it comes to IoT. This is the pitch. You don't sell security usually, at least where I come from. Security is a tough sell. But if you tell them that you can get better insight about your customers, better insight about how things work, that's an easier pitch. I think that's a big premise of IoT. The idea that we're moving towards a quantified world where you can keep track and measure empirically everything. Everything is about metrics, big data and dashboarding and all that kind of stuff. So it's about connecting computer real-world objects so you can measure, so you know exactly what is going on. And so I did that with a few things. Here I looked at printers. Not super sexy, but you can do a lot of cool stuff with them. So printers will very generously tell you whether they're low on toner, whether they're low on paper. And so you can keep track of these things. You can say, these universities right now, they need paper or they need toner. And you can keep up with that in real time. You can have, a dashboard, and I don't know, maybe HP is doing this, to keep track of which organizations need paper and need toner and need to get contacted about things. You can do the same thing for other devices. Licenses have expired. You can keep track of all these things. Exactly, you can measure that. I also did this for control systems, and I like this a bit more because it lets me see the deployment of various renewable technologies across the globe. So I showed an index as wind turbines, and you can keep track of how many wind farms are being deployed using this technology on the internet, of the slice of the whole piece. But you can also find out how much power are they producing. So, for example, I can tell you that France is a big purchaser of Nordex wind turbines, which are manufactured in Germany. And you can see which cities are building them, which ones are growing, because they'll tell you over time how the wind turbine farm is expanding. And you can measure all these things now. I think it's very powerful. And everybody agrees that with all this new stuff, everything is going to be connected. There's no going away from it. And there are some obvious privacy implications along with this. What's been interesting to me is that privacy in the US has not been, it's changed recently, I think a bit, but to a large degree, it is not a big issue. It's not a selling point. When you go to Best Buy and you pick out a webcam, nobody's going to tell you how it stores your data. Nobody's going to tell you what the company is doing to protect you and your privacy. If you go and buy Dropcam, it'll stream all your video to the Dropcam servers. Nothing is local. You share everything. That's how it works. And they pitch it to you by saying, well, we need to be able to do that so we can offer you remote access. I've gone and presented in Europe, and what they have over there is NetAtmo. It looks almost exactly like, Dropcam. It's very sleek, same price range, but everything is stored locally on a micro SD card, which can store, hundreds of gigabytes nowadays. And you can still access it remotely. You can opt into it. And if you opt into it, it'll punch a hole in your firewall, and then you can have temporary remote access. So in the US, it's been pitched as an either-or situation. Either you have privacy or you have security. In Europe, that's not the case. In Europe, they find a way to make it work. It's harder to make it work with micro SD card, but they're making it work. So I'm not buying into the argument that some of the companies in the US are making that they need access to all your data in order to do their jobs. Companies in Europe are able to get away without it. And in Europe, there are much more, governmental oversight into the privacy. So it's been interesting for me to different conversations. And the final thing I want to talk about is nothing related to a tech directly, but rather Shodan is a fairly public project. I did a lot of interviews, a lot of news coverage and things like that. And the first interview I ever did was with Reuters. It was a Reuters journalist. He gives me a call. This was my first interview. And we got on the phone. He says, hello, John, hi. And the first question he has afterwards is, could you show me how to crash an elevator? Can I go to Shodan and crash an elevator? I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? He's like, well, I'm doing a story and I'm wondering, can you crash elevators with Shodan? I was like, no, that's not how these things work. That's not how any of this works. Thank you. But it's just, the mindset was, how does this fit into my narrative? Right? It's not what are the capabilities of Shodan and how does the technology work. It's, I have a narrative that I need to support. How can you support me? Very often when you give interviews, they're going to ask you to paraphrase, like, would you say it does this? And then you go, yes, it does this. And then bam, they quote you. Right? Another thing is that ICS. In security world, everybody loves ICS. Everybody understands ICS is important. It's a big deal, nuclear power plants. In terms of actually promoting the security of ICS, very difficult. I did an interview with Melissa Lee from CNBC. And initially, she wanted to do a documentary on industrial control systems in the U.S., the infrastructure in the U.S., and how it's not properly maintained, that there's security issues, and this is something we need to address. And it was supposed to be an hour-long segment where she talks to many different industry experts. So I do an hour-and-a-half interview with her. 6 months later, the producer comes back to me and says, hey, John, I think we need to reshoot because we decided to change focus. I was like, well, okay, sure. So they come out again with a different crew. And this time, all they want me to do is show webcams. Webcams of seniors in hospitals, laying in a bed, baby cameras. And I called the producer, and I'm like, what's going on here? This is not all what I signed up for. This is not all what I think needs to be covered. And he said, well, we did some testing. We had an initial version of the documentary. We showed it to some people, focus group, and it tested very poorly. It turns out they were unable to sell ICS security as a topic. They considered that not interesting. So everybody agrees when you talk to people, yes, nuclear power plants are important, but selling it is a totally different matter. And just as a data point personally from the Shodan website, we've been featured in many different news articles, many different types of news articles. Above is Washington Post. They did a 5-page feature on Shodan and the way it works, and it was part of a whole cybersecurity segment. Almost no traffic. Almost no traffic. I consider Washington Post to be a fairly big newspaper. There was very little interest. Very, very little interest. CNN Money does a 1-page top 10 most dangerous things on the internet, and it crashes our website. Right? I mean, the amount of attention you get for doing these sort of BuzzFeed type articles is orders of magnitude higher than a meaningful expose. And I think that's a big reason also why ICS for a long time has not reached the areas it needs to reach, because the media is unable to cover it in a meaningful way. It's difficult, right? It's a very technical topic. A lot of people don't think it's very exciting to listen to. So, and the final point I want to leave everybody here with is that I've been doing, Shodan's been running for 7 years now, ICS for at least 5 years. We've received less than 10 emails, and that's it's more around like 2 or 3. Less than 10 emails from people asking us, why are you scanning my ICS? Nobody's looking. Never mind IoT. I've not received a single request from anybody asking, why are you trying to look at my TV? We get emails asking, why are you looking at my web server? We do not have people asking, why are you looking at my control system? There's very little visibility going on in that area. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And with that, I'd like to open up for questions. All right. Thank you very much.
Phenomenal presentation, John. What an amazing show of thought leadership, and we're really happy and proud that you came here to Huntsville to showcase what you know and share your information about IC control and control systems, and we really appreciate you being here. And on behalf of Cyber Huntsville and the Mayor of Huntsville, I'd like to give you this token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please, everybody come next year, June 6th through the 8th, 2017. Hope to see you there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One more thing, guys.
Yeah, first, I know I'm standing between you and the door, so give everybody themselves a hand for showing up this year. Thank you very much. Largest chance we have. We want to give out the raffle winners. We had over 250 people participate in the bingo app. We had 15 people max it out. And through a random draw, Lee Malden. Lee Malden, are you here? Must be present to win. Lee? Somebody's laughing. Lee Malden? Hello, hello. Going once, going twice. Matthew Dangle from Madison City Schools. Sir, you're the winner. Come on up front and get your prize. Thank you, everybody. This concludes our presentation. Big round to our sponsors and exhibitors for being here. See you next year.
Thanks for watching the 2016 National Cyber Summit. Join us next year, and we'll be knocking it out again for you right here from the Von Braun Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Have a good evening.